and getting landowner permission. Maybe something I don't want to drop a minute. Mr. Welsh might be able to help with, or someone on his side, because I think it's the same landowner that owns Tonley and Clack, or the site of the wind farm of Tonley and Clack.
Right. When you're speaking, Mr. Finlay, would you mind bringing the microphone just a wee bit closer?
I think it's the same owner that has Tonley and Clack on their land.
That's great. Okay. There were a couple of other things that came up. So we were going to get confirmation on which Darnell scheme was shown on the visualizations. I'm just listing a couple of things that came out yesterday. I'm not saying that, I'm not insisting that they should be done right now. But
no, it's been done, sir.
Great.
The Darnell scheme depicted is the as consented scheme, but not incorporating any micrositing. We don't have access to that micrositing information. Just going back to viewpoint 19, it's the quarter estate that they own it, and we can ask them. That's absolutely fine. Right. You will need a very robust 4x4, I'm told.
Right. Okay. And the other thing is also for another couple of things also from Mr. Trinick. We were to receive visualizations for Berryburn. I don't imagine that will have been done yet for the application scheme, and a forestry plan for regarding the forestry at Tap Farm.
On the second one, I need to come back to you. On the first one, could you just repeat that?
I think you'd proposed to provide visualizations or wireframes for the application scheme for Berryburn. Is that correct? Did I pick that up wrongly?
I don't remember. I'm sure we did, and we're perfectly happy to do that, but we haven't done it yet. Okay. I can report that we have secured access to Berryburn itself for you, but I need to know when you want to go. If it's going to be on the same Saturday, we'll try and arrange that. So is that this Saturday coming?
Yes, this Saturday coming, yes.
Okay. Just going back to Berryburn, I think what I said I'd do, which I have done, is to establish what the differences were between the scoping scheme shown on the visualizations and the application scheme. And I can tell you there one turbine has been removed and some have been moved. But because it's a live application, I'm sure we can get you access to a visualization. It depends where from. I think I need to talk to Mr. Welch about that.
Right. So I'll pass over to Mrs. Black to commence.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Can I just firstly start with our daily reminder about the inquiry rules, particularly the need to maintain the physical distancing in the venue and the inquiry room, and to wear a mask when circulating in the room and around the venue. Please also use the hand sanitizer stations that are provided for us as well. So today we're going to resume with the remainder of the evidence from Highland Council's witness, Mr. Moody, in respect of the landscape and visual impacts of the Clash Gour proposal. And this will involve continuation of the evidence in chief led by Mr. Finlay, and thereafter cross-examination by the Clash Gour applicant. Mr. Seaton and I may also have some questions for Mr. Moody, and that will be followed by re-examination by Mr. Finlay. Following that, the programme we have today, we will hear evidence from Rothes 3 witness Mr. Denny in respect of matters on landscape and visual impacts for the Rothes 3 proposal. Thereafter, we have Miss Anderson for Murray Council. Again, landscape and visual impacts in respect of the Clash Gour proposal. So I'd really just like to pass over back to Mr Finlay to recommence evidence in chief with Mr Moody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr Moody, I think we finished yesterday with a number of supplementary questions, and you were going to read parts of your recognition. And I think we were going to begin at para 15, unless you wanted to begin later at para 18.
I can start from paragraph 15, that's fine.
Thank you.
So this is a section in the recognition which relates to key viewpoints. So viewpoint 8A939. The A939 is a key tourist route that cuts through the Dreineken, Lochendorp and Davamoor SLA towards its eastern side. At viewpoint 8, all 11 of the westernmost cluster of turbines are visible on a route that currently has limited visibility of wind turbines. The larger scale of turbine and location closer to the route is considered to result in a greater magnitude of change and therefore significance of effect than identified in the application. Cumulative effects of Clash Gour would arise with Berryburn on this route and viewpoint, with Clash Gour being more prominent in views given the scale of turbines and the fact that Berryburn is set down in the landscape and generally backclothed. The applicant considers that it's Cairndui that would introduce the most significant change to this route. While it is true that Cairndui would be most prominent, it is quite separate to the development that the current proposals will add to. In any event, the consent for Cairndui expires in October 2020, and as far as I'm aware, there's been no application made to extend this. It's not considered that this development can reasonably be used to diminish the effect that Clash Gour would have. Davaway. The Davaway long-distance route sits at a similar elevation 3 kilometres directly east of viewpoint 8. This route is out with Highland at this point, and it's accepted that viewpoint 8 is clearly not intended to illustrate a view from the Davaway. However, it was referred to in the report to committee to illustrate that routes that are not roads would be impacted. Although views are in the main intermittent, the applicant has identified that the development will have a significant effect on this route. Viewpoint 12, Lochendorp. The minor road to Lochendorp is a well-used route linking the B9007 and the A939. The focus of existing views Lochendorp and Lochendorp Castle. Berryburn is noticeable in this location and also an approach to the junction on the B9007. While in this view the turbines will generally be below the summits and contained, the larger scale of turbine in closer proximity to the loch than Berryburn is likely to draw the eye away from the main focus to become a prominent feature of the view. The consideration of viewer experience and sensitivity to change set out in the EIR are, in my opinion, underestimated. Although viewed in association with Berryburn, turbines are of considerably greater scale and prominence, resulting in greater magnitude of change. This effect of scale, where turbines could be considered overwhelming, is experienced on the road out to the A939 beyond the loch, as illustrated in the supplementary wireline CD 1.24. Viewpoint 19, Ult Vrik. At 21.4 kilometres from the site, viewpoint 19 provides a commanding view to the Findhorn Valley, east across the Dreineken, Lochendorp and Dava SLA, and to Moray. The IAR assesses the magnitude of change to be low on the basis that the development sits within a cluster of existing wind energy developments on the distant skyline. I do not accept this. Distance is not such a mitigating factor. From a cumulative perspective, the EIR indicates that there will be no significant effect on the basis that Cairndui is closer. However, this assessment fails to address the differences in scale and design between the existing consented schemes and the way in which this development will infill the available space between developments. The visual relationship between turbines is confused. Cairndui's contribution, assuming it's built, would result in a combination of larger turbines, Clash Gour, sitting behind the smaller and closer turbines of Cairndui that would impact on perception of landscape scale and distance. Carnan Tree Chiernan, the only Graham within the SLA, is located 1.5 kilometres further west and offers wider panoramas. From here, a significant portion of the Murray Hills are contained within the view between Ultvik and Carnamas-Leon. This is where the existing cluster of wind farms are located. The proposal will result in the presence of man-made structures being more evident on the horizon, creating a wind farm landscape in this view. Aviation lighting would compound this, particularly during dawn and dusk hours. The presence of existing wind energy schemes, such as Tomnanclach that lies to the southeast, does not detract from the longer views across the SLA and beyond. Although impacting on the visual qualities of the SLA itself, this development is generally well contained. It's in my opinion that the acceptance of other wind development in or adjacent to the SLA should not be considered particularly relevant to this inquiry, and that the proposal should be considered on its own merits. The ET viewpoint. The ET Road, Black Isle Wireline, CD 1.3 Viewpoint E, illustrates well the effect that the proposed Clash Gour would have on views within the suitors of Cromarty, Rosemarkie and Fort George SLA. The existing turbines of Berryburn and Hill of Glaskyle are discernible, particularly in afternoon, evening lighting conditions, when accentuated during periods of brighter sunlight. They are, however, of considerably smaller scale and set down from the ridge. As a result, in average weather conditions, they tend not to draw the eye. The proposal considerably extends the influence of this cluster, both horizontally and vertically. While I accept that this is at a distance, the effect of this development is to draw the eye away from the main focus and one of the key qualities of the SLA, which is views to the opposite coast. I believe that the viewpoint is illustrative of an area of high amenity that has a high degree of sensitivity, where there is a strong relationship between the development and the viewer, notwithstanding the distance. Albeit the hills on which the development are situated form a backdrop to these views, taking into account distance and extent of development in the wider view, I would still consider the magnitude of change to be medium. This results in a significant effect and one that is undesirable. The addition of aviation lighting could compound this, particularly during dawn and dusk hours. Conclusion. My assessment of the proposal is that it will have significant detrimental adverse visual impacts, both individually and cumulatively, from routes and other locations within the Drynachan, Lochendorp and Davamure Special Landscape Area and further afield, including in views from the southern coastline of the Black Isle, where it will draw the eye to what is essentially the backcloth to views of the opposite side of the Murray Firth. These significant effects arise as a result of a poorly sited and poorly designed development that does not appropriately consider these factors in relation to existing wind farms in the vicinity. I consider the proposal to be unacceptable in terms of its visual impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Trinick will have some questions for you.
I'll pass over to you, Mr. Trinick. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Brother. Sorry, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Moody.
Good morning, Mr. Trent.
I think you've been notified of all the documents that you'll need. So we'll start with your inquiry report at paragraph 47. It's a small point just to clear out of the way on page 12. We quite correctly record advice from within SPP. I just wanted to be clear that there's no case made by the Highland Council against Clash Gour based on impacts on communities.
That's correct.
Thank you. Another scoping point, if you go to paragraph 3.1 of your inquiry report, to reason for objection 1 on page 8, in fact, both reasons for objection, reading those together, my take is that Highland Council's key issues are the two SLAs. Is that correct?
It's views within the SLAs, yes.
Yes, the views within the SLAs, but your key concerns are the impacts on the SLAs.
No, it's the views from within the SLAs, not on the landscape itself.
No, I understand
it's a visual
that.
impact.
I understand that, but I mean, maybe across purposes, and I'm sure it's my fault. But my understanding is that the Highland Council's case is based around impacts on the special qualities of the two SLAs
Yes.
in your evidence.
Yes.
You don't articulate a more general concern about visual effects outside the context of those SLAs.
No, that's correct.
Thank you. So it's an SLA-based case. Thank you. We're not dealing with policy evidence, but I need to tackle one or two points on that topic because they're within your inquiry report, and I think it's fair to do so now, especially because I don't think you're going to. Will you be at the? You're not giving policy evidence later, are you?
No.
No. In that case, this is my only chance. If you go to 4.9 in your inquiry report at page 12, and you might also get out at this stage document 14.9, which is the inquiry report of Alison Sidgwick. Sorry, is it? No, it's at 14.10. I'll just check.
14.9 it is, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, sorry.
14.9,
14.9 is inquiry.
yeah, that's the one. Page 6, at paragraph 321. I suspect we may not have disagreement here, but I want to make sure we don't. You'll see that at 321, there's a record of what Schedule 9, paragraph 32 says, and you'll be familiar with that. I'm not going to read it out. But 322 records that, in terms, that an applicant is only bound by the duties under Schedule 9 if that applicant holds a generation licence. Otherwise, the applicant is not bound by those duties. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And if you go to 324, the duty of the ministers is not to preserve the qualities of the environmental assets recorded in Schedule 9, but to have regard to the desirability of doing so. That was said by Alison Sidgwick in relation to Murray Council's objection, but the reason I raise it with you, if we go back to paragraph 4.9 of your inquiry report, you say in the fourth line, proposals are considered against the tests contained within Schedule 9. Now, is your understanding of the effect of the various parts of Schedule 9 that which is set out in Alison Sidgwick's inquiry report?
Yes, in terms of desirability of preserving those.
Indeed. These are not substantive tests, but have regard to tests.
Yes.
Thank you for that. So if it helps, I'll just give a further reference there, which is CD 1143, which is the Falago Rig decision. And on page 8 of that decision letter, the Scottish ministers confirm that the view taken by Alison Sidgwick is also their view in terms of the have regard to provisions of Schedule 9. Now go on to paragraph 410, and you say what you say about the development plan. I think we're at one here, frankly. If I phrase matters this way, that you accept that clearly Highland Council policies are not to be applied in Murray. But nevertheless, those policies, and there are no doubt other elements in the Highland-wide development plan, may usefully inform the interests which Highland Council wishes to protect, and to that extent are material. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So we're saying the same thing. That's very helpful. The difficulty is, of course, you don't actually mention any policies, so I'm not quite sure where you're going with it. And having opened the door and to assist Mr. Finlay in re-examination, it's only fair for me to say, well, what policies do you want to refer to?
But policy relating to SLAs in particular. So that's the main issue at hand here.
Is that policy 57?
Yes.
Right. We don't need to go there. I know what the policy is now. I can address it. But it's policy 57. And I think that if the reporter went to the plan and went to Annex 2, you would see the SLAs are recorded as a local interest, aren't they?
Yes.
So we link Appendix 2 or Annex 2 or whatever it is to Policy 57.
Yeah.
And we have it. Okay, well, I can submit on that basis. So far, so good. But I now want to turn to the approach to evidence which you've taken in your inquiry report. If we go to 522 in the report on page 18, you say it should be noted no particular expertise is required to assess visual impact as opposed to landscape impact. No framework in the GLVIA or elsewhere upon which to assess, let alone judge, the acceptability of a proposal. Can I suggest to you that perhaps a necessary framework for judging both landscape and visual acceptability is professional judgment based on the rigorous trained approach of which Mr. Welch spoke on Tuesday and has written of in his inquiry report, something you don't have?
I would disagree with that. It's not a disservice to Mr. Welsh, who's eminently qualified and very experienced, and I have much regard for his experience as well. The point is simply being made in the sense that those judgments can be arrived at by others who do have training and expertise. I have 20 years' experience as being a planning officer and dealing with visual impact, both within urban and rural settings, both with regard to buildings and also to vertical structures in the landscape. So that experience does come to bear in this, and also in terms of following some of the guidance, the GVLIA guidance, dealing with environmental impact assessment reports and environmental statements previously. I am not seeking to set out an argument here that I have reassessed this whole proposal. I have based my opinion and view on the basis of Mr. Welsh's well-considered environmental report and LVIA. So I do believe I've also had training in character appraisals, landscape character appraisal. I've also had training in landscape visual impact assessment. So I believe that I am qualified to make those judgments, but it's not to pay any disservice to Mr. Welsh's experience. I think, in fairness, if we could go to the GLVIA guidance.
CD 7.1.
Which I've seemed to have misplayed. Just bear with me. In fact, it's referred to, I think Mr. Welsh refers to in his own inquiry report, CD 14.1. If I can find it.
It's up on the screen for you, if that's any help.
That may even be helpful, yes. Thank you.
If you're looking for paragraphs in the GLVIA, I was going to take you, if it helps short-circuit matters, to page 21 at paragraph 223, where they talk about professional judgment in LVIA. Is that where you were going?
Yes.
Okay. CD 7.1, paragraph 223. We're going to the same place. And let me, I know you answered the question, but let me try and short-circuit this a bit. Thank you for your comments about Mr. Welch. That's appreciated. I don't doubt your extensive experience. I know of it personally. But I'm not sure you're right in what you say. If you go to the GLVIA, it talks about professional judgment between paragraphs 223 and 224. At the end of 224, it does say professional judgment must be based on both training and experience, and in general, suitably qualified and experienced landscape professionals should carry out LVIA. And I suggest that's said for a reason, because although I said to you, I don't doubt your experience at all, there are some issues where you do need that training, such as, I suggest, and particularly here, the rationalisation of susceptibility and value judgments in order to determine sensitivity. And that's where I suggest you may fall down.
I would disagree with that. As I say, I have that experience. I believe that is exactly the area of experience where planning officers do have in terms of the whole LVIA assessment. And I think it's that use of the word generally that in there, qualified, experienced landscape professionals, to me does not mean that it's wholly the realm of landscape professionals to come to those judgments.
All right.
And that was the point I was looking to make.
Of course, Highland Council does have a landscape professional, a chartered landscape architect, doesn't it?
That's correct.
Anne Cowling.
That's correct.
CD 2139 is the reference. Don't need to go there. But we know what you said.
Mr. Trinick, sorry. Can I just understand the point you're making? Are you suggesting that Mr. Moody is not suitably qualified to give evidence on visual impact as opposed to landscape impacts? Just so I have it clear for re-examination.
I think the purport of my questions is entirely clear. You can see the direction I'm going in. So I'm not actually happy to answer that question. You can see where I'm going. You must draw what conclusions you want from it. I'm not going to deal with that.
I note you are unable to give a direct answer to what is a really straightforward question, Mr. Trinick. I can deal with that in submission and re-examination. But with respect, I suggest, as opposed to the suggestion by Mr. Welsh that's disrespect to him, that's disrespect to Mr. Moody, his professional expertise.
Well, that's a statement. You can make it if you want. I've already said I respect his experience. I've thanked him for respecting Mr. Welch's experience and training. But I am entitled to push the point on the basis that, in this case, the chartered landscape architect employed by Highland Council came to a view with which Mr. Moody, who is not qualified, has disagreed. It's a credibility point I'm entitled to put without disrespect to Mr. Moody.
Well, I think we'll let Mr. Finlay come back to that in re-examination, but I think you were going to move on to the document from Anne Cowley, I believe.
No, not necessarily, ma'am. I'm referring to the Anne Cowling report on the application, CD 2139. And just as a matter of fact, she concluded that there was no reason to object to this application on the basis of impacts on the SLA, didn't she?
She did, and we had a difference of opinion on that. And her opinion had assisted with myself and the case officer having reviewed the assessment and written the report accordingly. So okay. It was helpful, but there was a further discussion beyond this.
All right.
And also I should point out that Anne Cowling did not visit viewpoint 19 nor 24 within that assessment.
Well, that's a fair point. I understand that. And all right. Well, I think we know where we stand on that point now. If you go to your inquiry report at 3.9 on page 10, you say no direct impacts on landscape character areas within Highland. That's obvious because we're not within Highland. The significant landscape impacts of the proposed Clash Gour Wind Farm will affect the landscape character within the site itself. The landscape effects within Highland are secondary effects that affect the special qualities of local landscape designations, arising from the experience of the landscape resource. Just to get it clear between us, these land secondary effects you talk about are visual or perceptual effects and not landscape character effects, aren't they?
That's correct.
Just to be sure about that. Okay. Go to 2.7 on page 6, please. And get out CD 1.2, Chapter 7. At page 7.5. There are other references I may need to go to, but let's hope we can get there just by one reference. On page 7.5, there is a record, isn't there, of scoping stage consultations with the Highland Council. You've got that?
Yes.
And a note that they were invited to and indeed attended design meetings and site visits. I understand it was Mr. McCorkadale who attended those meetings. Is that right?
That's correct.
Surely it's up to Highland Council who attends these meetings. I mean, Anne Cowling's there to attend, but clearly somebody decided to go rather than her. You can't lay that at the door of the applicant. We opened the door to consultations with Highland Council. That's fair, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, we have one landscape architect dealing, an authority that deals with over 6,000 applications a year. It's not reasonable to use her resource in that way. What we would normally request is that applicants come to the Highland Council for pre-application advice using our major application pre-application service, in which case a landscape architect would be involved and would be able to comment in those circumstances and on viewpoints, and usually follow up on those viewpoints. This didn't happen in this case because it was our Murray Council case, I guess, and that's fair to say that why would the applicant come to the Highland Council pre-application advice service? So therefore, I think the resource that has actually been used in this case has probably been a lighter touch than it should have been, arguably. But that is the nature of the resource implications involved in wind energy schemes.
Believe me, I'm not criticising Highland Council for taking whatever approach it wanted to pre-application meetings, but it's your statement, I have no record of landscape architect having been involved, which is a bold statement that might give rise to a supposition that they weren't invited. The applicant made the overtures, didn't it?
This is my inquiry report. I wrote it. I was not aware of the involvement or the extent of involvement in that.
All right.
So if I can help Mr. Trinick, I don't think there's any criticism for not involving the landscape officer. It's just a simple statement of fact.
I think, Mr. Finney, you really must leave it between me and the witness at this stage. We can get on perfectly well. Are you of the view that the Highland Council objections of themselves would warrant the rejection of this application?
Yes.
And having given the answer, that takes away my other questions, so thank you very much for that. Take some points on EIA points. Paragraph 3.7. The topic we've discussed before, no doubt, of the Highland Council approach to visualisations. Clearly we're in Murray, so I'm sure we can happily agree that there wouldn't be the same focus on the use of Highland Council visualisations as there would be if the project was in Highland.
Yes, I accept that. I mean, I believe that was said at the time that we would not require the visualisations to Highland Council standards. We have agreed in the past that SNH visualisations are perfectly acceptable, particularly for an inquiry situation where they're used on site. So I have no doubt about that. And actually, I've had the pleasure of seeing many of Open's visualisations that they submit in environmental statements, and usually I'm very complimentary of them. I believe them to be of high standard. I think in this case, and particularly with viewpoint 19, those standards have not been met, and that's the point I'm making within.
Well, that's a very generous statement, thank you. And I think we would also acknowledge that maybe the base photograph in viewpoint 19 wasn't of the best, so there we are. We're happily agreed on that. But You also say in 3.7, and thank you for that confirmation of position, that cuts that short, that you don't consider the visualisations to accord with best practice guidance produced by SNH. Now, we can go there if you want, but you've seen their consultation response where they were very complimentary about the visualisations and specifically confirmed that they were in accordance with their guidance.
Well, I would imagine, and I can't speak for them, but I would imagine that they will be focusing their efforts on the effects from the national park, and that's their remit in that agreement with CNPA. So I could only imagine that they will be complementing those particular viewpoints that they had actually considered, rather than looking at the whole EIAR and visualisations. I am not aware that they do that routinely. I have never been made aware of them ever criticising visualisations, and to me that paragraph within their response seems like a standard response that they would provide. I suspect, had there been other visualisations that were substantially the baseline photography was questionable, they may well have said that. My view and the Council's view on visualisations, as you alluded to, differs from SNH guidance and from applicants often, and we expect a much higher quality of visualisation. So the reference there to THC is simply that. I don't expect the visualisations to be submitted to THC standards. I would still expect a high quality.
Mm-hmm. Well, the reporters have in front of them what SNH said unbidden and positively about the visualisations in this case. What weight they put on it, I leave to them. But one more point on this. Am I right that it's Highland Council is the only planning authority in Scotland that insists on its own approach to visualisations?
I can't be entirely certain about that. I understand that Perth and Kinross also use our visualisation standards, and I believe that there are others within the UK that use them.
All right. 4.12 in your inquiry report, where you address CD 717, Siting and Design by SNH, and you rehearse some paragraphs from within that guidance in that section, without, no reason why you should, coming to any particular conclusion about this development. If we go, I think you do need to go now to SNH's response to the application, CD 2135, on page 7. I can be brief here because this passage has already been drawn to the attention of the inquiry. And I'm sure you've read it, but you can see on page 7 that SNH gives some plaudits to the applicant in relation to its approach to design iteration. Have you read all this material?
I have.
Yeah. No, I won't trouble you or insult your intelligence by reading it out, but I think it's fair to say that SNH, and this is not a matter of whether or not the development is acceptable or not, but they do acknowledge the extreme attention given by the applicant to the design of this wind farm and to minimise the impacts by design, don't they?
Yes, they do, and I think it's been, Mr Welsh in his evidence gave that quite clear response, which is the design iteration in this case probably has gone beyond what is normally expected. And I can appreciate that that's the case because you've got 3 wind farms effectively creating one. So I can understand that. My issue perhaps in this is whether or not that design had been considered sufficiently from the Highland Council area.
All right, that's fair. This is slightly a Schedule 9 point in terms of giving attention to the necessary issues that I don't think it can be argued that the applicant has failed to seek to minimise by design in this case. Whether it's done so to the satisfaction of Highland Council is a separate issue. Can we agree that?
Yes.
Thank you. Coming on to points of more substance than procedure now, if we go to 5.5 in your inquiry report. here you're talking about the Dreineken, Lochendorp and Davermoors SLA. And you say at the bottom of page 14, furthermore, I don't agree that the perception of difference in turbine scale diminishes by distance in the context of views from the SLA with which I'm concerned. Quite the opposite, and you go on to say what you say. It's the principle I want to just address of diminishing scale in perception with distance. If you go to JW2 first of all, just to locate viewpoint 8, although I think the reporters will be fairly familiar enough with it by now. It's the 8 knock viewpoint. Not sure JW2 is going to help, actually. It gets to viewpoint 8, but they'll also refer to viewpoint 19, but I think the reporters know where that is. I need to get out a figure to locate that. Let's go to viewpoint 8 first of all. In CD 123, I'll get a figure number for you. 763A. Just bear with me a moment while I get the... You'll need to read it with 763B as well.
Are these, sorry, the supplementary visualization?
Yes, they are.
I don't have that at hand. I can see it on the screen, it's fine.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. Well, can you, because you need to see 763A and B side by side. Tell you what, no, actually you do need them side by side. Is anyone offering to help Mr. Moody?
Perhaps Mr. Kelly can.
Mr. Kelly's going to help. Excellent.
We have to make sure that we don't pass documents around. That's the only difficulty. Might want to.
It's CD 123 anyway. Tell you what, have you got them in front of you, ma'am? That'll do, because I know that Mr. Moody is somewhat familiar with the territory, so let's, and you know what viewpoint 8 is. You've been there. There's clearly a big scale difference, isn't there, between Cairndui and Clash Gour when viewed from viewpoint 8?
Well, that all depends on your perception. So that Cairndui will be closer to you, so therefore will be bigger. Yes, if that's what you mean.
Let's try a different way, because it may be that there's nothing between us and it's language getting in the way. I'll just take the point to its end and see if we can agree it, and if not, we'll backtrack. When you stand at viewpoint 8, Cairndui is close. The turbines, although they are in fact smaller than the Clash Gour turbines, look a hell of a lot bigger because they're much closer. If you go to viewpoint 19, that doesn't apply to the same extent because of the different distances. I thought you were saying something along the lines that perceptions of differences, well, you are saying that, differences in turbine scale don't diminish with distance, and that I found rather surprising.
I'm not sure why. That's surprising. You will still pick up the differences in scale, even with distance.
Well, will you? I dispute that.
You don't lose the sense of scale.
Are you saying that at viewpoint 19, you can still tell that the Cairndui turbines are, whatever they are, 110, and the Clash Gour ones are 149 or 180.
Yes, because you would perceive
You can
them.
really tell.
You would perceive them as being, because they're closer in the view, that they're smaller, and the Clash Gour are larger and further away.
Let's just follow that up for a moment, because there's a point of possibly important disagreement here that may go to the evidence. But at viewpoint 8, you can see clearly the Candoui turbines look bigger because they're closer. That's an obvious statement.
Yes.
But even at viewpoint 8, I suggest that it's very difficult with Clash Gour being at 7.5 kilometres to say, I can tell that the Candoui turbines are actually smaller than the Clash Gour turbines. That's a very surprising statement.
I think the reporters can make their own mind up on that by visiting the site. I think that's the key thing, is having the correct perspective on site. I do believe you would see that. You would not expect to see turbines of that scale. If they were the same height as Cairndui, they would appear lower in the landscape. You've got a scale reference already, remember, that you've got 100-metre belly burn turbines. So if Cairndui is 110, you expect Berryburn to be of a similar magnitude of scale. Therefore, you're considerably higher,
but
half again.
In order to to come to the conclusions that you say you can come to, you also have to be able to see the turbines from ground to tip. The topography gets in the way of your argument, doesn't it?
I don't agree with that at all, because you're talking about a three-dimensional scale here. You're not talking about a two-dimensional scale. You have rotor diameters which are larger, which therefore impacts on that perception as well.
And you say the same from viewpoint 19, or whatever distance that is? Let's get the distance to be sure. It's at 21 kilometres. You say you can still tell the difference in the...
You wouldn't be able to tell the difference of the exact height, but you would be able to tell that there is a difference.
Would you?
And you would anticipate that the turbines which were behind and further away would be of a smaller scale.
Okay, agree to disagree on that, but I have your view and thank you. Wind farm landscapes and perception of those... I don't know if there's any between us or not, but let me put it to you this way and see if there is. If looking, actually viewpoint 8 is a good way to do it. Let's see, is it? No, viewpoint 19 is good for that, because you can see, if you go to viewpoint 19, which is CD 123, figure 774, and acknowledging the poor baseline photograph, 774A I think we'll stick with. We say, yes, of course, you can look from viewpoint 19 and say over there, 21 kilometres away, there are enough turbines that's a wind farm landscape. We don't dispute that. The question is why that really matters at viewpoint 19 in terms of visual impact. You're looking at developments 21 kilometres away with the whole of the SLA in front of you. Clash Gour is beyond the SLA. So whether the visual effect is significant or not, and we can agree to disagree about that, any perception of a wind farm landscape 21 kilometres away is irrelevant to the point. The point being the visual impact on VP19. Do you disagree?
Yes.
You can give a reason, don't worry.
When you're looking at a view, the point about wind farm landscape, I think, was made, if you're looking at a whole landscape character type or a whole view. So if you were looking at 180 degrees or 360-degree views, this is only taking up a certain percentage of that. So the field of view is important, and what you're looking at is important. So in this particular view, you're looking down onto the streams to your right-hand side. You're looking down over Davamure, what you can see of Davamure between the hills. So the wind farm is sitting right in the middle of that view. And actually, if you, as I said yesterday, rewind and go up to Carn and Treechernan, actually that's an even more focused view. It's actually framed by two hills. So that's why it's important. Also, I would accept that you will be looking one way and the other. But your eye is actually drawn out to the coast as well. And this development is on the wind farm cluster, the enlarged wind farm here, would be more noticeable in those views, in my view. So I think it is an important view. And again, a representative one, you would get this consideration of this view on many of these hills on the west of the Davamure.
Put the point another way, because I think we're going to have to agree to disagree on this, that the concept of a wind farm landscape is essentially a landscape character concept. You experience a wind farm landscape as a landscape character matter. From viewpoint 19, clearly there are no landscape character effects. There couldn't be at that distance. And hang on, you're not claiming them. It's a pure visual effect.
Yes.
And so I suggest that the fact that there may be a wind farm landscape in terms of landscape character over there, nearly 22 kilometres away, is actually irrelevant to the visual impact from VP19.
No, I would say that that's still a wind farm landscape. You have, at the moment, you have a landscape which has a number of wind farms on it. There is clear separation between them, so that is a landscape with wind farms. You have a conjoined wind farm. This is a wind farm landscape, in a visual sense.
All right, well, I got your evidence. Thank you. You did raise the question. I was going to follow it up later. I'll do it now. At viewpoint 19, when the reporters go there, sure, they can look at the wind farms if they want to, but there's a very expansive view, isn't there? You can turn around and look at the Murray Firth at Cromarty to the north. It's a tremendously expansive view, isn't it?
There is a view, but you would not be looking behind you necessarily at that view. You're looking more towards the coast, yes.
Well, it depends what draws the eye, and I suppose that's another point between us, that if there's a very attractive view towards the Murray Firth and Cromarty, maybe that would draw the eye more than a group of wind turbines over there 22 kilometres away.
This is in the view, though.
Yeah, I know it's in the view, but it's what draws the eye, and I dispute that the
21 kilometres.
Sorry, go on.
21 kilometres, turbines of 150 metres will draw the eye.
Well, okay. Paragraph 5.1 of your inquiry report. You say on the fifth line, when viewed from the west and north within Highland Council's administrative boundary, the existing developments in the immediate locality appear as individual developments with turbines of similar scale that largely sit below and or behind the ridge lines. And later on in that section, you go on to say, well, Clash Gour makes a difference in that respect. Let's just examine that briefly. If you go back to viewpoint 8, and again, you're going to have to do the exercise you can't do because you haven't got CD 123 hard copy, but we may be able to do it without that. First of all, in the exercise the reporters are engaged in, sorry, some water. In the exercise the reporters are engaged in, it's right to take account of the consented wind farms as well as the existing ones, isn't it?
Yes.
And if you go to figure 763A, I know you can't, well, you can on screen, that's fine. It's clear that at this viewpoint, Cairn Dewey represents a much larger development. It occupies much more of your attention, naturally, than either Hill of Glasgow or Bury Burn. That'd be fair to say, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would, at this distance, yeah.
And we can see that from that viewpoint, both Cairn Dewey and Hill of Glasgow are skylined, aren't they?
Yes.
In comparison, can we agree that Clash Gour is largely below the skyline from that viewpoint?
No. Oh, in terms of yes, from the those turbines that are visible are not below. But yes, the wind farm as a whole, yes.
Largely below the
Yes.
skyline. Thank you. And whereas Cairn Dewey is full frontal and in front of the nearest ridge line, Clash Gour sits behind the nearest ridge line, doesn't it? There's a series of ridges going to the ultimate horizon,
Yeah.
but Clash Gour, even the nearest turbine is behind the nearest ridge line, isn't it?
Yes.
Perhaps I can just, it might be helpful if it scrolled down to the next, because then, yes, that's the one. That may help Mr. Moody a bit more.
Yes, that's helpful, actually. So I'm rather focusing on my paper, not on the screen, but that is helpful. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt. I'll just advise you that the webcast, the live stream has actually gone down at the moment, but we are still being recorded. So I think we'll perhaps just carry on and see how things are. Graham's keeping us posted.
Well, if you wanted
but
to
it's
take,
still being recorded.
if you wanted to take 5 minutes to see if it comes up again, Mr. Moody loves being televised. So.
Madam, I have to say, if you said that I think you did that the Wi-Fi is down.
No, the Wi-Fi is still working. It's our live stream that's not working at our end. I think it's the server. It's a server problem at our end, but we are still recording proceedings.
Yes,
I think it might be wise just to take a 5-minute break and then see.
I'd be obliged for that, Madam. The difficulty is that we have got many people watching this and in a position to forward comments to us. If they cannot watch it live, that does present difficulties for us.
Yes, I think we'll take a break. We'll take 10 minutes, and we'll keep everybody posted. For break for 10 minutes at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
What we're really wondering is there likely to be anyone watching remotely who is going to be giving evidence in response to the discussion today that might be prejudiced by the stream going down? Just looking for any comments.
From our point of view, Madam, I think the answer is no. It isn't quite as simple as that, because we have part of the client body watching this from outside the building. In particular, there's one gentleman in Italy who's watching it, and they are in positions to give us comments or instructions, a system that we've set up. So if you intend to proceed and there's no external live feed, I'd like just to take instructions on that to make sure that we can proceed without prejudice. Our witnesses here, so that isn't an issue, but I think not least as a formality, I do need to take instructions on it.
Yes, I think that's certainly our concern, that there might be someone who may be giving evidence. It's at a later stage. As I said earlier, there is still a recording of proceedings, so people, for those perhaps members of the public who are watching proceedings, they can watch it at a later stage, but I think our concern is whether there will be parties who are actually involved in the inquiry who will be disadvantaged. Mr Trinick, did you have any thoughts?
Only to say that we hear that one of Mr Welsh's colleagues sitting in Edinburgh has had no break in service at all. That's anecdotal, of course, and I don't say it applies to anybody else.
Mr Kelly, have you any feedback from any of your clients?
Ma'am, thank you. Certainly, I am normally receiving instructions or comments by email as we anticipated, and that happened several times yesterday. I have emailed my clients to explain the situation. I've had nothing back. I appreciate the difficulties, but I also appreciate that we're all here. We need to make some progress, subject to Mr Steele taking instructions, as he's mentioned. I'm content in the circumstance to leave it in your hands, ma'am.
Just to... Sorry, I'll wait.
Good news is we are back live. Problem solved.
Perfect.
So we'll carry on. Sorry about that, Mr Trinick and Mr Moody. We'll
thank you, ma'am.
catch up. Thank you.
We've just looked, Mr Moody, at viewpoint 8. As Mr Finlay said to Mr Welch in cross-examination, there's a limited mileage in going through every viewpoint because we know where we disagree. However, I think it is important that the reporters know why we disagree for the purposes of their note when going to the on-site visit. So one more viewpoint for the moment, which is 12. You've now got, I think, the hard copy of CD 123 in front of you at figure 767A. And if you could also get in front of you, with apologies to Helen, I didn't tell her, CD 112, which is your report of handling. And when you get it, go to paragraph 846.5. Now, here the difference between the parties is that Mr Welch says sensitivity medium, magnitude medium low. You say sensitivity medium high, magnitude medium. He says, therefore, not significant. You say significant. But it's a curiosity, this viewpoint, in terms of precisely why we disagree with each other. So let's just examine that. At your 846.5, you tell us about the viewpoint and what Mr Welch says, what Open said about that viewpoint. Fifth last line of certainly my paper page. However, it is considered that the introduction of the proposed development would intensify the visual effect that the Bury-Bone turbines have on this location, contrasting in scale with existing turbines. However, the proposed development would not diminish the large scale of the surrounding landscape and would broadly contain development to the same part of the view already affected. I'll signal now, one of my problems here is separating out landscape and visual effects in what you're saying here. In 846.6, fifth line, as such, the proposal remains contained. Landscape scale is not unduly diminished. It is considered the inclusion of a great quantity of turbines at a larger scale in this view will further impact the view experience from this area. 846.7, overall Bury-Bone turbines occupy a similar part of the panorama. However, the proposed wind farm development will significantly increase the scale of turbines. Looking at figure 767A, and noting there's a limited advantage in extensive exploration of opinions, I will ask you this one question. I suggest that if you look at 767A, we see that the proposed development is indeed contained within the same land form as Bury-Bone, point 1. Are we agreed there?
Yes.
That each of the developments, Buryburn and Clash Gour, is to some extent skylined and to some extent backgrounded. No great difference there.
I think I have a slight difference of view in that respect, in that the Buryburn turbines do appear, when you actually are on site in that view, to be slightly more backclothed by the hills than you would expect or anticipate with the proposed Clash Gour turbines, which are of larger scale.
All right. Clearly, there's an intensification of the wind farm experience, if you like, from this viewpoint. We don't deny that.
No.
But my final suggestion is that the differences in apparent scale, and I use the word apparent, reflecting our difference of opinion earlier on, the differences of apparent scale between Buryburn and Clash Gour are not so great at this viewpoint.
I would disagree with that. Again, just the difference in scale would be apparent in terms of rotor diameters and where you expect the wind farm to be located in relation, or the wind farms to be located in relation to each other. I think that's accentuated by the supplementary wire line coming out of that was provided in terms of coming out of Lochinvar, where actually the scale of these turbines becomes much more apparent against the Buryburn turbines.
Very well. Well, the reporters have the note of why we disagree to take on their site visit. 3.6, please, in your inquiry report. And also get out, please, CD 717, that's siting and designing wind farms in the landscape again.
Sorry, which reference in terms of the inquiry?
717.
Thank you.
You have to bear with me because I need to find that reference. James. Where's the bit about anticipation? 150 metres. My apologies, I got the wrong document. Always helps to get the right one. It's 750, not 717. My apologies. This is the SNH publication, Visual Representation of Wind Farms. So my apologies for that. When you've got it, that's the one, thank you, go to paragraph 48. You say in 3.6, I have concerns with the scale and the extent of this proposal, both on its own and cumulatively, that give rise to significant visual effects over greater distances than implied within the LVIA, while the 45 km, 40 km radius areas applied do meet with current SNH guidance. Should be noted this guidance was written at a time when turbines were 125 metres and now they're bigger. If you look at paragraph 48 of 715, can we see that SNH has actually anticipated 150 metre plus turbines and still recommends a 45 kilometre initial ZTV distance?
Yes, I can accept that.
Okay, thank you. Turning now to the SLAs. And we'll deal first with Dranican, Lochinvar and Davamore. And go to 513, please, in your inquiry report. And let's see. Try not to get out documents earlier than I need them. Since the date of the citations for the SLAs, and that's document 7.9. I don't want to go there yet, but we know that's 2011, don't we?
Yes.
Since 2011, we know that Tonman and Clack has been consented and built. We know it's within the SLA, isn't it?
Yes.
We know that it was consented, there were two consents. The first one was following a public inquiry. Highland Council objected. I think you gave evidence at that inquiry.
That's correct.
Subsequently, there was a revised scheme which went through a written appeal, and that revised scheme has been built.
Correct.
If we go to Mr. Welch's inquiry report, please. At paragraph 848 on page 66. That's paper page 66. Rail page numbers. And this is a substitute for going to the Tonman and Clack decision itself. Can we see that Mr. Welch records, this is the second appeal decision, the written appeal, October 2016, what the reporter had to say about the SLA in that case?
Yes,
I'm not going to read it all out, but in broad terms, he does consider the SLA, no doubt in the light of Highland Council submissions on that appeal, in the light of everybody else's submissions, and comes to the conclusion the proposal would have some negative impact on special qualities. Nonetheless, he granted consent, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. And we also know that since 2011, Cairndui has been consented. I'm not going to take you to the decision the reporters have it. It's CD 11.2. And if the reporters go to paragraph 436, they will see what Highland Council had to say in that inquiry. I can't remember, I was there, but were you there?
No, I wasn't there.
There's Anne Cowling, I think, gave evidence there, didn't she?
Yes.
And Mr. McCorkadale.
That's correct.
That's right. And the reporters gave their views on the SLA topic at paragraph 483 and following, so that's the reporters' views. I'm curious as to why you didn't mention either of these decisions in your inquiry report. I know you mentioned in your precognition, having seen Mr. Welch's inquiry report, which does dwell on them, but did you not think that these two developments were of some relevance to the debate about this SLA?
Certainly Cairndui is, and it's mentioned within the cumulative assessment. Tonman and Clack was not assessed within the original proposal when we raised it. The effects are visual effects on the SLA and not the character of the SLA. So Tonman and Clack, to my mind, is not directly relevant to the Council's case. It is there. Reporters can visit the site and make up their own mind in terms of the impact or the effect that it has on the SLA. It is a lone feature within this particular environment, and from some perspectives reads better than others. We are looking at a different perspective when I'm looking at viewpoint 19 in particular. The effects of this Clash Gour Wind Farm are quite different to the effects on the SLA from Tonman and Clack.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Forgive me, Mr. Moody, but Tonman and Clack was objected to on the basis of the SLA by Highland Council at inquiry and then in the subsequent written appeal. Contentions were made that Tonman and Clack would affect the special qualities of the SLA. It's been built. It's in the SLA, whereas Clash Gour is not. It's 4.5 kilometres from viewpoint 19. But you seem to be saying, it's not really important. I find that very surprising.
I'm not dismissing it. I'm saying that it's not a particular feature in the view that we're discussing here today in terms of Clash Gour. and even looking at that view slightly further back from Carnan Tree Chernan, you are aware, very aware, of Tomlin Clach on the other side of the streams. But your view is, in my opinion, not to the wind farm and beyond the wind farm necessarily. It's to the coast, over the SLA and to the coast.
Well, there you go. Can't have it both ways. If you're standing on viewpoint 19 and you say your view is to the north towards the coast, and you've already got the Berryburn and other turbines, never mind Clash Gour over there, the focus is towards the coast. Why should that change? Because Clash Gour comes into the view.
We're talking about a representative viewpoint as well. I mean, it's only one viewpoint. You would get similar perspective from elsewhere, or if you're slightly lower down, you wouldn't see Tomlin Clach. So if you were on Erect, coming down from Erect, you wouldn't notice Tomlin Clach, but you would see more of the SLA.
Yeah, I don't think you quite answered my question. If you're standing at viewpoint 19, I put to you that you're rather belittling the role of Tomlin Clach in the landscape from viewpoint 19 and frankly dismissing it as being of little importance. My suggestion is that if your focus is, as you've said, in the context of Tomlin Clach, really towards Moray Firth and the coast, despite Tomlin Clach, why would a development sitting among other developments over 22 kilometres or nearly 22 kilometres away change that perception? I don't understand.
Because it's a different view. You would turn around to look at Tomlin Clach, which does have a significant effect.
Yes,
on that view.
Sorry,
but if you turn round, you've got a different view, and it's a view of a wind farm landscape.
Well, isn't it really a question, Mr. Moody, of what draws the eye naturally from that view? My suggestion is that if you're standing at viewpoint 19 with a fairly large wind farm, Tomlin Clach, 4.5 kilometres away, that'll draw the eye.
It would draw the eye, but you would actually move away from it because you perhaps wouldn't want to see it unless you were particularly interested in that development.
Well, sorry, that's a rather different point. It may speak to the point about training and professional judgment, which I mentioned earlier. If you're at viewpoint 19...
I'm talking about a receptor.
Yes. If you're at viewpoint...
assessment.
Sorry. If you're at viewpoint 19 as a receptor, as a walker, as anybody, what naturally draws the eye is what we're talking about here. And my suggestion is that, although you haven't mentioned Tomlin Clach in your inquiry report at all, it is that development at 4.5 kilometres which will draw the eye far more than, if but consented and granted, Clash Gour sitting amongst other wind farms at over 21 kilometres.
Well, I think this is a point we'll have to agree to disagree on that. I agree that it will draw the eye when you get to the summit. I don't agree that that's the only thing that will draw the eye. You have the streams, which is quite a geological feature running through with the Findhorn below. You have the SLA out across, and you have these hills at the back of that, backclothing the SLA. Mm-hmm. So you've got different views within this particular viewpoint, if you like, from this viewpoint. And that is one of them, which is across to a wind farm landscape, or would be across to a wind farm landscape.
Okay. At all events, I want to capture one point from what you said. We can agree to disagree on that, and that's fine. But I think you said, and forgive me if I got it wrong, but that at present, standing at viewpoint 19, the existence of Tomlin Clach doesn't prevent the eye being drawn by the Moray Firth and, no doubt, Cromarty beyond.
Yes.
So if a wind farm at 4.5 kilometres away doesn't prevent the eye being drawn towards the north and the very lovely view towards the Moray Firth, why would the addition of a wind farm to other wind farms already in the landscape at 21 kilometres have that effect?
Because you're intensifying the use of that particular piece of land, which at the moment you're not recognising some of the development within that view, but this will draw your eye even further given the scale of the development and the fact that it's infilling existing developments.
Okay, have your view on that, thank you. Would you go to 513, please, in your inquiry report? again, already been there once and then dipped away from it. In 513, fourth last line, citation goes on to state that key priority should to be protect the landscape in the area from fragmentation and encroachment by unsympathetic forms of development, which could disrupt the wide and uncluttered horizontal views. Can we go to 7.9 now, CD 7.9? Which I promptly lost. Yeah, wait till I get it. Forgive me.
It's on the screen, Mr. Trinick, if that's any help.
If you could bring it up on screen, that would be superb. Thank you. At page 136. Lost it somewhere. I'm going to still try and find my hard copy, but bear with me a moment. One of life's mysteries. We'll find it at some stage. Page 136. Well done. Thank you very much indeed. That's great. Under sensitivity to change, we find the reference which you make in paragraph 513. Now, my suggestion to you is that that sensitivity to change is clearly advising on the management of land within the SLA. It couldn't be otherwise.
Yes, but it is relevant in terms of the key qualities of the area, in the sense of the expansive views and broad panoramas.
Yes, but the change to which the SLA is sensitive in these terms is change to the landscape within the SLA, not changes to views out with the SLA. That must be so. Land management priorities.
Yes, I mean it relates to the boundary of that, but they can't. In this context, you can't. You know, there's no boundary. There's no line on a map. You're actually taken to the moorland landscapes.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Moody, come on, I'm going to interrupt you. There's a boundary of the SLA. This is a citation for this SLA.
As a receptor.
It has a boundary.
As a receptor, there is no boundary.
Oh, come on, Mr. Moody. This management priority advised must be internal to the SLA. It could not be otherwise.
I don't disagree with that.
You don't disagree with that. Thank you. Would you get out your report of handling, please? CD 112 again. Still sticking with the SLA. And I want to take you to paragraph 830. And also get out JW2, please. Are you there?
Yes.
Thanks very much. You say in the second part of 830, sentence beginning, however, it can be noted at this point that due to the position of the wind farm and the visibility from within the SLA, in particular along the fairly long, fairly straight routes running north and south, the experience of the openness and simplicity of this landscape will be likely to be adversely affected as a result of this development. Now, what I just want to do briefly is to look at the extent of theoretical visibility of Clash Gour on JW2 along these roads. And a locator would be viewpoint 4. You can see there you're on the 939.
No, that's the 940.
Sorry, I've gone too far south. Here we are. Yes, the 940. I suggest to you, without the need to pore over it too much, that theoretical visibility of this development from the A940, apart from at viewpoint 4, is fairly minimal.
You would have some visibility on the B9007 and also on
No. I said the A940. The A940.
Yes, there is a point there, yes, at the viewpoint.
Sorry?
At the viewpoint, yes, there is a part.
Yeah, maybe you didn't hear my question. I suggested that although I've noted the visibility at viewpoint 4, visibility as a whole along the A940 is really absolutely minimal.
Yes.
Yeah. And James, which is the 939?
Sorry, could you remember to wear your mask, Mr. Welsh?
Sorry?
Just asking Mr. Welsh to wear his mask.
Oh, I'm sorry. My
Health
apologies.
and safety, please.
If you go to the A939, which takes off at the AA box or whatever it is, and goes west and then goes north up towards Furness. There is some visibility initially as far as viewpoint 8, but even along that stretch of road, my suggestion for the reporter's note is that, as Mr. Welch said in his evidence, there are about 10-year-old trees, about 3 to 4 metres high to the north of that road, which restrict visibility. Do you agree with that?
There are some trees. There are some, at that point, they're deciduous trees and interspersed by open space.
Yeah, my suggestion is a visibility between the junction with the 940 and viewpoint 8 is fairly restricted.
Yes.
Okay. Then we've got viewpoint 8, which we know all about. And then as you go north along the A939, there's some minimal visibility to start with, but after that, virtually nothing at all. Do you agree with that?
You would get some visibility up to Cairndui, yes, and then would lose that.
Then yes, that's fair. And then you lose it. I'll come to the B9007 later. Don't worry, I won't forget it. Let's then go to 832 of your inquiry, of the report of handling, please. It's only a tiny point. At viewpoint 8, you say up to 11 turbines visible of Clash Gour. Just for the record, Mr. Welch says there are actually 7. You might just want to check that quickly. This is figure 763B. I'll let So let me refine that point. There are 7 hubs available, views of hubs available from viewpoint 8. Can we agree that?
Yes.
Indeed, I think there are only 7 turbines visible at all. from Clash Gour at that viewpoint. Is that correct?
Yes, from that specific viewpoint, yeah.
Thank you. Now, the next sentence, or two sentences on, while existing development in the form of Berryburn, Herald, Lascaux and Cairndui wind farms will also be visible, there is clear separation from the proposed wind farm. To be honest, I didn't understand what that meant, so I'm going to ask you what that means. That's at viewpoint 8.
Sorry, I've lost place in the...
Sorry.
Okay.
Fifth line of 832, while existing developments in the form of Berryburn, Herald, Lascaux, Cairndui also visible, clear separation from the proposed wind farm. I didn't understand what you meant there by clear separation from the proposed wind farm.
Well, certainly, Herald, Lascaux, you would come across first. You would see that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Cairndui is the more in your direct line of vision. You would pass it. So there, you can see those as separate entities, and Berryburn is then further on.
Well, you would say Berryburn is well separated as well. That was my point. Are you saying that? It's not, is it?
Well, from that particular viewpoint, perhaps not, but when you're travelling along that, it would be. Or could be.
Well, we'll leave that as a point of disagreement. For the reporter's note, what we say is that no, Berryburn, Clash Gour will always be seen very much in the context of Berryburn travelling along the A939, when you do see it at all.
When you're travelling along the A39, well, yes, I guess, and you can see that from, I suppose, viewpoint 12 as well, where they're in the same part of the landscape.
All right, so my point was about the words clear separation. In terms of Berryburn, can we agree that is not so far as views from the 8939 are concerned?
Yes. I mean, I can't second-guess why that is put that way. Certainly the existing turbines within that landscape, there's clear separation between them. I agree that Clash Gour would be seen with Berryburn on that particular route.
Okay, that's fine. It's only a small point, just for the note. Go to 835, please. And now we're going to come back to your favourite road, the B9007. And for that, to explore this, you need to get out from within SI 2020, figure 715A. You say in 835, while there are areas of respite from turbines along the 939 and the B9007, given surrounding topography and vegetation, there will be views of both Berryburn and Clash Gour together where it would have a significant impact on special qualities of the SLA. I want you to just look at the ZTV coverage of the B9007, which we can see is the yellow road. Well, we all know where it is, going broadly north-south from the area of the Fintone Valley and then going down into the national park, correct?
Sorry, I don't have the figure in front of me.
You don't have the figure?
No.
No, sorry. SI 2020, figure 715A. Marvellous, thank you very much. Is that? Yes, that's the one. Is it possible, Helen, to zoom at all? If you go down, yes, carry on, and then centre the left part of the map, if you could. You can see there's a yellow line going north-south, that's it. And then zoom a bit more. Thank you. That may do. You can see there, Mr. Moody, the B9007.
Yes.
Right. It's the same exercise I did with the other roads. My suggestion is that as you come from north to south, you don't get any visibility until you get just west of Cairndewey.
Yes.
There's some visibility there. And then you lose it again, and you don't pick up any visibility until you get to the boundary of the national park. Just around viewpoint 12.
Yes.
If that is the boundary of the national park.
It's not.
No, it's not. It's
That's
still north of it,
confusing.
aren't you? And then you've got some visibility, but you are getting to a greater and greater distance going south towards the boundary. But then you lose the visibility again by the time you get to the boundary. Is that correct?
Yes.
So my suggestion is that in overall terms, there is pretty minimal visibility of the proposed development from the B9007.
I accept that the visibility is limited, but I would say it's not minimal, and it's particularly noticeable when you're travelling south to north, when you're passing towards the south of viewpoint 12, which is the junction. That's where it is most noticeable. And at that point, you're already picking up Berryburn Wind Farm, and this would be seen against that context.
Right. But obviously, viewpoint 12 is there. We've looked at it as the Lockendorf Minor Road viewpoint before the junction with the 9007. But in terms of the overall experience of that road, your concerns are limited to that narrow area just to the west of viewpoint 12, I would suggest.
Yes, which is a significant part of that route.
Well, it's a very small part of that route, isn't it? Very small indeed.
But a significant one. It's about a stretch of
All right.
2 kilometres.
Okay. We'll now turn to look at the Suitors of Cromarty, Resmarkie and Fort George SLA. For that, we go to 511 of your report. But, ma'am, I'm going to just request a small comfort break for 5 minutes.
Yes, that's fine. If we come back at 11:30. Thank you.
If you go to your inquiry report at page 16, paragraph 511, you tell us that the LBIA does not assess the impact on this SLA, the Suitors of Cromarty SLA. Would you take up, please, CD 12 at page 746? That's bottom of the real page numbering, 746, at paragraph 723. And you can see that it says table 7.9 indicates which of the landscape designations have potential to experience a significant landscape effect, including cumulative effects, and which of them do not require further detailed assessment. And then if we go over the page, still within table 7.9, can we see a blue label across status, no potential for significant effects, and not included in detailed assessment due to limited and or distant visibility of the proposed development. And there we have Suitors of Cromarty SLA. So you will disagree. You will say, well, there are significant effects, but can you now understand the approach taken in the LBIA towards this?
Yes.
Thank you. So it wasn't ignored, it was dealt with, but not detailed.
It was considered. I absolutely accept that was
That's
considered,
fine.
but there is no reasoning as to why it was discounted.
Well, the reasoning is there. Whether it's good enough is not for me. 519, slightly puzzled, another small point, slightly defensive maybe. Although no viewpoints were initially requested in this SLA, in preparation for the inquiry, a request was made to the applicant and that resulted in viewpoint E. Do you not know that that viewpoint E was in the EIAR from the very start?
No.
It's in volume 3, CD13, volume 3F. It's been there from the outset.
Well, I must have overlooked that in terms of my evidence.
That's fine, as long as we understand. Would you, so we can explore the limits of potential effect on this SLA, go to CD13, volume 3B. I think it's our first visit to that document in this inquiry. Figure 713, which Helen's brought up. Will you scroll down a bit, or up a bit rather, up a bit, and so you can now see. Could you zoom in, perhaps, on the north side of the Firth, so left-hand side of the image, and centre the left-hand side. Zoom a bit more. A bit more. Brilliant. That's good. We can see then the stippling and boundary of the SLA, can't we? And the reporters can note the extent of potential visibility within the SLA. There's just no reason to doubt that, obviously. Just for the reporters note that we have got that ZTV information. Now, the area of your concern for this SLA is described in your inquiry report at 518. Just before I go to 518, though, we have a heading, pseudocyclometry SLA, above 516. I just want to ask you, though, about 520 and 524, and indeed 525, because as I saw it, although they come under the heading of the SLA, these paragraphs don't concern the SLA at all. Indeed, 524 refers back to Lochindaub. Are these misplaced paragraphs?
No, the aspect of suitors and chrometry are contained within 516 to 19.
Well, it's not, is it? Because then you go on in 525 and 526 to deal with the SLA in detail. And just because there's a major heading above 516, I assume that everything under that was to do with the SLA, which is not.
No, it's commenting on those particular. So I've commented first of all on Reineken, commented on suitors and chrometry, and then considered those visual effects in relation to.
All right. So at 519, you say at the end, this helpfully demonstrates my assessment of likely effects discussed below, but then we have to go on to paragraph 525, don't we, to get back to this SLA, is that right?
Yes.
All right, just so I know where I am. In 518, which I was going to go to, you say changes would occur to the key visual characteristics of the SLA over a wide area of coastline. Well, we've seen the ZTB, it is what it is, notwithstanding the distances concerned, 30-plus kilometres. While on the edge of the study area, the effect is enhanced given the lower topography of the south of the Firth, etc. So the reporters, when they look at your concerns about the SLA, can really focus on this coastal strip, can't they?
Well, the qualities of the SLA relate to that interaction between the two coasts, yes.
Well,
in fact, the various coasts, North Suitor, South Suitor, and Cromarty, Fort George.
Sorry, let me put it a different way. Insofar as there may be impacts on this SLA, the reporters can focus on the coastal strip shown by the ZTB, can't they?
They can in terms of the qualities of the SLA.
All right, that's fine.
The hills behind, or the views behind we discussed yesterday in terms of that layering effect or horizons form the backdrop to that, yes.
Well, let's explore that. That's why we're here. Go to 526, please. And we're referring to viewpoint E here. Let's go to that viewpoint E, shall we, which is in CD13, Volume 3F. Another of my documents has gone missing, but I've got a spare one. Now, noting the distance we're at, you say in 526, the development will infill the space between existing turbines. I wonder if that's actually correct. Looking at the image we see, it certainly extends horizontally the experience of wind energy development in that viewpoint, but I would dispute that it infills the gap between wind farms.
Well, again, it's a useful viewpoint to go and have a look and see what you can see at the minute, but the evidence that's been led by Mr. Welch, this ribbon of development that sits behind the Clash Gour scheme is not so readily.
So, could you say it again? The rain is not helping my.
So, I think in evidence, Mr. Welch's evidence, it was presented that there is this ribbon of development that sits behind Clash Gour. Now, from this viewpoint, you're not so evident, or the developments of Rothes and Paul's Hill are not so evident in this view. It's Hill of Glascaile that you would see, along with Berryburn in particular, in that view. So this is where the infilling would occur. So you would infilling in that band.
Well, maybe language is getting in the way, but it seems to me that we extend horizontally the experience of Paul's Hill, Hill of Glascaile, and Berryburn. But I think infill is the wrong word. But, I put the point to you. I've got the answer. The reporters have the note of that. In terms of prominence, which is the other contention you make in 526, increasing the prominence of wind farm development, when he gave evidence, Mr. Welch said that what he meant by prominence was very noticeable or conspicuous appearance in the landscape. Would you agree that's a reasonable definition of prominence?
Yes.
And you would say that at 33 kilometres, that Clash Gour would be very noticeable, conspicuous appearance in the landscape?
Yes, it would.
And significant visual effect at that distance?
Yes, it would. In this particular view, you will be experiencing 180-metre turbines.
I have to suggest, putting it bluntly, you've over-egged that very considerably.
I don't believe that I have. It's a high-value viewpoint, and I accept that these hills are a backcloth to the key qualities of the SLA, but they will draw your eye. At the moment, you can see Berryburn, Paul's Hill slightly further over, and Hill of Glascaile. These are 100-metre turbines. You, on a good day, would get reasonable visibility, particularly when they're backcloth. They tend not to draw the eye, however, but at this scale and the horizontal extent, I believe that Clash Gour would.
Very well, happy view on that. I want you to take you through, as I did with the other SLA, through your report of handling. And for that, we go to paragraph 837 of CD 112. This is where I'm going to test Helen. We also need to get out CD9 at this stage and go to page 110. That's a citation for this SLA. CD 179, page 110. Let's just explore CD79 first. There's a description, an overview on page 110. Key event landscape and visual characteristics on 111. And special qualities on page 112. And then sensitivities to change on page 113. Now, in 837, I want to keep open page 113, please, Helen. So page 113. In 837, you say, about two-thirds of the way down the paragraph, I raise my voice because of the rain, the landscape is sensitive to change, noting that development may, quotes, compromise the physical integrity, etc. Now, we can find those words on page 111, it's 113 rather, and we have there the complete quotation, which doesn't start at compromises, development which could compromise the physical integrity and views of key landforms, such as Suiters-Acromity, the Ethy Cliffs and the Chanonry and Fort George promontories, etc., etc. Now, it seems to me quite clear that what that sensitivity to change is talking about is views of, i.e. towards these features, not views from these features. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree that Chanonry and Fort George, which are on the opposite side of the Firth, are key views from here. And the point made is that that's the physical integrity and key views of key landforms. So it's from Ethy Cliffs to Chanonry, Fort George.
Sorry,
the
Mr.
rain
Moody,
is
could you
difficult.
just speak into your microphone? We're having problems.
Yeah, key views to landforms from Ethy Cliffs, for example, maybe across to Chanonry and Fort George. My evidence is that when you're looking to those at the other side of the Firth, which are the key qualities, you will be deflected from that view by this wind farm.
Well, my suggestion to you is that that's not what this sensitivity is talking about. We'll have to agree to differ, but the physical integrity views of those particular features. If you say they're compromised, we say they're not, so be it. 838 in your report of handling, 838. It says, you say in the final sentence, a key visual characteristic of the SLAs are the views across the Firth. As such, care is needed when considering proposals which affect this sensitive view. Indeed, if we go back to the key visual characteristics on page 111, I can't find it immediately, but there is where we will definitely find a reference to key views across the Firth. But I suggest that when the citation speaks of key views across the Firth, or there being a key characteristic, it means across the Firth. It doesn't mean 30 kilometres and beyond the Firth to the edge of the Cairngorms National Park. All we know from the citation, it is key views across the Firth which are special. You've stretched the point considerably.
I don't believe I'm stretching it. I mean, that it's about anything that's detracting your experience of that. And while you are looking across the other side of the Firth, this development will catch your eye.
840 in the inquiry, the report of handling, CD 112. Last sentence. Given the scale of the proposed turbines in the eastern array, so we're looking at the Dallas section of the development now. The movement of the larger blade tip height. Are you really contending that blade movement at 33 plus kilometres will be a relevant visual feature from this viewpoint?
I believe it would do, in clear skies.
33 kilometres to perceive blade movement. We dispute that. You maintain that?
Yes.
I have to record that as we say it's an extraordinary claim, but you say otherwise, the reporters will make up their mind. Mr. Moody, thanks for your patience with my questions. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trinick. I just wonder does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Moody before Mr. Seaton and I? We have one or two questions for him. Does anyone else have anything to add? Oh, okay. I think most of my questions have been answered in evidence. If you just bear with me a second. Yes, I just have really just two questions for you, Mr. Moody. I'm going to take you to your inquiry report again. And the appendix at the back of that report, Appendix 1, I think that's your table of comparison assessments. Thank you. I'm really just interested in the differences that you've highlighted in that table, obviously between your own assessment and those of the applicants. Particularly, I'm looking at viewpoint, your comments and your notes for viewpoints 8 and 12. That's the Lochindoorb viewpoints. They both include references to those routes being well-used tourist routes. So I'm really just wondering what category or criteria have you used to make that determination when you say they're well-used tourist routes? Do you have any parameters that we can gauge that by?
Well, the A939 is actually a designated tourist route between Inverness and Aberdeen. It is not this year, obviously, but has been in the past very well used by coach parties visiting Granton Spey between Inverness and Aberdeen. Particularly, they tend to use that route quite routinely. So I don't have specific numbers of how busy that is, but it is a designated tourist route. And has been accepted in previous inquiries to that extent. Viewpoint 12, again, it's a diversion, and it's somewhere where coach drivers, again, anecdotally in other public inquiries, this has been raised, where coach drivers, when they have spare time, will take tourists from Granton Spey into Lochindoorb to give them that upland experience in a very in a very easy, accessible way. So it is used fairly well from that point of view. Again, I don't really have any specific reference in terms of numbers to give you in terms of how well. I hope that answers that particular point.
My reading from that is that explains your differences in terms of the sensitivity of the receptor itself, in terms of usage of the road itself.
Yes.
Is that right? And really, again, just going back to the viewpoint on the Ethe Road on the north side of the, south side of the Black Isle, really the same question. What would be your view of the sensitivity of that receptor?
Well, it is a well-used road. The Ethe Beach itself is very well visited because it's where you can get fossils quite readily. So it is used and promoted. It's not a designated tourist route, but it is representative view of what from that coastline. There is an actual OS mapped viewpoint at the South Sutor, which you would get a similar experience from. Now, walking along that coastline as well, it is accessible. You can do it down into Cromarty, so you would get a different perception, but a similar kind of outlook across the Firth.
Thank you for that. I wonder, Mr. Seaton, have any questions?
So you were asked by Mr. Finlay in Examination-in-Chief whether you thought there was sufficient information to allow ministers to remove what Mr. Finlay described as one of the three limbs of the proposed development, and you said that there wasn't. Can you explain that a bit further?
Yes, sir. We have in the past, both for planning decisions as well as decisions under the Electricity Act, looked at removing turbines, and generally where you're talking about one or two turbines being removed because they cause a particular effect which you believe to be undesirable is either negotiated before a decision is made or may well indeed be agreed at an appeal stage. I think possibly the word is substantial change. So where there is substantial change to development, such as this, if you were looking at removing a full limb or even half of that full limb, may well be more problematic. And I think that would be the test that certainly energy consent colleagues would probably use as that substantive or substantial change. So I think moving one or two turbines that are giving particular fence for particular receptors may well be something that could be dealt with. There is, and I agree, Mr. Welch's work is quite in detail in that respect. There's probably a lot of information to go by, but I would be more confident to see a reassessment, even if it was just from an LVIA perspective, see a reassessment of what that would be like, because there may well be unintended consequences.
So essentially, if one were to remove, if the ministers were to remove one limb of the development, it wouldn't be in substance the same. So it would be unlawful essentially for them to do that.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I just had a very small point about paragraph 3.7. We've mentioned the quality of the baseline photo. You also had another point about printing. I just wondered if you could explain that a bit further, just so we can bear that in mind.
Yes, sir. I mean,
post-rendering resolution. Sorry, and
yes.
Printing, yeah.
So there are a number of, and technology is better these days, admittedly, and they can be pulled together. But generally, the way that the SNH guidance works is that you would stitch photographs together, so there would not be one individual photograph showing the whole view. It would be stitched together. So the photographs themselves could be good quality. By the time that you actually stitch these together and then add the renders on, which are the turbines themselves, it could then affect the quality of that original image. It tends not to be too bad at that point, but then if you can compress that image digitally, then you lose some of that resolution. And then if you print that, it's actually then lost even further. So it's all about that pixelation, if you like. You lose some of that definition. It is a known effect, a known phenomenon, and really that then needs the baseline photography to be at its best in order to be able to be forgiving.
Is it worth looking at the image for viewpoint 19 just to see that, or are you happy to?
No, I think happy for you to make a view on that. The only way, it's a difficult thing to look at. The only way you can do it is by looking at the original digital image itself and verifying to what extent has that been reduced in terms of its clarity. So through the process, it's quite a challenging process to go through. And that's what surprised me, particularly with Mr. Welsh's productions, because they are usually very, very good and good quality.
Oh, yes. Just a minor point about the Murray Council's the supplementary guidance, that's core document 5.5. We don't need to go to it. And the Murray Wind Energy Landscape Capacity Study, that's CD 5.6, again, we don't need to go to it. But in respect of either or both of those, did Highland Council, was Highland Council first aware, and second, did it comment, aware of those documents, and did it comment on those documents in their formulation process? Do you know?
I don't know that off the top of my head, I'm afraid. I have no knowledge of having been consulted on that. That's not to say that my colleagues within our policy context haven't been or given a view. I suspect not, because we're probably working quite separately on these things. It's only recently that Murray Council and Highland Council have agreed to consult one another on applications which are affecting each other's boundaries. So, yeah, I could take that point away again and could clarify that for you if you wish, sir.
Well, yes, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
And just back to the Ethy Road, I was wondering if you could say in what conditions the turbines are most likely to be conspicuous, of the proposed development, that is.
It's most likely to be on clear days. And I think, there's quite well known. You can see from Cairngorms 50 kilometres quite easily on clear days. Mm-hmm. You can see from west of Scotland to east of Scotland, and from some hills as well. So if you've got a good clarity, you can see considerable distances. I think because the development is moving, it's not static, then you can, in particular weather conditions such as later in the evening where you've got the sun highlighting, you can see them more readily. So you don't need an absolutely crystal clear day, but probably not your average day, I would say.
Not your average day? Not
your average day. I mean, that's the thing about the Highland, and particularly the Black Isle, you actually get different weather systems quite rapidly. So you'll get rain clouds coming in as well as open blue skies. So you could get a very clear view in a day. But I think in brighter conditions, definitely. Yeah.
Yes, I must say, Mrs. Black and I did experience the weather conditions in the Black Isle. Our site inspection, very similar to those. Yeah. No, I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Are you happy to carry on, Mr. Moody? Do you need a break?
Yes, that's fine.
Quite happy to carry on. Okay. Hand over to you, Mr. Finlay, for re-examination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You were asked some questions about paragraph 522 of your report. I think it was your report. Where you make the point, you make several points, in fact, which Mr. Trinick ran together. You say the first point you make should be noted that no particular expertise is required to assess visual impact as opposed to landscape impact. Why do you draw that contrast between visual impact and landscape impact?
I think we're all experienced of dealing with the visual effects of developments, of change. So I think that's the key issue there, is that we experience that from very young age, the ability to assess the effects of change.
And you say there's no framework, and second point you make is there's no framework in the guidelines as to how to judge acceptability of a proposal. And actually, I don't think anything was suggested to you that there was a framework in that sense. You used the word acceptable at the end of your evidence. Was that in the same context as Mr. Welsh, or is it in your context as a planning officer?
The context as a planning officer.
Thank you. You were asked about Highland Council standards, and you accepted very fairly that because this is in Murray, Highland Council standards don't apply, but it may assist, particularly one of the reporters, for you to explain why Highland Council has its special standards and what is its concern as to the ensuring that there are proper visualizations when assessing impact.
Well, the Highland Council standards are based on that single frame photograph that I tried to address earlier, and the idea of trying not to stitch photographs together. And the standards came about generally to try and move away from a format which was to stitch photographs together and then project them cylindrically, so to speak. So the way you would go to view a wind farm would be to have this long bit of paper which you would have to effectively hold in a curve to try and get the correct perspective. So we developed standards to try and move away from that and get to get a scale reference, effectively, a photograph you could rely on as giving a true scale or a representative scale of what you would see with your eye when you were standing at that viewpoint. And doing an awful lot more research into it in terms of how our brain will overscale the landscape. So a photograph doesn't actually tell you the full story. A 50mm photograph may well be the reality, but our brain overscales. So we did lots of testing and verification independent study done by University of Stirling to identify that actually a photograph of 75mm focal length is more representative of scale and distance in the landscape. So that was the basis of our standards, which were taking a 75mm single frame photograph and printing it on an A3 sheet of paper to then represent what you would see in the field. The SNH visualization standards are, or did endorse a lot of that work, particularly the University of Stirling 75mm focal length. So the revised SNH guidance does incorporate some of that, but it still contains this wider panorama, which is a stitched, and albeit not cylindrically stitched now, as a planar stitch is not quite the way that we would advise it to be done. Now, I'm perfectly happy in this environment, and have been in previous inquiries, to accept that the SNH standards and their visualization is perfectly fine for these settings, but it's much more preferable to have the single frame photograph of visualization, I should say, when you're out on site and to view them. And indeed, the pack that SNH requires can include that from certain viewpoints. So holding at an arm's length an A3 piece of paper is not only more convenient, but actually more helpful in reporters or anyone making a judgment coming to a view.
Thank you. Moving on, but staying with your report, Mr. Trinick seemed to criticise you in your report for mentioning neither Tom and Clack nor Cairn Dewey. I think you may have misunderstood the nature of your report. If you go to paragraph 1.3 of your report, it says in the last sentence, the report, that is the report to committee, establishes the focus of THC's objections to the visual impact of proposed development both individually and cumulatively. And then if you go on to paragraph 3.1, THC's objection is set out in the committee report. And then if we go through this, your inquiry report, you don't actually, for instance, set out a viewpoint-by-viewpoint assessment. What you do is you append the summary from the committee report as Appendix 1 to your inquiry report. Was your inquiry report meant to be read with the committee report?
Yes, it was. I actually, for the benefit of the reporters, should pick up that we have made an error in the committee report, which has been transferred through to the inquiry report, which is in viewpoint 24. I think we have in the applicant's assessment as being not significant. It should actually be significant. They accepted it was significant. So just for clarity, I mistakenly transposed that across.
Thank you. But just to follow the point through, just for the reporter's note, if they want to see where Cairn Dewey is referred to in the officer's report, they can find it at paragraphs 211, 840, 846.6, 846.14 and 846.16. My apologies, that's Tom and Clack. Cairn Dewey is at paragraphs 840, 846.3, 846.18, 846.23 and 832. Is there any substance in what was underlying Mr. Trinick's point that you left out of account Tom and Clack or Cairn Dewey in carrying out your assessment or providing your evidence?
No, it was not included within the inquiry report, but yes, as the evidence as a whole, it's there.
You were asked about the impact on the B9007, and it might be useful to have the wireline ZTV that was up previously, where we were looking at the the road in yellow. If you were to come, I think Mr. Trinick took you on a journey from north to south. If I can take you on a journey from south to north, shortly after leaving Carr Bridge on the main A938, you turn left on the B9007 and climb up onto the Darver Moor. When you cross the boundary of the park, which he and you discussed, how soon after crossing the boundary of the park would you pick up visibility of Clash Gour?
Reasonably soon. I mean, pretty soon after that. Yes.
And then you discussed your the implications in terms in the vicinity of viewpoint 12. So I don't think I need to ask you further about that. But in terms of the experience on the tourist using that road, or even the resident using that road, when the expanse of Darver Moor opens before you, what is your view as to the significance or otherwise of the potential turbines from Clash Gour?
Yeah, I mean, I think that describing it that way is useful, because when you're travelling north on that road, you're enclosed to a point, because you've got the Strathdown Hills to your right-hand side, and then the landscape just opens up as you're moving towards the centre of the Darver Moor. So it's that kind of sense of transition and awe, if you like, that you get in there. You're in a very elevated plateau, very accessible plateau, And then you, at the point not far from viewpoint 12, when you're on the road, the view opens up even further to reveal the incision which the development would sit within. And you'll be slightly higher at this point, more elevated, so probably would see more of the turbines than you would do when you're down at viewpoint 12. And they would become very prominent. I mean, Berryburn is already evident within that view. It is perhaps the most evident that Berryburn is in views when you're going about the area. So this will not only extend the influence, but actually increase its influence markedly in terms of its scale of development.
And lastly, we were asked various questions about the Ethy Road viewpoint, and you were taken to CD 7.9, which is the assessment of Highland Council SLAs. And if we can turn to electronic page 126 of that, which is for those using the document itself, page 111. You were asked about views across the Firth, and I think it was suggested to you that it wasn't important the mountains that lay behind. But if you scroll down to the key, from the key landscape and visual characteristics to the fifth one, you'll see it refers to, this is on page 126, distant mountain backdrops in many views gives distinctive Highland context to the interplay of views back and forth across the Firth. In terms of the impact on of these wind turbines, will there be an impact of these proposed turbines on that distant mountain backdrop, giving the distinctive Highland context?
Yes, there will, and it will draw your eye, which the current development doesn't tend to do.
And you were asked a follow-up question by, I can't remember which reporter on this, that it's not necessarily on an average day you will see it, but in terms of assessment for current purposes, are you looking at an average day or a worst-case basis?
Worst-case basis is what EIA should be looking at.
Thank you. Those are all my questions in re-examination. Thank you very much, Mr. Moody.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you from us as well, Mr. Moody. I wonder, it is lunchtime, but an early lunch. I wonder if there's a preference to break now, and we can obviously recommence with the Rothes 3 landscape and visual evidence after lunch. I'm not quite sure in terms of timing for lunch provision in the hotel.
Ma'am, I think our lunch may arrive when we're restarting if we break now. So,
and ours.
I prefer to make some progress so that we had some chance to eat it.
Perhaps that's fine. I think if we perhaps just take a 10-minute break at the moment just to get our documents organised, and we can reconvene.
Yeah, Madam, perhaps if I can assist, we would require a few minutes for Mr. Denny to get set up and probably the tablecloth changed, I suspect. But in any event, if you were to give us 15 minutes, we will be finished evidence in chief by 1 o'clock, which is the usual lunchtime, and frankly, that's when our lunch usually arrives. So I would propose that, if you're agreeable to that.
That sounds like a plan. I think this table's all right. We don't need to change the tablecloth. That's been done this morning. So if we take 15 minutes, come back at 12:30.
Thank you, Madam.
And, Ma'am, when we come back, I may not be in the room all the time, but as long as there's no disrespect intended.
Noted, thank you. So we'll come back at 12:30. Thank you. From Mr. Steele and Mr. Denny. Thank you.
Madam, good afternoon. Madam, the only documents that we will refer to at this stage are the precognitions. There are 4 in number, I propose, if you and Mr Seaton are agreeable, to take the two relating to residential matters as read, because I understand that there are no issues in relation to residential matters, save for one, which is Tapp Farm, which I'll ask Mr Denny a couple of additional questions about. My proposal, therefore, is to read only the two precognitions dealing with landscape and visual, dealing firstly with the original proposed development and then secondly with the later or alternative proposed development, if that's agreeable to you. So, Mr Denny, if we can then go to your precognition, original proposed development, and I think because we're going to take matters very short, if you like to read yourself in by reading the introduction of this precognition, and we'll take it as read in the next one.
Yes, certainly. My name is Brian John Denny. I'm a chartered landscape architect, a fellow of the Landscape Institute, and a member of the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment. This precognition summarises my position on the landscape and visual matters relevant to the proposed Rothes 3 wind farm development, the original proposed development, in Murray as an extension to the operating wind farms Rothes 1 and 2. It also addresses any matters raised in the inquiry report of Mark Steele on behalf of Murray Council, and it should be read in conjunction with my inquiry report concerning the original proposed development. Since my appointment to provide expert witness services, I have visited the site and surrounding areas on numerous occasions to inform my understanding of landscape and visual matters relating to the development proposals. I've visited the viewpoint locations, identified core paths and other locations within the wider landscape, considering the right to roam within Scotland, and travelled the road network in the vicinity of the site, including the A95 and the network of minor roads. I've also considered the properties where residents are likely to experience significant visual effects, either from the closest publicly accessible locations or by kind permission of the residents by visiting their properties. Having considered and reviewed the findings of both the LVIA and the additional supporting analysis presented in the AI, the following conclusions can be drawn, which are set out under the subheadings that reflect the matters raised in the Murray Council reason for objection and also the matters raised by consultees concerning the potential impact of the visible aviation lighting. I deal firstly with relationship with the area of potential for larger turbines within the landscape character type LCT10. It should firstly be noted that the area identified within the Elmworks, within which there is considered to be the potential scope for large and very large turbines, that is 80 to 150 metres in height, extends to all areas of the existing Rothes 1 and 2 hill wind farms and includes much of the adjoining Rothes 3 site, encompassing the location of 19 of the proposed 29 turbines. The remaining 10 turbines are located within approximately 500 metres of the area within the same broad tract of upland landscape. The containment of wind farms suggested in the Elmworks is a locational containment within the uplands, not full visual containment from the surrounding landscape. The development is seen in some views from the settled valley landscape, but the upland topography contains it within the upland landscape, and it can clearly be seen to be within that upland landscape in views in which it can be seen. I then deal with effects on the upland fringes of the Upper Knockandoo area. The potential for landscape and visual effects on the landscape in and around Upper Knockandoo are thoroughly assessed within the LVIA. Whilst there may be some significant effects in this area, it is not considered that the turbines would dominate the landscape in such a manner that would of itself represent a reason for refusal of the application. Rather, the nature of the effects which would occur in this locality would be typical of the relationship between a commercial wind energy development located in an area of upland and part of the lower lying adjacent landscape at a distance of around 2.5 kilometres, of a kind that can be experienced elsewhere in and around Speyside, and indeed across Scotland more generally. I turn to the extent of significant adverse impacts on landscapes and views within Murray. The LVIA identified a series of significant landscape and visual effects across the study area. These effects are typical of a commercial wind energy development and should be taken forward for consideration as part of a wider planning balance. There is nothing about these effects which suggests that they of themselves should be considered automatically unacceptable. Significant effects on landscape character and visual amenity which have been identified in the LVIA are relatively limited and localised, and where the proposals would be seen, they would be clearly related to the upland landscape in which they are located. Matters relating to tourism impacts have not been addressed in this report, instead being considered separately in the Socio-Economics and Tourism Inquiry Report of Mr. Nick Skelton. It is not, however, considered the effects identified would be of such as to excessively diminish the experience of the landscape of this part of the Spey Valley. I turn to effects on the Spey Valley area of great landscape value. The LVIA set out that there would be significant effects, major moderate, on both landscape character, visual amenity within the Spey Valley area of great landscape value, the AGLV, up to 8 kilometres from the original proposed development within the broad farmland valley landscape character type. It is important to recognise, however, that the identification of significant effects within parts of the AGLV landscape does not of itself indicate that the overall quality of the AGLV would be diminished, nor that the application should be refused. It is considered that the effects identified are typical of those which might be expected from a commercial-scale wind energy development of this type. Indeed, a number of other wind energy schemes have been consented, notwithstanding their location directly within AGLVs or SLAs elsewhere in Scotland, including Dunlaw, Fallago Rig, and Crystal Rig wind farms within the Lammermuir Hills, which is in the SLA in the Scottish borders. It is accepted that there will be some localised significant visual and character effects on the AGLV, but it is not accepted that these would result in effects on the nature that would warrant the objections set out by the Council. The turbines would clearly be seen as part of the separate rolling upland landscape beyond the Spey Valley AGLV and would not diminish the overall value or quality of the AGLV. The overall defining characteristics of the Spey Valley landscape would be retained. I then turn to cumulative effects. It is acknowledged there would be a number of cumulative effects arising from various proposals. However, that does not mean that there would be a wind farm landscape which would cover the area of the landscape in and around the site, nor that the effects would be such as to be considered unacceptable. The original proposed development would therefore enlarge an existing wind farm cluster following an emerging pattern in the region, but it would do so as part of a number of developments, including Clash Gour and Berryburn extension, and not alone. There will be an overall combined significant effect upon the local landscape, which, through the increase in size of a wind farm cluster, collectively would form a band of development clusters across the Murray Hills. The issue of the capacity of the landscape to accommodate the overall number of operational consented and proposed turbines is a matter of judgment for the decision maker, as each scheme comes forward for determination. It is a decision which should take account of the wider benefits and harms of each proposal and be considered within the overall planning context for renewable energy. Potential impacts arising from the visible aviation lighting. The number of lit turbines was proposed to be 26 when the application was submitted, based on all turbines over 150 metres being lit, and 25 with the subsequent emission of turbine 15. The revised lighting proposal was for 11 turbines to be lit, a reduction of 14. Since the submission of the inquiry report, consultation has continued with the Civil Aviation Authority, culminating their agreement, received on Friday the 14th of August, to a lighting proposal which reduces to 8 the number of turbines with 2,000 candela lights and the emission of the 32 candela tower lighting. The number of turbines proposed to be lit will be a third of the number previously assessed within the EIAR, which is a considerable reduction, and which will inevitably reduce the effective lighting of the scheme proportionately. The LVIA assumes that aviation lights will be on between dusk and dawn, although the mitigation measures to reduce the intensity and duration of lighting will limit these effects. Although the aviation lighting will be visible from some locations towards the northern edge of the national park, it is located at a significant distance outside of the park and clearly in another landscape altogether. The intensity of the lighting diminishes with distance and will not be at a level that will change the dark sky qualities within the park, nor the ability to see and appreciate the nighttime sky and stars from within the park. Finally, responses to additional matters raised within the inquiry reports. I've reviewed the inquiry reports of Murray Council and provide my consideration of matters raised below. In particular, I address any additional matters which have been raised, which have not earlier been discussed within my inquiry report. Firstly, the inquiry report of Mark Steele on behalf of Murray Council. I do not consider that the report of Mark Steele raises any new material, landscape or visual issues that have not already been raised in the Murray Council reasons for objection, or dealt with within either the submitted environmental information or my inquiry report. Largely, Mr. Steele and myself appear to be in broad agreement regarding the extent and nature of effects that would arise, and any differences between our findings can be attributed to the differences in professional judgment between two landscape architects applying their own methodology and derived from best practice. I note in particular that Mr. Steele sets out in his paragraph 616 that, and I quote, "In the experience of Mark Steele, the most significant visual effects are likely to occur within 15 kilometres. This appears to confirm the position in my evidence that there would be no potential for significant effects on the Cairngorms National Park or its special qualities as the National Park lies beyond 15 kilometres from the site." Overall, in his concluding paragraph at 817, Mr. Steele identifies the potential for the proposal, either the original proposed development or the alternative proposed development, to bring about localised area of wind farm landscape character subtype, significant effects on the Spey Valley SLA, and effects on visual receptors. In his view, these combine to suggest that the proposal, either the original or the alternative proposed development, would not be compliant with paragraph 28 of SPP. By contrast, my view is that such localised significant effect of wind farms, in terms of views and character, are an inherent and inevitable consequence of such a development and should not of themselves be considered a justification for refusing a wind farm in a landscape outside a nationally designated landscape, such as that at Rothes 3, without recourse to an appropriate planning balance. And then my overall summary. Since being appointed to provide expert witness services, I have visited the site and surrounding area on a number of occasions to inform my understanding of the landscape and visual matters relating to this proposed development. Localised significant effects of wind farms in terms of views and character are an inherent and inevitable consequence of such a development and should not of themselves be considered a justification for refusing a wind farm in a landscape outside of a nationally designated area, such as that at Rothes 3. The scale, grain and nature of this landscape are able to accommodate the turbines without giving rise to visual or character effects that should be considered unacceptable, and this is recognised through the identification of this area in the Elmwex as one where there is considered to be the potential scope for large and very large turbines. It is considered, therefore, that the proposal is a well-sited wind farm extension which would contribute to the generation of renewable energy in Scotland in an appropriate and acceptable manner when set against the context of the capacity of the local landscape, its features and visual sensitivities.
Now, Mr. Denny, can we now turn to your landscape and visual precognition for the alternative proposed development, please?
Yes, there are quite a few areas within this precognition which are the same as the one I have just read out, because it only differs where there is a difference. So if I'm taking us to somewhere which we can skip, then please instruct me to do so. I'll start then by missing out the introduction because that is the same. Relationship with the area of potential for large wind turbines with a landscape character type LCT 10. It should firstly be noted that the area identified within Elmwex, within which there is considered to be the potential scope for large and very large turbines, 80 to 150 metres in height, extends to all areas of Rothes 1 and 2, and includes much of the adjoining Rothes 3 site, encompassing the location of 18 of the 23 turbines. The remaining 5 turbines are all located within approximately 300 metres of the area within the same broad tract of upland landscape. And there is a difference, obviously, there between that and the original scheme. The containment of wind farms suggested in the Elmwex is a locational containment within the uplands, not full visual containment from the surrounding landscape, and the development is seen in some views from the Settle Valley landscapes, but the upland topography contains it within the upland landscape, and it can be clearly seen to within that upland landscape in views from which it can be seen. I'll just check whether there's any difference there. No, that remains the same as the original. As does the next paragraph. I will read the effects on Spey Valley area great landscape value because although some of those areas are the same, it reinforces my view on what the situation is with the alternative proposed scheme. The LVIA set out there would be significant effects, major, moderate, on both landscape character and visual amenity within the Spey Valley area great landscape value, up to 8 kilometres from the alternative proposed development within the Broad Farm Valley landscape character type, i.e. the same area as the original. It is important to recognise, however, that the identification of significant effects within the parts of the AGLV landscape does not of itself indicate that overall quality of the AGLV would be diminished, nor that the application should be refused. It is considered that the effects identified are typical of those which might be expected from a commercial-scale wind energy development of this type, and indeed a number of other wind energy schemes have been consented in AGLVs, and I read those lists out earlier. It is accepted that there will be some localised significant visual and character effects on the AGLV, but it is not accepted that these will result in effects on the nature that would warrant the objection set out by the Council. Indeed, I note the Council objection doesn't distinguish a great deal between the reduction of effect by the alternative scheme in relation to the original scheme, and would not diminish the overall value or quality of the AGLV. The overall defining characteristics of the Spey Valley landscape would be retained. The cumulative is the same, but I'll move on to the impacts on aviation lighting where there are distinct differences. The number of lit turbines was proposed to be 8 when the alternative proposed development was submitted, based on all the turbines over 150 metres being lit. The revised lighting proposal was for 6 turbines to be lit, a reduction of 2. Since the submission of the inquiry report, consultation has continued with the CAA, culminating their agreement, received on Friday the 14th of August, to a lighting proposal which further reduces to 5 the number of turbines with 2,000 candela lights and the emission of the 32 candela tower lights. The number of turbines proposed to be lit is reduced by 3 from that previously assessed within the AI, which will inevitably reduce the effect on lighting of the scheme proportionately. The LVIA assumes that the aviation lights will be on between dusk and dawn, although the mitigation measures to reduce the intensity and duration of lighting will limit these effects. Although the aviation lighting will be visible from some locations towards the northern edge of the national park, it is located at a significant distance outside of the park and clearly in another landscape altogether. The intensity of the lighting diminishes with distance, or will not be at a level that will change the dark sky qualities within the park, nor the ability to see or appreciate the nighttime sky within the stars, or the stars from within the park. I think my comments in relation to Mr. Steele remain the same as in the original report, so I'll read the overall summary. Since being appointed to provide expert witness services, I've visited the site and surrounding area on numerous occasions, and I've done that in relation to both the original and in all my work that led to the alternative development. Localised significant effects of wind farms in terms of views and character are an inherent and inevitable consequence of such a development, and of themselves should not be considered a justification for using a wind farm in a landscape outside of the nationally designated area. I'll just check whether any of my remaining comments are duplicates. No, the remainder of that text remains as per the original scheme, which I've already read out to you, so I won't bore everyone with that again.
Thank you, Mr. Denny. Now, there are 3 additional issues I'd like to ask you about, please. Firstly, in relation to lighting, all relevant turbines were previously assessed. That is, the relevant turbines that were to be lit. Is that correct? In all the original environmental assessment?
Yes, all the turbines that were proposed to be lit in the original scheme were assessed in the environmental assessment for the original scheme. All of the turbines which were proposed to be lit in the alternative scheme were assessed in the alternative scheme LVA, but there is one matter which I will just bring to the reporter's attention. And this
Mr. Denny, could you speak into the microphone, please?
Sorry. There's one matter which I'll bring to the reporter's attention. This might be helpful for your note anyway. I'll say the original proposal reduced from 26 to 11 and now to 8 with the final agreement. And those 8 are turbine 1, 5, 8, 17, 20, 27, 28 and 29. For the alternative proposal, it went from 8 to 6 and now with the final agreement down to 5. Those 5 are T1, T8, T14, 20 and 25. And the point of that is that turbine 14 was not lit in either the original proposed development or the alternative proposed development as assessed within the ES because it was a 149.9 turbine.
Because of the height of that turbine, it previously didn't require lighting
No.
and therefore wasn't assessed as having lighting on it, obviously.
No.
Is that correct?
Since the agreement with the Civil Aviation Authority, I have checked myself and assessed to see whether the lighting of turbine 14 would change or introduce any new significant effect in relation to lighting, and I can confirm that it wouldn't. It would be a reduction in effect because the 2 turbines which were sat close to that turbine and which were assessed I'm sorry whether I've got the turbine numbers for you of the 2.
Mr. Denny, would you mind moving the mic a wee bit closer to your mouth?
Apologies. There were 2 turbines sat relatively close to turbine 14, which were both assessed as being lit, and they were both taller than turbine 14. So what we've gotten there is from 2 lights on taller turbines in that locality to 1 light on a lower turbine, a 149.9, such that there would be no additional significant effect. Indeed, the overall impact will be slightly reduced.
Sorry, I missed the turbine numbers, the 2 turbines that you're referring to.
I was just trying to see if I had the 2 for you that were previously lit. T15 had been lit at a height of 175 in that vicinity, and turbine 16, which also is not proposed to be lit, was also lit in that vicinity. So a worst case has been assessed in both of the environmental assessments in relation to lighting, and the reduction in lighting, but the inclusion of one on turbine 14 would not give rise to any additional significant effects.
So the technical point is this. If it were to be suggested you hadn't assessed T14 because previously due to height it wasn't to be lit, what is your answer to that? I may be asking for repetition, but I think it may be best to do that.
The answer was that 2 lights on 2 turbines in close proximity to turbine 14 were assessed, and they were assessed on turbines at a greater height, and therefore there would have been a greater degree of effect which would have been taken into the assessment.
So whatever may or not have been the case previously, you have now assessed T14 with lights on it.
I've assessed T14 for the purposes of making sure that I understand that there wouldn't be any additional significant effect or any other effect which I'd need to report, and there won't be.
Right, thank you. Second topic then is Tap Farm. Had you previously assessed Tap Farm in detail, Mr. Denny, and if not, why not?
No, I hadn't. Tap Farm lies beyond the 3-kilometre agreed area for residential amenity study for the environmental assessment agreed with Murray Council.
And approximately what distance is it from the Rothes 3 site?
I think we're about 3.5 kilometres away from the nearest turbine.
Now, Mr. Denny, I know that you visited Tap Farm more recently, not least because I was there, but both you and I very stupidly forgot to take a compass. So I'm going to ask for your general impressions about views from Tap Farm and effects, if any, subject to this caveat that whatever the reporters find on site, because you will have made your best judgment about orientation, but without a compass.
Yes, I apologise. Rather foolishly, I left it in the car. I would normally want to make sure that I was certain on exactly what bearing I was looking from a property towards the nearest turbine. But on the basis that our turbines are almost exactly, turbine 1 is almost exactly due east of Tap Farm, then it wasn't still too difficult to work out exactly where the turbines were. From Tap Farm, there is peripheral boundary vegetation within the curtilage of the property, and indeed also a building which would obscure views in the direction of Turbine 1 and the Rothes 3 scheme. But more importantly, there is a large tract of forestry that lies between Tap Farm and the road, which fully obscures all views of the turbines. Even if that forestry was felled, there is more vegetation and forestry north of the Dallas Road, and the turbines sit back behind the steeply sloping valley side that rises up from the Dallas Road towards the Rothes turbines. So they're set back on the uplands, screened by forestry and screened to some degree by the perimeter vegetation of the curtilage of the property in its own right.
Well, can I just take you maybe back to the beginning of that, Mr. Denny? Firstly, does it appear that Tap Farm is orientated towards the Rothes 3 wind farm site, which is due east or not?
No, it looks more sort of in a southerly or just very slightly southeasterly direction from the actual residential property. But the curtilage is more open, and the views from the curtilage are more open to the south and to the west.
Indeed. And in relation to the curtilage, or indeed the property, as things stand, is it possible to comprehend there may be even a glimpse of the Rothes 3 site or turbines as things stand?
Well, no, not at all. As things stand, you won't see them at all.
Yeah. And even if the commercial forestry was felled, which lies between Tap and the Rothes 3 site, would that substantially change things? It's obviously changed, there'd be no forest, but substantially change the outlook from Tap Farm? And if not, why not?
Well, no, even the visibility of parts of T1 set back behind the upper slopes beyond the Dallas Road would only form a very minor part of the view from Tap Farm. Indeed, if the forestry was felled, it would be that felled forestry area which would be the primary and dominant element in the view.
And in addition, closer to Tap Farm, did it appear that there was or was not a significant number of trees and growth within what appeared to be the curtilage or the large garden of the farm in any event?
Yes, I'm not certain of the exact curtilage of the property, but it does appear from what you can see in the way in which it's used and where there's some bench seats and how part of the land is maintained and managed, that there are quite a number of trees that form part of the curtilage of the property, and therefore even if forestry was felled, I'd expect all the trees in the curtilage of the property itself to remain and act to screen and filter any potential views towards the turbines in any event.
So in short, Mr. Denny, the point is this: having now seen Tap Farm, not from within the curtilage and not from within the property, but are you in any way concerned about the residential amenity of that property, given the distance and intervening vegetation and topography?
No, on the basis of my experience of conducting a large number of residential amenity studies and making judgments about overwhelming and overbearing effects, it would be my very strong professional opinion that both at the distance, the nature of the effect and the extent of the effect on that property would come nowhere close to being an overbearing or overwhelming effect. It would merely be that there was the possibility, subject to substantial clear felling of forestry, that there may be some visibility. No more than that. I'd put it no higher than that.
And just for completeness, there's a long and winding road to get into or out of Tap Farm. Is it possible that at the extreme end of that track, where it meets the public highway, that there may be views of Rothes 3 or not? What do you say about that?
Yes, that is the area in which a potential view of Turbine 1 in particular would be most likely to be evident above the other forestry, looking up quite steeply, although from that particular location you're much more likely, particularly as you move either to the north or the south, much more likely to see views of Rothes 1 and 2 than you would of Rothes 3.
Right, and the third topic is this, Mr. Denny. Mr. Seaton, the reporter, asked several questions about the removal of turbines at the eastern array of Clash Gour. Now, making no comment as to the merit or otherwise of that, if either the eastern array was to be removed or, in broad terms, half the eastern array, I think it was it 7 or 8 turbines, something of that order was to be removed, would that have any implications for Rothes 3?
I think the only implications it would have for Rothes 3, which I think you would need to take into consideration in a judgment you made about altering the Clash Gour scheme, would be then to consider what benefit would accrue to Rothes 3 in relation to a reduction in cumulative effects. For example, much has been made about the cumulative effects along the Dallas Road and the extent to which different wind farms at different locations contribute to those cumulative effects. Were you to alter the eastern array of Clash Gour, it would be important then to look at how there would be a reduction, and I think there would be a fairly significant reduction in the overall cumulative effect, and how that would, in effect, be a net benefit to a consideration of Rothes 3.
So, do I understand you to say that there may well be a significant reduction in cumulative effects if the eastern array or part or large part of the eastern array was removed by one means or another? I'm not even making a comment whether that's legally possible or not, but is that your position?
In the scenario that includes Clash Gour, yes.
Fine, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. I think we'll take a break for lunch now, and we will recommence with cross-examination from Mr. Brown of Mr. Denny.
Yes, thank you, Madam.
If we come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Cross-examination of Mr. Denny. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Denny, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What I'm proposing to do in your cross-examination is work primarily from your report in respect of the original proposed development, which I think you've acknowledged, certainly as far as your recognition is concerned, is largely the same, and where there are points which I wish to clarify with you regarding the alternative proposed development, I'll take you to the report when necessary.
Yes, that's right. My two reports are similar. I did that so that members of the public, in reading them, wouldn't be disadvantaged by not having the same information in both reports. But you're quite right. The second report repeats a lot of the first, except where there are differences.
Yes, thank you. Now, to clarify with you this point, am I correct in thinking that you didn't prepare the EIAR?
No, that was done by MVG Landscape Architects.
Yes, but if I've interpreted your report correctly, you were quite content with the report and that you corroborated the findings through your own work on the matter. Is that correct?
Yes, I was asked to look at it before it was submitted. I had a phone conversation with MVG Landscape Architects. I indeed suggested some changes that I would like to see made, and they made those changes before the document was submitted, and that enabled me to say that I could support its findings, yes.
Yep. Thank you. And could I take you to paragraph 3.2 of your report, please? And could I ask that CD 3.2 is brought up, which is figure 1.3, please? And just to get our bearings with this document, this is a plan of the development area, as I understand it. Sorry, if it could be maybe scrolled up just a little bit. Sorry, down. Yeah, and maybe enlarged a little if that's possible. so that we've got the green area. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. So the array which we see outlined in green, that's Rothes 3?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Now, if we look at the plan, it's quite difficult to make out, but we have a cluster or a number of turbines, numbers 5, 9 and 14. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
And do we see just below that the name Carnakeelach?
Yes, I do.
Yes. And if we look at paragraph 3.2 of your report, you say the site is situated on the landform between Greenhill, Cairncattoch and the north-facing slopes of Carnakeelach to the north of Archiston and Moray, etc.
Yes.
And then you conclude in that paragraph, the parts of the site which incorporate the northern slopes of Carnakeelach and Cairncattoch are open moorland with some area of scattered conifers. The remaining parts of the site are managed forestry plantation. And then, if I could take you to paragraph 3.3, you make the observation there, which I'll maybe come back to, 3 lines down, that the operational schemes extend a presence of existing wind development across the same tract of upland moorland with forestry landscapes in which the Rothes 3 turbines would be located. So you're saying that essentially it's the same tract of land as Rothes 1 and 2?
Yes, they all occupy part of LCT 10, which is, as I've described it actually, as you've just read out, an upland moorland with forestry. There are some areas of upland moorland, some areas of forestry, and that are the characteristics of LCT 10.
Thank you. And at paragraph 4.5, we've for the first time come to the topic of Carnakeelach being a landmark hill, as identified in the capacity study.
Yes, it is identified in the study of the landmark hill, yes.
Yes. And could you turn, please, to page 44 of your report? And what you're doing here is you're taking the guidance points from the capacity study and you're comparing them with how the proposed development compares with those.
Performs, might be.
Performs.
Yes,
Well,
yes. I'm trying to see how the scheme performs against the guidance.
And if we look at page 44, on the second row, you've quoted from the capacity study that turbines should not be sited on or close by the landmark hills of Milvue, Carnakeelach, Hunt Hill and Brown Muir. And then in response to that, you've said the Rothes 3 scheme is not located on any of the identified landmark hills. Now, is that correct? Is it not in part located on Carnakeelach?
Well, not in any way that you would be able to discern. I mean, it lies partially on the north-eastern slopes as they recede into the basin in which the development is located. Indeed, that part of the rationale for the development, and I set it out in detail in my report, it is lying within the containing landscape of 3 of the hills, 2 of them landmark hills, 1 not, that lie in this part of LCT 10. Yes. And the development lies wholly within that sort of lower basin on the lower slopes of all those 3 hills, largely within the area identified by the Elmworths.
Yes. Now, with reference to figure 1.3, which is still on the screen before us, when you were talking about the slope of Carnakeelach in which some of the turbines are located, those are the turbines which are shown as number 9, 5, 6, 10, 13, 14.
Yes, and indeed, in that regard, the development is benefiting from the containing function that this landmark hill is said to have in retaining wind farm development within the uplands. And indeed, the main function as identified for this landmark hill, as apart from being a landmark in the normally accepted sense of the word, the main thing attributed to Carnacalach is its function in being able to screen wind farm development within the uplands, and so we're taking advantage of that topographical screening effect.
Yes, but in geographical terms, do you accept that it's not correct to say that the Rothes 3 scheme is not located on any of the identified landmark hills?
Well, they're not on that part of the landmark hill which one can discern from the wider landscape, let's put it that way.
But, yes, but the turbines...
They sit on part of the foot slopes of its northeastern slope where it adjoins the rest of the upland moorland. So where the hill and the moorland fuse back to one is where those turbines are.
Yes.
But in all of public viewpoints from the surrounding landscape, then it's not seen as being on the landmark hill but behind it.
But when you continue your process of comparing the capacity study and the criteria there with how the development performs against each of the criteria, and I've noted again that in Table 6.4 on page 45 and Table 6.5 on page 47, again we've got the same statement that the Rothes 3 scheme is not located on any of the identified landmark hills.
Yes, because it was part of the design rationale to take from the capacity study that which the capacity study was suggesting as being something for good design, which is not to put the wind farms on a landmark hill, but to use the landmark hills as containment, and that is what this design does.
Yes, and at paragraph 641 of your report, again, I'll let you turn that up. Thank you. The second sentence, starting in the second line of that paragraph, one of these hills, Carnacalach, is located to the southwest of the site, and another Hunt Hill to the southeast of the site. But in actual fact, so far as Carnacalach is concerned, that is actually part of the development.
Well, Carnacalach isn't part of the development. Carnacalach is a landform, and I've set out in my evidence what I think about it as a landmark hill, but setting that aside,
Well, we'll come to that.
It's a landform which has the ability of containing this wind farm within the landscape, and part, as I said to you earlier, part of the design rationale has been to use that in the manner that the UNWEC's envisaged. You'll see, I know you're taking me to some of the viewpoints because you've alerted me to have them ready. From publicly accessible vantage points, there are none of those vantage points in which this wind farm would seem to be on the landmark hills.
Yes, but nonetheless, I had understood that you'd previously accepted that turbines 9, 5, 6, 10, 13 and 14 are on part of Carnacalach.
Well, I've already explained to you the geographical location of turbines in relation to this landform.
Now, could I take you please back to the figure 1.3, and if it could maybe be blown up, please. Yes, and moved up the screen also. Sorry, down the screen. Now, it's quite difficult to see this on screen, but to the western end of the proposal, we have turbines 28 and 29. Have you got those?
Yes.
And we see that between those turbines, there is a double dotted line which indicates a path or a track of some sort.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's Forestry Commission ground.
I believe so.
Yes, so members of the public would have access rights over that.
Well, certainly under the right to roam, I know that people access those forestry tracts because I've done so myself.
Yes. Okay. Now, if we were to be on the path which we can see between turbines 28 and 29, and we walked towards the line where it splits between turbine 28 and 29, and we were to walk up towards turbine 29. Thank you very much. The pointer's at the right place. And if we were to go halfway up that path and then turn round and look to the west-northwest, would that not give us a viewpoint of turbines 5, 6, 10, 13, 14 and 9?
Yes, when you were in the developed wind farm, there would clearly be views of the wind farm from those locations in and around the turbines.
Yes. But even if you just went as far up the track to the green line between 28 and 29, you would still have this more or less the same perspective looking into Carnacailloch, would you not?
Yes, I think as I said to you earlier, if you are on that forestry track, at the moment you would see forestry. If that forestry was cleared, then you would see the wind farm.
Yes.
And in part of that view, you look towards the lower slopes of the landform of Carnacailloch. It looks fairly indistinct from that viewpoint. It's not one of the viewpoints in which you would commend it as a landmark hill, but you can see towards the landform, yes.
Yes. Now, if you could find turbine 17, please. Thank you very much. And we see just to the west of that, there's a little dotted line, and there's a square which indicates that that's a hut or a shed of some sort on Carnacailloch. Did you see that?
Yes, I've been up and accessed Carnacailloch from close to that point.
Yes.
In fact, there's a bit of a sort of rough path where some people have walked that goes from there to up across the more open ground.
So again, if we were on the dotted path leading up to turbines 28 and 29, and we stood just at the crossroads, as it were, between those, the turbines we would see would be to the right-hand side of the shed on the side of Carnacailloch.
Yes, they would.
And can I ask you to have before you, please, 1213, CD 1213? You have that? And there's a reference SP21, which is quite an easy place for us to find there. And if we were to walk, if we could maybe have the legend to the side. Yes, we can see that an orange line indicates that it's a promoted path.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Sorry, if we could go back to SP21. And if we were to, what we see in effect here is that this path starts more or less at Archiston, the settlement of Archiston.
Yes.
And if you were to walk up, or cycle or whatever, up the orange line, travelling north, and then veer round to the left, we would get to the path which we discussed previously, which runs between, in part at least, between turbines 28 and 29.
Yes, that's also a matter of fact.
Okay, thank you. And at paragraph 3.9 of your report on page 10.
Sorry, is this my report? Or?
Yes, the original proposed development.
310.
310. Sorry, 3.9, sorry, on page 10. At 3.9, you say the site lies substantially within an area identified within the capacity study, which is considered to offer greatest opportunity for repowering to around 150-metre high turbines while minimising landscape and visual effects. I don't propose to make much of it, but obviously I assume you would accept that there still has to be detailed consideration given to the application.
Yes, if you were to place turbines completely in accordance with the guidance of the ELMWEX, then pretty much all of the effects from paths that you've just been describing to me would also exist. So the ELMWEX has taken into consideration in establishing its potential the acceptability of the change in views from those paths.
Yes, but it's nonetheless still the case that detailed consideration has to be given to any application and the effect it has on the landscape and visual.
I absolutely agree, but of course the point must still stand that unless the turbines were somewhere other than where the ELMWEX suggested they should be, all those visual effects you've put to me in the last few minutes would still stand.
Okay. Well, if you could move on to paragraph 324, please. And in this paragraph, you are considering the viewpoints which were selected. And you go on to say in that paragraph that they are some, it's the last 3 lines, they are some of the few viewpoint locations that could be chosen from readily accessible public locations as clear views towards the site. Proposed turbines are not frequent.
Yes, it is the case that for a wind farm of this size and scale and with turbines of the larger topographies, I was very surprised to find the limitations of the availability of views and the extent of the landscape over which they extended. Many wind farms in which I've been involved and which also have been approved
but you're not saying
had effects extending much more widely and a much more available view. So this is actually quite a positive in relation to this location, which is probably why the ELMWEX has chosen it as a site appropriate for wind energy development.
But what you've said is there are some of the few viewpoints. You're not saying that these are the only viewpoints, are you?
No, but the remainder of the viewpoints are not. There are not many of them. Otherwise, they would have been included in the assessment. This is not a landscape that has a proliferation of viewpoints of this wind farm. You have to kind of. Some of them are obvious. The view from the A95, for example. You have to work to find some of them.
But even if they're few in number, does that not mean that the value of them can increase? The scarcity means they're more
It would depend on the nature
valuable.
of the view. It very much depends on the nature of the view. I don't think you can draw that conclusion.
Well, yes, but it would still depend upon the nature of the view, how they're framed in the landscape.
And its location. I mean,
yeah, and the receptors who would use the views.
I think you have to take that on a viewpoint-by-viewpoint basis. You can't make generalisations about that.
No, I'm not suggesting we should,
No.
but there would be some which would be of interest to walkers, for example.
Yes, I mean, I can give you an example of that. I mean, as part of my studies here, and I happen to be a runner as well as a landscape architect, I chose to run the Speyside Way from Craiglachy all the way down to Blackboat's Bridge and back to be able to appreciate a full extent of about 12 kilometres of the Speyside Way. I was incredibly surprised to find that there are really no views at all of this wind farm from 12 kilometres of the Speyside Way, for example, which is one of those places where people go in large numbers to enjoy the Spey Valley. That's part of this very positive location of this wind farm.
In paragraph 326, you say that you describe here if I can take it broadly, the iterative process which was gone through, and you say that the proposals were reviewed and considerations made as to the way in which the original proposed development relates to the site and wider character reflects the local landscape and does not appear visually confusing or imbalanced, and to reflect the existing pattern of development and so on. So you're quite happy that the final proposal, which is the subject of the application, is not visually confusing or imbalanced?
No, I agree with that. I mean, wind farm design, as was said over the last couple of days, is a very complex thing. And it isn't, as some people think, just about minimising the landscape and visual effects, because I could minimise the landscape and visual effects to 0, and that's called not having a wind farm, or I could minimise them to negligible, and would have a wind farm of no value to renewable generation in Scotland. It's all about getting the appropriate balance between the landscape visual effects and renewable generation, because that's what wind farms are about.
I could ask you to move on to paragraph 640, please, in your report. And this is you returning to the topic of the landmark hills, which are identified in the capacity study. And I don't think there's any need to take you to the capacity study, because you have provided a quote of what's actually said there as to the description. And the landmark hills are described as a number of well-defined steep-sided hills, etc.
Yes.
The first thing it says is the majority of these hills are both highly visible and easily recognisable landmarks, with many forming the immediate backdrop to settlements, small-scale valleys and the coast. So that's the first aspect of the definition. The second is that some of these hills form visual buffers to less prominent upland areas and are important in visually containing operational wind farm development for more settled valleys. So that's a second aspect. And the third aspect is that these landmark hills are highly sensitive to wind turbine development, sited on or near them, as this would be visually prominent in views from roads and settlements within adjacent well-settled landscapes and would detract from the distinct form and character. So that's a third aspect of the definition.
That's because I've quoted them verbatim from the document, so I agree with you. That's what the document says. That's not meaning that I agree with all of that, but that's what the document says.
Yes, well, indeed, actually, in the previous paragraph, 643, in fairness to you, you have set out your view of Carnacailloch and Hunt Hill.
Yes, that's correct.
And you've said that they provide some visual containment to the existing Rothes 1 and 2 wind farms, but they do not screen the wind farms entirely from view.
No, that's correct. I mean, the Carnacailloch is not an iconic landmark hill, and indeed, in many of the views, in fact, I would say the majority of the views of it from the landscape, it's an indistinct landform, sometimes indistinguishable from the general upland ridge. So its primary role as a landform, as the ELMWEX says, which acts as a visual buffer to the less prominent upland areas and can contain operational wind farm development. That containment is not full visual screening, as I point out, because it's not capable of full visual screening. If you were to interpret the ELMWEX and develop wind energy development in the way that the ELMWEX suggests, you will not obtain full visual screening either from the uplands or from the landmark hills. But they have that ability to contain, in the sense of wind farm development lying behind them in the uplands.
Could I take you, please, to paragraph 640?
644.
And this is where you're looking at an appendix which appears at the end of the capacity study, and it would be useful if this was brought up on screen so we can discuss it. So it's Appendix F on it's 562, and it's the very last page. Sorry, maybe I'll get the reference wrong. I'll check it.
Mr. Brown, if you could just twist your microphone head just a wee bit further in that direction so that it's
sorry
more in
about
front
that.
of you. Mr. Denny, it would help as well if you could pull your microphone a wee bit towards you. And
Yes, it's 562, which is the appendix. Yeah, and it's the last page. Sorry. And just to rewind slightly, you've mentioned this. Sorry, could we just have the previous page so that we can see it's Appendix F? Thank you. Sorry, if you scroll back. Yes, from there. So all of this is Appendix F, and we can just go back to the last page. And we see here three diagrams of Landmark Hills, and potential adverse effects on the setting and character of the Landmark Hills. And what you have said is, in the context of this development, is that two of those sketches, turbines sited on the summit of a landmark hill and turbines sited in front of a landmark hill, are not applicable to the relationship between the proposed Rothes 3 turbines and either Carnacailloch or Hunt Hill. Rather, it is the third sketch, which concerns turbines sited close to a landmark hill, which is the one which is relevant to consider.
That's correct.
Well, is it not the second one? But is that not the one which talks about large wind turbines sited close to the landmark hill?
Yes. Sorry, rather the second. There's
Yes.
a typo. It's rather the second sketch
Yes.
rather than the third sketch.
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying
And
that.
indeed, just to confirm that I wasn't confused, here's my copy of Appendix F with me highlighting the second sketch as the appropriate one.
Yes. But going back to our consideration of the figure 1.3 and the questions I put to you about being on the path and looking in a north-west-north or west-north-westerly direction and seeing the turbines numbered 5, 6, 10, 13, 14 and 9, and thinking about how those turbines would be located. If we could go back to Appendix F, please. Thank you. Would that not be the profile of Carnacailloch, at least we would see from that location, in broad terms?
Yeah, that would be a pretty crude way to carry out a visual assessment.
Certainly.
These sketches are guides, and as you quite rightly pointed out to me earlier, there's no substitute for a detailed assessment.
Of course.
It says that one of the issues I actually have with guidance like this in general is that when it's without justification makes statement like the landmark hill would detract from its focus. It really should say may, because there will be incidents in which it does not and incidents in which it may, depending on the landmark hill, the location, etc. I would definitely say in this regard, the viewpoints you took me to and the appreciation of this landform, first of all, you wouldn't appreciate it as a landmark hill in any sense that we understand a landmark hill from any of those viewpoints. And certainly because of that, it wouldn't detract from its focus and diminish its scale and prominence, because it really doesn't have a great deal of prominence in any of those views.
Of course,
for example.
Mr. Denny, that's your view.
Yeah,
as to whether
well, it's not just my view, it's based on my assessment and professional judgment in spending many months designing this wind farm.
Others would be entitled to have a different view of that hill.
Well, of course they are, but I'm giving my professional judgment based on a detailed assessment rather than by rote trying to accept a sketch, and that sketch is just giving you an idea of where something may be of relevance to consider.
If it's
being considered.
If it's a professional judgment, others could have a different professional judgment.
Of course, of course.
But if we look at figure 1.3 and we think again about the turbines which are highest up Carnacailach 5, 9 and 14. And sorry, if we could switch back to that appendix. Would those turbines not be higher up the slope of Carnacailach than they are shown in Figure 2 or Drawing 2?
Because Figure 2 is a generic sketch of a hill and some turbines, and the assessment of Carnacailach is an actual landform in an actual landscape and assessed on its merits.
Would the turbines I've referred to not be more like those in, I appreciate they wouldn't be as high up as those in the first drawing, but would they not be more like that?
No. No is the answer. They would be on the, as I've already explained it to you, about being on the lower part of the gently sloping northeasterly slope as Carnacailach slopes into the uplands, but it isn't discerned in those viewpoints in the way that landmark hills are described within the Elmex, because from none of those locations can you appreciate this rather uninspiring landform in that way. I think the way that you're trying to describe this to me is if you were seeing this from viewpoints, for example, in the Spey Valley with turbines on the southwest-facing slopes of Carnacailach, then I would have some sympathy with the line of questioning you're putting to me.
Have you been to the viewpoint on the path?
Sorry, have I been to?
Have you been to the viewpoint on the path?
I've both walked on most of the paths around that area, up onto Carnacailach itself, and then I've also been taken around all of those forestry tracks in a four-wheel drive for me to gain appreciation of it, yes.
Could I take you to document 728, CD 728, please? Sorry, yes, 728. And could I ask you, please, to turn to page 5? Sorry, it's electronic page 5.
CD 728, the SNH document.
Yes. Yes. And this is the land character assessment. Sorry, I'll wait until you have it.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it, except my copy doesn't seem to have it seems to have several page 2s and 3s, but not a page 5. Sorry,
I'd asked for electronic page 5, so that takes us to
Broad Valley
the description for the Broad Farm Valley.
Okay, that's page 1 of the printed document.
Yes, sorry, it would be in yours, but we've got...
Yeah, that's okay now. I was only confused by that.
Now, can I ask you to turn to what will be the second page on yours then? And if I could ask that we can see the heading perception here. Yes, if you could stop there, that would be very helpful. And when it comes to perception there, it says, within the valley, the eye is drawn to the river and the ever-changing views resulting from the complex interplay of landforms, pastures, tree cover, bridges and historic settlements. The eye is also drawn up to the surrounding containing hill slopes and summits within upland areas such as Benrinnes, Roy's Hill, Carnacailach, Muckle Conville and Benagan, often with steep sides, which form a dominant skyline.
That's exactly what it says, yes, I see that.
Yes. So Scottish National Heritage, at least, is prepared to give some recognition to Carnacailach and the role it performs in the skyline.
Yes, they've listed the landmark hills in this area as identified in the Murray document. If you want me to comment on that in any more detail, I'm willing to do so.
Well, if you could please, that was all I wanted from that.
That's fine. Well, if all I'm saying then is, yes, it says what you said to me, it says.
Yeah. And if you could turn, please, to the electronic page 9, and what I'm looking for, Mr. Denny, is the similar assessment in respect of character type 290. And if we could turn to landform, please, which is on maybe above settlement. Yes. Yes. And we see in the paragraph under landform, it says this landscape character type features a gently undulating plateau-like landform with smooth, even slopes, including broad, rounded hills situated at the northern eastern edges of the higher land to the south. There are more defined and higher hills found in the edge of the low-lying interior and basins such as Brownmuir, Milbury and Carnacailloch.
Yes, these are very generalised statements because, for example, in terms of being defined hills, Brownmuir is significantly more of a defined hill than Carnacailloch, to lump them together in the same without any further interrogation. And it was the same point I was going to make to you in relation to the perception you gave me earlier in terms of what was said about that list of landmark hills. The difference between each one of those is legion if you assess them individually and in the landscape, but they've kind of been lumped together in a more kind of generic statement, which again might be a starting point of interest, but then certainly requires significant interrogation because they aren't the same of each other in any way, shape or form.
So if you can just give me a moment. If I could take you, please, to the 9.4, CD 9.4.
I don't have CD, unless you, which is CD 9.4? It wasn't in the list that you alerted me to.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, CD 516.
Ah, right, that is the list that you alerted me to.
And could you please go to the electronic page 35, 81, please? And if you could scroll to the next page for me. And the next, so that we're on to page 45. And if you could just hold it there. Sorry, maybe you could just scroll down a little more for me. Thank you. And if you could go to paragraph 9.4 of your report, please. And here you're considering the Spey Valley Special Landscape Area.
Yes, that's right.
And you refer to the management guidance, which we had before us. And what you've done is you've quoted the final bullet under the heading Management Guidance, which is development proposed in surrounding upland areas should minimise the landscape and visual impact on SLA, including views and vistas along the valley. And that's the quote as you have it.
Yes.
But do we see in the paragraph above, which is headed Sensitivity to Change, the last paragraph there says wind energy development sited in adjacent upland areas and visible in prominent skylines, which would affect the character and views from this well-settled and visited valley.
Yes, it does say that.
Yeah.
And clearly Murray Council understood that when it developed both the capacity study and the SPG to which it forms a technical appendix.
Yes. But when you've prepared
and took these matters into consideration in deciding where the potential lay for wind energy development and guided developers towards it. So these matters would have been part of that consideration of an appropriate location.
But that process is not referred to in your report.
Well, I dealt with the UNWEX and in some detail.
But you've not. You have gone to the last bullet point regarding management guidance, but you've not specifically commented on your report. In fact, you've not commented at all on the last bullet on sensitivity to change.
I haven't expressly commented on that particular point, but what I have commented on at length is Murray Council's own analysis of how all of these things filter through into the ELMWEX, and therefore where is appropriate and where is not appropriate for wind energy development, because that's the corollary of all of this is that sieve analysis that went from these documents to directing where the appropriate place for wind energy development would be.
Thank you. Could I take you to viewpoint 6, please? And the CD reference is 3.3.
Just give me a moment to put this document away.
Yes, of course.
I'll get viewpoint 6.
I will read it out so that our programme officer can call it up for me. So it's 3.3, volume 3A, and it's figure 819 to H. Sorry, the reference is CD 3.3, volume 3A, figure 819A.
Sorry, did you say viewpoint 3 or viewpoint 19?
Sorry, viewpoint 6. Sorry.
Well, 19 came up on the screen. I thought I heard you say 3.
Right.
So,
It's figure 819.
So viewpoint 6.
Yes, it's just above there. Yes, that's the one I'm looking for. And this is a viewpoint from the A95.
It's from the highway verge of the A95, yes.
Yes.
If it was on the A95, I wouldn't be here.
Yes. Of course. And if we look first at the wire line here, we can see that it shows Rothes 2 and Rothes 1, and obviously Rothes 3, which is the proposal which has been considered here, and then to the right of that, Hunt Hill. Now, just looking at Rothes 2 first, on the horizon there, can we just see 2 tips of turbines peeking over the horizon?
Yes, it is possible to see the blade tips turning of Rothes 2
Yes.
from this location.
But you accept that they're very low set down onto the horizon?
From this viewpoint, yes, they are.
Yeah. And with Rothes 1, again, it's difficult to see where they are, but can we just see a couple of tips between the turbines 1 and 13 on the horizon?
Yes, I think it's probably important just to say for people that, of course, these viewpoints have been chosen because they're the places from which Rothes 3 is most visible, and they're not the places from which Rothes 1 and 2 are most visible. Obviously, there would be a different choice of viewpoints if you wanted to look at where Rothes 1 and 2 are most visible. So clearly that it's not going to be the case that they're going to be equally visible from the same viewpoints.
And then to the right of that, we've got Hunt Hill.
Yes.
And do we see that Hunt Hill, the turbines appear to be considerably smaller than the turbines for Rothes 3?
They don't just appear to be, they are.
Yeah. And if I could take you to the if I could take you then to figure 819F in that set. And this is the photomontage. Thank And if it could maybe be blown up just a little so we can pick out the features, please.
Sorry, would you just repeat that, please?
No, I was just asking our programme
Ah,
officer
sorry.
to blow up the... Sorry, a bit more, please, so we can see. Yes. Now, we obviously can't see the whole panorama here, but to the right-hand side of the screen, just below the turbines immediately to the right, do we see, I know it's quite difficult to make out on screen, but do we see the settlement of Archiston there? Just below those turbines?
You can see some part of Archestown there.
Yes.
It's some of the outer-lying properties.
Yes. And below that, again, along the contour, there we see some other buildings. And as we move towards the left, towards the middle of the screen we have in front of us, there are some white painted buildings.
Yes, I can see all of those things.
Yes. And then below that again, we've got the line of trees or vegetation. And is the spay in there?
It will be in there, yes.
Yeah.
This is that viewpoint I mentioned when you were talking to me about Carnacallach and turbines on or behind the landmark hill. And this is where I referred you to, where I said that from public accessible viewpoints, the turbines that you pointed out to wouldn't appear to be on the hill, but behind it and contained by it. And
yes.
This is that example, and you can see how the turbines are seen to be behind it, not on it.
Okay, well, having mentioned Carnacallach, then, where is Carnacallach?
It's just to the left of the leftmost turbines.
Right, so if we run our eye along the skyline, go to the left, there are two turbines, and Carnacallach is in there.
It was interesting you couldn't pick it out as a landmark hill because it's just an indistinct landform in the landscape from most of these viewpoints.
But it's upper moorland, is it not?
It's part of the upper moorland, yes.
Yeah, does it not provide a contrast with the trees and vegetation which can be seen in that landscape?
Yes, there is. There is some difference in its land cover because it's upland moorland, i.e. the upland moorland landscape character type LCT10, which is the landscape character type which is suitable for wind energy development.
And is that not a prominent skyline we're looking at here?
Clearly, in this photograph, the skyline is quite clear, and the turbines sit quite obviously along that skyline. I think it is worth pointing out, as I said to you earlier, this is from the highway verge to the A95. So although the cameraman would have stood on the verge, having found somewhere to park, in terms of how you would perceive this, there's no public footpath there.
No,
this will be a relatively fleeting view from people driving on the A95.
Well, you say fleeting. How long is it?
Sorry, repeat that.
You
please.
say fleeting. How long? What's the distance of the view?
Well, if you're travelling
in a car,
if you're travelling at 50 miles an hour, it's not going to take you more than 10 or 15 seconds to pass this location, because even though it's it's the most open stretch on the whole length of the A95. For the majority of the A95, coming all the way along this section, you can't see the turbines.
yes.
But
So
this view does open up for a short period of time as you drive past.
So people travelling into Aberlour on the road in a car would see this to the left-hand side.
Well, I think the passengers would. I don't think any driver looking in this direction would be doing himself any favours.
No, I agree. But the passengers in the car would be able to
have
see
the
it.
opportunity
Yes.
to look across and see this view.
Yes.
Yes, they would.
And what is it in terms of length? How long does that view last? In terms of length? What is the length of that view?
When you say length, I must admit I haven't measured it. I've walked along the highway verge and I've driven it on many, many occasions. I've had difficulty in slowing down because as soon as you try and slow down and take this view in, you tend to end up having traffic pushing behind you and wanting you to speed up again. So it really is necessary to find somewhere to park and walk back down the highway verge to really appreciate it. But nonetheless, I mean...
you say you've not had the opportunity to measure it. In paragraph 420 of your report, you could look at that, please. the last sentence there in that paragraph, the section of the A95 from where views are available is approximately 3 kilometres?
Yes, that's correct. But they're intermittent. It's not one complete 3-kilometre stretch. You asked me about this particular viewpoint opening up. I haven't measured, but there's a 3-kilometre stretch, yes, on which views
from which you
open
can
up
have
in different sorts of ways, yes.
Now, going back to the photomontage, if you would, please. We talked about, or I asked you questions. Sorry, I'll wait till it's brought up. Yes, thank you. Well, I asked you questions earlier about being able to see Archiston and the buildings which could be seen. Does the settlement of Archiston and the buildings not give a sense of just how tall these turbines are?
Well, I don't think there's any denying that these are large topography turbines. Again, that is what the LMWEX is envisaging for this landscape, larger topography turbines.
Well, I think that's a matter of dispute, but...
Well, I don't think it is. I think it's clearly in the LMWEX that it's considering large topography turbines, 130 to 150 metres. That's large topography turbines.
Well, if you go to paragraph 421 of your report, please. And what you say in the last sentence there, in the third last line, is all 29 of the turbine hubs and blades of the original proposed development would appear prominent above the horizon, with lower parts of the towers obscured by landform and forestry.
I think that's borne out by the visualisation we've just been looking at.
Yes. And we have heard evidence about the use of the word prominent here.
Yes.
And the use of the word dominant.
Yes.
Do you use those
They're terms of art that I'm
Yes.
familiar with, yes.
Yes. So you're saying, and dominant is the one which is a stage higher than prominent?
They're not really stages 1, 2, 3, but yes, they're ways of describing levels of change.
Yes. And what you're saying here is that they're prominent, but they don't have an effect which has a noticeable it's conspicuous. It has a conspicuous appearance on the horizon. It's a stage short of dominant.
Sorry, the turbines in this view are prominent in the landscape. I've set that out in the LVI and in my inquiry report. The dominant characteristic of the landscape now and would remain the landform and land cover across, 6.5 kilometres of the Spey Valley would remain the dominant characteristic of this landscape, in which these turbines would be prominent from this viewpoint. That's what the LVIA
But
says.
nonetheless, these turbines are prominent on that skyline.
Well, you've just read from my inquiry report
Yes.
where I exactly say that, yes. So.
And if I could ask you now, please, to look at the alternative proposed development drawings, which is, just get the reference, CD 314, figure 819, 8H. And if you could look at figure A, please. And again, sorry, I'll wait till it's called up.
I'm going to see if I can do this from the screen.
Yeah, and if I could ask you to scroll down so that we have the wire line in front of us. Now, if you could just hold it there for the moment, sorry. This wire line is different to the last one we looked at. I'm quite happy for you to turn it up, but we see Clash Gour added here in red to the left-hand side.
Yes, because in the alternative, I undertook a cumulative impact assessment which included Clash Gour because yes. Clash Gour had not been in planning at the time of the yes. first assessment.
And then running along to the right, we again see the same wire line which, subject to the revisals which were made in the alternative proposed development, but it's largely the same skyline with the alternative proposed development marked in.
That's a matter of fact, yes.
Yes. And could you...
What it's actually telling you, because you can see the difference in the number of turbines and scale between the alternative and the proposed, yet the turbines are still prominent on that upland moorland, is that if you undertake a wind farm design in accordance with the guidance of the LMWEX, you will end up with turbines being prominent in this view.
Well, do you accept, though, that even with this alternative proposed development, these turbines are still prominent on the horizon?
I just did a moment ago.
Sorry, yes. I missed that when I was moving the papers. So it still has a significant effect?
Yes, but both of them are assessed as being significant major.
Yes.
I think, as I say, I think the most telling point is and you could imagine, even if you reduce the height of those turbines by another 20 metres, 25 metres, they would remain prominent on that skyline. So the LMWEX was envisaging, in directing development to this location, the acceptability of the prominence of turbines in this upland set back from the Spey Valley.
Okay, can I ask you to turn to the next viewpoint I'd like to have a look at with you, and that's viewpoint 7, and it's for the original proposed development, which is CD 314, and it's figure 820. I'm sorry, I'm just going to check the reference from that. Sorry, sir, madam, if I can just have a moment to check this figure.
If you're directing me to the bend...
Sorry to interrupt, but we've had a message from upstairs that the signal has gone. I don't know if that's only in the building or universal. Is that correct? Yes.
We'll take a 10-minute break in that case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And this is viewpoint number 7 from Ben Rinnes. Is that correct?
It's correct, yes.
Yes. And this is, we can see in the middle of the panorama, we can see the wire line for Rothes 3 in green.
You can, yes.
Sorry, my computer's just frozen. And we can see here on the wire line Meikle Hill on the left-hand side.
Yes, you can.
And we see Rothes 2, Rothes 1,
Yes,
Kellis,
yes.
Rothes 3, and then Hunt Hill to the right.
All the wind farms which are shown on the wire line are as you have put.
Yeah. And when we look at Rothes 3, we see looking into that grouping which now sits behind Rothes 3, we see uneven visual density of the various wind farms we see in that wire line.
The wire line is giving you the location of both the existing constructed and the in-planning
Yes,
wind
but
farms, yes.
Rothes 3 is much more prominent, is it? No, it's much more towards the viewer in this wire line.
Yes, I mean, Rothes 3 can't be where Rothes 1 and Rothes 2 are because Rothes 1 and Rothes 2 is already there. So the LWEX has looked for where the potential for further large topography wind development is, and substantially Rothes 3 is located there, and yes, that makes it slightly closer to Ben Rinnes. I think the distance to the nearest turbine is 11.6 kilometres.
Yes, and we can see behind that Rothes 1 and Rothes 2, and we can see how there's an overlapping.
Yes, because it's an extension within the upland moorland, so that's an inevitability.
Yes, and we can see Meikle Hill to the left-hand side, and we can see Kellis as well.
I think we've just been through that, yes.
Yes. And we've got visual stacking of turbines there, do we?
There's always going to be. I mean, it would be impossible to develop not only a single wind farm, but an extension to a wind farm, in which from some viewpoints you would not have that occurring.
And does that view not seem visually confusing and imbalanced to somebody looking at it from Ben Rinnes?
No, I don't think so. Not to say we're necessarily very sad. Clearly, the ideal for a wind farm is that every turbine is well spaced from every other turbine, no turbine stacks. But of course, as soon as you put more than 2 turbines together, there will always be a viewpoint in which one of them stacks behind the other. That's an inevitable function of moving around the landscape between 2 points within it. And so in a complex wind farm and series of wind farms, it will always occur. You just try to minimise it within the design, and we go to great lengths to minimise it.
Well,
it's an inevitable.
Mr. Denny, could you possibly speak right into the microphone, please?
Sorry, I sat back there, but so I apologise. It's an inevitability of a complex wind farm.
Yes, could I take you, please, to CD34, which is Appendix 8.4.
CD 3.4 is?
It's the cumulative, it's the Appendix 8.4, which is the cumulative LVIA appendix. Appendix 8.4. And if you have that before you, could I ask you to turn, please, now it's our electronic page 3 of 8, which is the one marked 4.3 at the bottom. And if I could ask you to just stop there, please. Sorry, if you can scroll down a little for me so we can see all of paragraph A8412. Thank you. And starting from the bottom of that paragraph, about 5 lines up, there's a sentence which starts, "The character of the landscape will alter from one of different sized wind farms set apart from each other to a landscape with turbines with different sizes and proportions adjacent to each other, which will seem chaotic and poorly designed. This is judged to be a substantial change to the pattern of wind farm development should Hunt Hill be constructed, and it is judged that the cumulative landscape effect on the host LCT10 upland moorland and forestry will be significant and major."
That's exactly what it says, yes.
Yes. So that view we have seen at viewpoint 7 is chaotic and poorly designed.
Well, the view isn't chaotic and poorly designed. What that is saying is that the scale disparity between Hunts Hill and Rothes 3 would lead to a significant effect which has been identified, and that significant effect is due to that scale disparity between the two, and it's taken that appropriately into account and been very honest in reporting it.
And just for completeness, at paragraph 423 of your report, that was judged to be a significant effect.
Yes, that's correct.
And if we could now please turn to the same figure for the alternative proposed development, which is in CD 314. And again, looking at the wire line, first of all, again we see that, as with the last drawing we looked at the last wire line we looked at for the alternative proposed development, we see that to the left-hand side, Clash Gour has been added, and then we have in the middle the proposal in respect of Rothes 3. And again, do we see that the turbines, albeit it's the alternative proposed development, that the turbines are still further towards the viewer from Ben Rinnes?
Yes, because again, they occupy that same part of LCT10 identified by the LWEX they have to occupy that part of the landscape because they are an extension to Rothes 1 and Rothes 2 in the area to which that larger topography turbines have been guided and directed by Murray Council.
And again, looking at Rothes 3 from Ben Rinnes, we can still see, if I can describe it, as the mix of Meikle Hill, Rothes 1, Rothes 2, Kellis, Rothes 3, and Hunt Hill off to the right.
Yes, indeed. The views from Ben Rinnes, although panoramic and, in my view, very attractive, are views which are characterised already, and part of the character of those views are wind farms. Indeed, that extends to views of Paul's Hill. It extends to views of Hill of Towie, and if you turn around from this viewpoint and look in the other direction, you'll see Dornell. It's a location with 360-degree panoramic views, of which wind turbines are already a characteristic of those views.
But focusing on the screen that's in front of us for the moment with Rothes 3, we discussed a comment which was made in the Appendix 8.4, which we just looked at, that it would appear chaotic and poorly designed. Has anything changed so far as those words are concerned?
There will still be a scale disparity between Hunt Hill and the alternative Rothes turbines, in which the scale of those turbines, it diminishes the scale of the Hunt Hill turbines. But again, of course, the scale of the large topography turbines in that particular part of the landscape is what's been envisaged for it, of course.
But my question was in relation to the words which were used in the appendix about it being chaotic and poorly designed. Do they still apply to this scheme?
Well, they're the words of MVG landscape. I mean, I wouldn't use those kinds of pejorative terms in an assessment, but certainly I would agree with you.
Mr.
No, I'm going to agree with you.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm going to agree with you.
Right.
I would agree with you that I both accepted that judgment and it is a scale disparity that does give rise to a significant effect.
Thank you. I would now like to move to viewpoint 18, and that is to be found at CD 3, stop 3, volume 3B, and it's figure 831. Do you have that in front of you?
I can see it very adequately on the screen, yes.
And this is the viewpoint at Blacksboat Bridge.
Yes, indeed. It's called Blackboat's Bridge because that's the bridge just adjoining it, but it's actually the viewpoints on the Speyside Way.
Yes, well, if we could actually scroll down to the next photograph, which is figure 831B. Scroll up, sorry. Yes, got it. Do we see the bridge in that photograph?
Yes.
And which end of the bridge are we at here in this photograph?
On the northern edge.
The northern end.
So the Speyside Way comes along, crosses this minor road and goes down past the fishing huts to one side of them, and then along. This was the beginning. This is the beginning or the end of the journey I told you that I've done along 12 kilometres of Speyside Way, and this is really the only clear viewpoint of the Rothes turbines on that 12-kilometre journey.
Yeah. So could we, and talking about the road, who's likely to be on that road? Would we find walkers on it or on the footpath at the side of the road?
Well, clearly.
Yes.
Walkers.
Cyclists?
Clearly those people could be on it, absolutely.
Yeah. Tourists?
Well, I'm going to have to say yes, because if you said could a driver in a white van be on it, the answer would be yes.
Yes,
I mean, using
of
the
course.
photograph there. But
Yeah.
Of course people would be on this road.
And is this part of the Whisky Trail?
This is a route on the Whisky Trail. It's not the main one. If you follow the main signs on most of the Whisky Trail route, it wouldn't bring you down here. But you could come down here to go to Cardew Distillery, if you so chose.
Could we go back to figure 831A, please, which is the photograph just before this? Now, the view is taken to the side of the bridge here to
Because it's a space-side way.
Yes, the space-side way.
I think that was what was chosen in conjunction with Murray Council as being the sensitivity was the space-side way, not the bridge.
Now, at paragraph 427 of your report, what you say is, wait till it's brought up. What's said there in the last sentence is that it's noted within the LVIA that the view is unavailable to either end of the bridge due to the screening by woodland and the valley sides.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that correct?
Well, yes, as you come off either end of the bridge, either if you come down from the south, there is vegetation which screens your view. As you leave and go up round the sharp bend before you join the Archerstown Road, it's screened from view.
And what if you stood in the middle of the bridge?
You see the River Spey, and there's a notch, and you will see some of the turbines in that notch.
Yes. So, if we could go back then to figure 831A, we can talk about that. So in this photograph, to get our bearings, the Spey is to the right-hand side?
Yes, it is.
Yes. And we see the notch created by the line of the trees just above the yellow broom, which you described there.
That's right.
Yep. And we see in the distance the outline of a hill. See that? Got
yes.
that? And which hill's that?
Well, it's part of the lower western slopes of Carnacalla.
Yes. And if we could turn to the photo montage. Which is figure 831F. And could we maybe zoom in on the part just above the yellow broom, please? Maybe a little bit more. Thank you. And we see up behind Carnacalla the turbines. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if you were actually standing on the bridge, would your eye not be drawn along the line of the river here?
It is. Each time I've stood there, actually, I don't know whether it's just luck, but each time I've stood there, there's been a number of people salmon fishing, and that's certainly drawn my eye. And then the main thing that draws your eye is the Spey itself.
Yes.
Yes. But you clearly will see these turbines in the view, and that's been acknowledged in the assessment. As I say, if you're travelling along the Speyside Way, this will probably be your one and only view of the turbines. For the rest of your entire journey on the Speyside Way, they won't trouble you. And if you leave this point and drive towards Archerstown, then again you won't see these turbines for quite some time on that journey until the view opens up in slightly closer proximity. But it's one of those limited one-off viewpoints that you and I talked about earlier, where a view is available.
Yes, and because it's a limited view, is it not more likely that when people drive over the bridge, or they cycle over, or they walk over, they will stop, or they'll park their car if they're in their car and walk back over to enjoy the view?
Well, you're kind of speculating about what people would do, but yes, of course, there must be the opportunity for people, if they wish to try and park up. I mean, there's no actual formal parking areas there. It's not a viewpoint that people specifically go to, but it's a viewpoint. It would be a fleeting and transient viewpoint as you crossed the bridge at this point, I agree.
Yes, unless you chose to go back and have a proper look at it. Or you stopped, if you were walking over it, to have a proper look at it.
Well, wouldn't it be easier for me to say that if somebody went and stood on the bridge, this is what they'd see? Because that's clearly what the case would be.
And of course, on the horizon, they would see the turbines moving.
Yes.
And would that not, the movement of those not draw their eye up all the more?
Yes, they'd be looking to the upland moorland area where large topography turbines have been directed by Murray Council. It's an inevitable function that turbines are visible in this view of placing turbines in the location identified by the MWACs.
And would you say this is a prominent view of the turbines?
They're not as prominent as the one we looked at from the A95, but clearly they are prominent on that ridgeline, yes. And see, I've just described it as a ridgeline, not a landmark hill, because as in most of the views of Carnac, it doesn't appear as a landmark hill, it just appears as a skyline upland moorland where the turbines are located. Okay.
If we could now turn to the figure for the same figure for the alternative proposed development, please, which is CD 314. It's just the one below that, I think. Yes, it's the one.
Yes.
Yeah, you just pass it. There you are. And again, if you could turn to the photo montage for me, please. Yes, that's 831F. Sorry. And again, if you could expand the part just above the broom. And again, although we've got the alternative proposed development, we still see the turbines above the notch.
Yes, fewer turbines are visible in the alternative scheme due to the reduction in the number of turbines, but there are still turbines visible.
Thank you. If I could ask you now to turn to the viewpoint 19, which is in CD 872A. And if you could have a look at 872A, please. And what we have here is the skyline. And is that Carnac we can see on the horizon between the copse of trees?
Well, it is in that location. Again, this is one of those viewpoints where you really don't appreciate in any way, shape or form it as a landmark hill. It just appears to be a part of a long line of upland moorland ridge. It's a fairly indistinct landform, but yes, it lies in that vicinity that you described to me.
Yes, and in summer, would that be covered in heather?
I'm sure it would. Yeah, it wasn't in autumn rather than summer.
Yes.
As is the moorland of much of this district.
And we see a road here. That's the V9102 here. And looking at the wire line, we see Rothes 3 in green, and we see Hunt Hill to the right-hand side of that again. But looking at Rothes 2 to the left, if we go down to the skyline, or do we see tips of the turbines which make up Rothes 2?
Yes, you can.
And again, they sit low on the horizon.
Sorry, repeat that again?
They sit low in the horizon.
Well, yes, because of their location, they sit behind that landform from this viewpoint. As I pointed out to you, of course, what we're doing here is looking at viewpoints in which have been chosen specifically because Rothes 3 is prominent in these viewpoints. They've not been chosen to be viewpoints in which Rothes 1 and 2 are prominent. There's a different set of viewpoints if we were trying to look at the prominence of Rothes 1 and 2 in the landscape.
And if you're driving along this road, travelling north, you're going to have Carnacailloch in sight as you travel up the road? Along the road?
Technically, yes. I mean, whether anyone would actually understand, appreciate or know that, they would just see this upland landscape ahead of them. I don't think they would... We're identifying Carnacailloch, but for the average person along here, it would just be looking at the upland moorland.
Yes, but significantly, if there are turbines on the horizon, they're going to see those quite clearly.
Yes, again, I mean, I know I keep saying this, but I think it's very important that turbines located, as directed by Murray Council, to the area of potential for large topography turbines will be visible from the viewpoints you're taking me to.
Well, if we have a look at 872F, that's the photo montage. If you could scroll to that, please. Thank you. And again, we see on the right-hand side that copse of trees we talked about before, and we can see...
Forestry plantation, yes.
Yes. And we can see above that the turbines sitting above the horizon there.
Yes.
And would you say that's a prominent view of the turbines?
Turbines are prominent along the ridgeline, yes.
And for what, again talking about the distance on that road, for what distance will those be in view as you're travelling along that road going north?
It's just over 6.5 kilometres. I took this photograph myself after you requested, after Murray Council requested this viewpoint and chose the location. It's immediately or just beyond Mrs. Mandel's drive and the dustbin store on the end of the drive. And that's about 6.5, 6.6 kilometres from the turbines.
And if we were to look at 873F, now please. Sorry, it's the next. And this is the alternative proposed layout. And again, notwithstanding the fact it's the alternative proposed layout, we still see the turbines sitting above the horizon of Carnacailloch there.
Yes, the answer is always going to be inevitably so.
Yes, and they still, would you say they're still prominent?
They're prominent along the ridgeline. They're not by any way or means a dominant feature of the landscape. And if you stand at this viewpoint and don't just look at a photograph, the landscape and its form and its topography remains the dominant characteristic of the view, with turbines being prominent along the ridgeline in it, yes. As I say, the only way that we're going to get to a position where what you're taking me through didn't arise is just that large topography turbines will be directed to somewhere else in Murray.
Well, if that could be taken down now, thank you very much. We've gone through and we've looked at various viewpoints there, and we looked at the wire lines for viewpoint 6, and we've looked at the wire line for this viewpoint 19. And one of the functions of Carnacailloch, which is identified in the definition of the landmark hills, is that they will provide visual containment of turbines. And when we looked at viewpoint 6 and viewpoint 19, and in particular the wire lines, I think you acknowledged that you could just see the tip of the turbines. Does that not suggest that the landmark hills are actually, the landmark hill of Carnacailloch is actually performing the function which was identified for it in the capacity study, and that is to visually contain?
Sorry, when you say you can only see the tip of turbines, you meant that you only see the tip of turbines of Rothes 1 and 2?
Yes.
Yes, in those viewpoints that we looked at, that was the case for Rothes 1 and 2. But of course, Rothes 1 and 2 only occupies a very, very small area of the land which has now been identified subsequent to the development of Rothes 1 and 2. Not at the time, but this is subsequent to the development of Rothes 1 and 2. Further land has been identified by Murray for large topography turbines. So those large topography turbines in the location to which developers are directed will not have the same visual relationship as Rothes 1 and 2 because they're in a different part of the landscape. These turbines are in the part of the landscape identified by the elmworks, and they have the visual relationship with the landscape that is an inevitable consequence of that.
But in the photomontages, which we looked at for viewpoint 6 and viewpoint 19, we could see quite clearly the turbines sitting on the horizon.
Yes, I think you're confusing, and my report does state this. The containing function of the landmark hills that's referred to is turbines being seen behind that landform and in the uplands rather than coming down the slopes into the settled valleys. So in all the views we've looked at, it's quite obvious that the turbines are in the uplands and they are behind the major landforms that contain those uplands.
Yeah, now you've mentioned a few times in your evidence this afternoon the fact that Moray Council identified this area as being suitable for this typology, but did the capacity study not say that the turbines should be set well back into the core?
Well, if it had meant that exactly as you've put it to me, into the core, then it would have identified a significantly smaller area of land with potential in the core. And indeed, actually, in this case, the core would have been then locating turbines on the triple SI, so that wouldn't work at all. The LMEX identifies a very substantial area of land with this potential.
Well, does it? Because LCT10, does it not say that there is some capacity for turbines of this typology? Some limited capacity for turbines of this typology?
Yes, it does. But if the limitation was there were parts of the land in which it was not possible to locate large topography turbines, it wouldn't logically have included it in its mapping. So the areas that it has included in its mapping must be the areas where that limited ability exists.
Yes, but it surely can't be carte blanche just to put turbines of this height anywhere within it without a landscape and visual impact assessment being done which draws out the impacts which we've been talking about this afternoon?
Absolutely not, and I agree with you there. But what I was putting to you is that if you, and this was the exercise the LMWorks went through, it looked at what would happen if they put large topography turbines on parts of this landscape and ran an analysis of that to see which pieces of land would be acceptable and which pieces of land wouldn't in a visual context.
Yes, absolutely.
And identified the areas of land. What I was putting to you is if you put large topography turbines, and you can move them around, you can decide you'll place them on different parts of the land that the LMEX has identified. But wherever you do that, you're going to give rise to significant visual effects from those large topography turbines.
Yes.
It's not possible for Moray to sort of have its cake and eat it, which is to say we've identified somewhere where we can have these large topography turbines, but if you can see them, that's not acceptable because it's not possible to do that. Those two don't square up. If large topography turbines are located in this landscape, you will see them in this landscape.
No, but what the capacity study said was that it identified there was capacity for some limited turbines. Did it not?
I don't think it said some limited turbines. It said there was
some limited capacity.
Limited capacity, and that capacity is limited to the areas identified by the LMWorks.
Well, can it not also be limited in as much as it depends upon the typology of the turbines we're talking about? It depends upon where they're located. Because LMWorks also identifies that they shouldn't be sited near the landmark hills because the consequence could be that they become more visually prominent from the Spey Valley?
Yes, the ELMWEC sets a series of parameters, but they're parameters which are limited in their extent, and they're limited to Murray Council wanting to be able to deploy large topography turbines, but seek to minimise the landscape and visual effects as much as they can. What the ELMWEC doesn't do is then look at all the other constraints that exist on that land that they have identified when it comes to detailed wind farm design, and we touched on that earlier in relation to other schemes and the complexities of that. This scheme has been developed taking into account all of those other complex issues. But at the same time, what the ELMWEC doesn't do, and this is the biggest flaw in the ELMWEC, is consider how it's going to balance any landscape harms that may arise with maximising the potential of this location for renewable energy generation.
Well, does it have to? Because it's a strategic document, and the place in which that exercise is carried out is in a detailed assessment of applications as they are made?
Exactly, as has been done, not only in terms of an LVIA, but in terms of a very, very careful and detailed design of a wind farm, which balances all of the effects on water courses, deep peat, the triple SI, microwave links, all the things that have been taken into account, and the need to maximise and unlock the potential of this site for renewable energy have resulted in this scheme.
But as a result of the detailed exercise being done, it has shown the effects which it will have upon the landscape.
Yes, and a wind farm with large topography turbines will have significant effects. This does have some. I've said the limitations of those, and they now serve to be weighed in the planning balance. As I said to you in answer to a question earlier, I could minimise the effects of these turbines on the Spey Valley landscape to a point of no effect at all, but that wouldn't generate any energy. What we need to do here is maximise the potential of this site for renewable energy generation and keep the generation as high as possible. Why would you harm any part of the Scottish landscape for our major benefit of generation, but at the same time such that that can be balanced against the harms, and ultimately the harms be found to be acceptable in the planning balance?
Yes,
if we've got the planning balance wrong, then those who are making the decision will say so. But there is a planning balance to be made, and it's not just about minimising the landscape and visual effects to the point where you can't see the turbines.
There is a balance, but nonetheless the impact on the landscape and the visual effects is a consideration which has to be factored into account.
Of course, that's what the LVIA has done to enable the significant effects to be taken forward into the balance. Kind of what you're putting to me is that the very existence of those significant effects of themselves equates to unacceptability, which of course is completely wrong.
I'm not suggesting that. But the fact that the turbines, when we looked at viewpoint 6, which was on the A95, were just as prominent. When we looked at viewpoint 7 from Ben Rinnes, they were very much further forward than the other wind farms we could see. And when we see the proposal on the skyline here on this road,
what you're saying to me is in the viewpoint...
Sorry, let me finish my question,
sorry,
please.
I thought you had. I apologise.
No, does that not infer that what has happened here in this proposal is that the turbines have spilled out over the core, and that's why they are now much more prominent, or the proposal is much more prominent than the other wind farm developments which are in that area?
No, all it tells you is you've taken me around a series of viewpoints specifically chosen to show the most open and prominent views of Rothes 3 in this landscape.
But they are still views.
Of course. Of course.
And the view from the E95 is the main road into Aberlour travelling north.
If it helps you, if I were to take these turbines I now was to relocate them to a different location within the land identified by the ELMWEC, I could then go and choose a complete set of different viewpoints in which I could demonstrate the visibility of those turbines in that particular landscape in places from which they were prominent. The fact that you can see these turbines from some viewpoints within the Spey Valley is not a reason for saying they're in the wrong place.
But the fact is that the function which has been identified for the landmark hills, or one of the functions which has been identified for the landmark hills in the capacity study, is to visually contain wind farm development. And we can see that works for Rothes 1 and Rothes 2 when we look at viewpoint 6 and we look at viewpoint 19, and it doesn't work for this proposal.
Well, Carnacallac does nothing for containing, visually screening Rothes 1 and Rothes 2 from the Dallas Road.
Yes, well,
because that's a location where that is visible.
Well, that's a different consideration, is it not? Because what we've been looking at this afternoon is the identification that this is a sensitive skyline. It's on a prominent road into Aberlour, and the landmark hill of Carnacallac does, as it's suggested it would do on the capacity study, and that is that it protects the views from the Spey Valley.
Well, I can only say that these turbines are located in LCT 10 in that upland landscape. They're set back behind the landform. They're within the area identified by the Elmwex, apart from a couple of turbines which are extremely close to the edge of it. And even those turbines don't appear to be coming down into the settled landscapes. They are also seen to be retained and contained within the upland. They sit behind the landmark hill in those views in which you can see it, as the Elmwex envisaged. But yes, I've agreed with you where they are visible, where they are prominent, and where there will be some significant effects.
Looking at, considering where Carnacallac sits in relation to Rothes 1 and Rothes 2, will it not contain the views on the west side of Rothes 1 and Rothes 2 and on the south side, as we have looked at?
We're not seeking here to develop Rothes 1 and Rothes 2. It's already in the landscape, and I can't put this wind farm, and Murray Council can't expect me to put this wind farm on Rothes 1 and Rothes 2. After Rothes 1 and Rothes 2 was permitted and built, Murray Council looked for where would further opportunities for large topography turbines arise. And they've identified the area for further opportunities, not to say, can we please just redevelop Rothes 1 and Rothes 2?
And we've already had that discussion about what the capacity study actually said. What I'd like to do now is move on to paragraph 513 of your report. And this is a section in your report when you're considering the overview of the overall combined cumulative effects here. And actually, if we could scroll forward a few pages till we get to paragraph 518. And as I understand it, this is a section where you have considered what is called scenario 3, where you're looking at the operational and under construction wind farms, those which have consent, and those which are proposed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the conclusion which you arrive at, which I want to go back to, is that four lines down, there's a sentence starting, there will be an overall combined significant effect upon the local landscape which, through the increase in size of wind farm clusters, collectively would form a band of development clusters across the Moray Hills. It is not, however, considered that this collective development would result in LCT 10 as a whole becoming a wind farm landscape. Rather, whilst it is acknowledged that within the footprint of the individual sites there may be localised areas of wind farm landscape, these would not combine to create an overall wind farm landscape across LCT 10 as a whole.
Yes, that's right. That's my view.
That's your conclusion. And you reason your way to that conclusion starting at paragraph 514. If we could turn that up, please.
Yes, indeed. I've drawn on the full cumulative assessment and the visual assessment of the LVIA to come to this conclusion, but it's summarised here, yes.
Yes. It might be useful actually to have CD 32, chapter 8 in front of us. Sorry, if I can just have a moment. And could you turn to page 22 of that, please? Yes, and we see paragraph A812 there. And I think when you mentioned that you had drawn upon this, what you've done is you've actually lifted that paragraph A812 and put it in as paragraph 5.4.
Yes, I just say I drew on the LVIA,
yes.
And I just said that to you earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, so just to clarify that point with you. And what you do is you go on in paragraph A813, and you talk about the fact, sorry, it was in the last screen we had, thank you. In paragraph A813, and you say it's common practice to assess the effect on landscape character resulting from introducing the development into the landscape, and it continues, and you talk about the ways in which that can be done. And then you say, when considering wider patterns of development, we can describe regional areas as being landscapes with occasional wind farm clusters to a maximum of a wind farm region. Now, if we go to paragraph 515 in your report, what do you mean by region?
Well, that's actually not my terminology. That's MVG's terminology. But that would be I don't know. You might say that if we continue to develop some of the wind farms in Lanarkshire in the way we're doing, it may become more than just a wind farm landscape, a landscape region. And I think that's but it's not a terminology that I would normally use. I don't think there is one yet.
Yes, because at 515, and this is the point I wish to explore with you, it says that it's identified that there will be increased presence of wind development in the hills between the coastal lowlands and the mountainous fringes of the Cairngorms. Is that the regional analysis?
Yes, I mean, if you look at this wider region, then there is a pattern of development in the wider region that could ultimately, in 20 or 30 years' time, lead to it being called a wind farm region.
And then, having done that, you then move on to consider the impact on the landscape capacity type and LCT 10. You develop that analysis in that paragraph?
Yes.
And when doing that, you talk about clusters. Now, what do you mean by clusters, just so there's no doubt?
Groups of wind farms closely related to one another, and more so than they do to other wind farms elsewhere in the landscape, so that rather than just being a series of loosely or indeed well-spaced landscapes, they start to cluster together in one location.
Yeah. And when you cover that in your report, you say that one cluster would comprise the Rothes 1, 2 and 3 schemes along with Hunt Hill.
Yes.
Would the cluster not be larger than that?
No, I think there's a sufficient separation between that cluster and other wind farms for them to still read as distinct and separate wind farms separate from that cluster.
What other wind farms do you have in mind when you say that?
Kellis or Meikle Hill or even Hill of Towie, and of course, if it were permitted, Clash Gour, Berryburn, Paul's Hill.
But when we looked at the wire line for, and we're happy to take you back to it for viewpoint 7, did we not see Meikle Hill and Kellis in those wire lines?
Yes, you did.
And there's no mention in this section of your report that you've decided to exclude those from your consideration of a cluster?
Well, because I don't think they are part of that cluster. The important thing in making this judgment is not just to choose a viewpoint and make a judgment on the basis of it. It's to see how you appreciate those wind farms as you move in, around and through the landscape.
But it comes down to a judgment.
Well, it's always going to come down to a judgment, but it should be an informed judgment based on detailed assessment, which is what I have done.
And others could do the same and come to a different conclusion, could they not?
Well, of course, they could always do the same and come to a different conclusion, but I'm proffering to the reporters a detailed consideration of this matter, and I would say it was well-founded.
Yes, and others may appear and say that they've got their view and that's well-founded as well, and the reporters will have to decide.
I'm sure they may, yes.
Now, going back to your conclusion at paragraph 518, about halfway down, there's a line which starts across, and you go on to say it's not, however, considered that this collective development would result in LCT 10 as a whole becoming a wind farm landscape. Rather, whilst it is acknowledged that within the footprint of the individual sites there may be localised areas of wind farm landscape, these would not combine to create an overall wind farm landscape across LCT 10 as a whole.
Yes, that's correct.
Are you saying there that the wind farm landscape is confined to the footprint of the individual sites?
Not necessarily so, but it can be. For example, if you're not able to appreciate a grouping of wind farms as you're approaching it, and you only really truly appreciate it as maybe you emerge from forestry, then that can be the case. But as Mr. Welsh said yesterday, the wind farm landscape normally doesn't extend to very far, certainly not more than a kilometre, but it may actually not extend much beyond the footprint, depending on the specific characteristics and location of the site, the topography, other factors such as forestry or woodland. But generally, to feel that you're in a wind farm landscape, you need to kind of be close to and in amongst the turbines or groups of turbines, rather than if you're set back from those turbines, you're more likely to think to yourself, there's a large wind farm over there, rather than I'm in a wind farm landscape.
But if you're over there looking back, you could still perceive a wind farm landscape. You could perceive... Sorry?
A wind farm landscape is not something that ordinary receptors see or perceive. It's a term of art that we, SNH, and we involved in wind farms have brought about to describe different degrees of change. Ordinary people would either say to themselves, I'm walking in a wind farm, or I'm seeing a large wind farm from where I'm stood over there. Now, wind farm landscape is the kind of, I'm largely walking in a wind farm, or I'm in a landscape in which those turbines are the dominant feature of the place I am. That's kind of, whereas when you're not in the wind farm landscape, but you're seeing a landscape with wind farms, it would be how an ordinary member of the public might say, well, I can see a wind farm over there, and there's one quite close to me over here. But that's the difference between the two, bringing it into layman's terms.
Yes. If I can take you back to paragraph 515. Now, do you have that in front of you? Eight lines from the bottom towards the right-hand side of that paragraph, there's a sentence which starts, the introduction of the Rothes 3 turbines in the central upland area of LCT 10 will create a localised wind farm landscape to the north of Carnacailach, associated with the upland forestry, which is the predominant characteristic of these uplands. This will arise as the scale of the cluster and the number of the turbines will become a key characteristic alongside the commercial forestry, and in places close to the turbines or within the cluster, they will be the predominant characteristic. Now, what you've said is that in places close to the turbines or within the cluster, so that's a recognition that the wind farm landscape is extending beyond the footprint of the wind farm.
I explained that to you earlier.
Yes. No, I'm just checking with you.
No, I stand by everything that I say there.
And what you seem to identify there is that there will be two key characteristics which emerge. There will be forestry and there will be wind farm. Yes,
because as I said to you earlier, there'll be places where, as you're coming along some of those paths that you took me to some time ago, where you'll be walking up a forestry track with no view of turbines at all. You could get within relatively close proximity to where the felling has taken place to make way for the wind farm and then see turbines. So in a situation where that arose, you could be almost on top of the turbines before you realised it. In other places, you would be coming closer to the turbines and seeing them as you walked. As you walked closer towards them, they would move from being a prominent feature or a wind farm that you saw in front of you to you starting to get the feeling that you're now in a wind farm in which the turbines are the dominant characteristic of the place you're at. And at that point, you've arrived at the threshold of the wind farm landscape.
Yes, you said there that, and what I take from that is that the wind farm landscape will trump, if I can put it that way, the forestry landscape.
Forestry is a very dominant characteristic in its own right, particularly as you move into a forest.
Sorry to object, but the system has gone down again. The signal has gone down again upstairs. Whether it's weather-related or whatever, I have no idea, but we've just got that message. I would ask for a brief adjournment to... I'm sorry to...
I agree. I think, given the weather conditions, if we just break for... If you're happy to carry on, Mr Denny, today...
I'm very happy to carry on. I'd rather finish than not finish.
Yes. I think we'll maybe just break for 10 minutes and see if the weather breaks. That hopefully will help matters. Thank you. Come back at 20 past 4.
Can I just ask for my benefit? It seemed very clear we're not going to get to Miss Anderson this afternoon, which is my primary reason for remaining here. It may be I will not be here after you resume, or will be. Somebody from Highland Council will be. But I'm just note that, so if you see me missing, it's not a cause for concern.
I think that's sensible. I think we still, Mr Seaton and I obviously still have questions, as does Mr Kelly and perhaps Mrs Ross. So I think it'd be safe to assume that Miss Anderson would be available. Sorry, and we have re-examination.
No, sorry. I'm just going to go around the room and have a chat about Carol Anderson when we hear her, because I don't want to be Billy No mates on Friday afternoon when you want to get south and I'm continuing with my cross-examination. Thanks very much. So I'll have a chat around the room and see where we get to.
So if we come back at 20 past 4, thank you.
I have a 7-hour drive tomorrow evening. Tomorrow evening, yeah.
I know you want to get down the A9.
Timing, Mr Brown, how long we're still on cross-examination?
Sorry, I would have thought 15 minutes at
15 minutes?
Yes.
And we have Mr Kelly and others and ourselves and re-examination. So I think what we'll try and do today is complete the evidence for the Rothes 3 for Mr Denny. And I believe there's perhaps some discussion about the programme for tomorrow. If someone perhaps would want to leave it until Mr Denny's finished.
Let's leave it till then, but my general thought, for what it's worth, so people can think about it, is that I don't want to leave Carol Anderson and Perda beyond over the weekend and beyond. And I think we're in danger of that. Reviewing my cross-examination, it's going to be 3 hours plus. I know Mr Steele has 45 minutes to an hour. You will have questions, and there is the in-chief as well. I think I wasn't entirely joking when I was saying that Friday afternoon isn't a great time to be sitting on till 5 or 6. It really is not, and I don't want to do that. I doubt that you do. So one option which we're exploring is to perhaps take her in chief tomorrow, but then to, subject to diaries, and we don't know about them yet, to come back possibly in week 2 on some day to do the cross-examination, etc. I think we have space in week 2 because there's some vacation by Rothes 3 in terms of 1 or 2 oral slots. And we can probably fit in some time subject to diaries. That's the current thought, but yeah, let's carry on now, but that's the thought process. Those are the thought processes.
Could I suggest, though, that Carol Anderson does not depart from the building, just in case it is felt appropriate to sit on this evening to take her in chief?
Yeah, if I can say on that Carol Anderson's still here and will remain here until the inquiry closes for the day.
Okay, we'll carry on with Mr Denny meantime, and Mr Seaton and I will have a quick chat before we finish for the day and let you know about the suggested alternative. Okay. If you can carry on, Mr Brown. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Mr Denny, just before the break, I was reviewing paragraph 515 with you, and I had taken you to the comment where you had said that the turbines would be, or could be, at places close to the turbines or within the cluster, they will be the predominant characteristic there. So what you were saying there is that the wind farms have outweighed the forestry characteristic at that point?
If you're not in the forest, as I was just saying to you before the break, clearly if you have forestry, commercial forestry in close proximity to a wind farm, even a large-scale wind farm, which is deemed to be a wind farm landscape, you can move into that forestry and suddenly have no vision and no characterisation of the wind farm. But I explained to you then there will be other places where you will have that impression of being in a wind farm landscape in close proximity, but not necessarily within the wind farm.
Yes.
Once you're in the forest will be the dominant characteristic again.
Could I take you, please, to CD 717?
Is that siting and designing wind farms in the landscape?
Yes, it is. And I have no doubt you'll be familiar with this document.
I've been taken through it more times than I care to remember.
I'm sure. Could we turn to paragraph 4.5, please? .5, thank you. Now, just before we get to that, we've obviously heard from landscape witnesses here, and we'll hear from landscape witnesses, and we can see from their reports that they refer to this document. You've not referred to it in your report, as I understand it.
No, I haven't. No, it's a document I'm very familiar with, and all the concepts of it are ones that I am familiar with and apply in my work. Yes.
Yes. So if we have a look at paragraph 4.5, which is talking about the development of multiple wind farms can create different types of cumulative effect here, and if we go to the third bullet point, they could appear as a dominant characteristic of the area, seeming to define the character type as a wind farm landscape character area. Now, there are certain points I've noted there. It talks about, in that bullet, a dominant characteristic. And what you've said in your report is that it could become the dominant characteristic at places close to the turbines or within the cluster.
Yes, if you've ever been close to a series of large topography turbines or within a wind farm of large topography turbines, you will be able to understand how they would be the dominant characteristic.
And what this paragraph talks about is of the area.
Yes, the area in which the turbines are located, yes.
Yes, it doesn't talk about the region or local level. It talks about the area.
Yes, that's right. It's talking about exactly the same as I'm talking about in my inquiry report, that place where either a wind farm or a cluster of wind farms are capable of creating a wind farm landscape.
So there is an area which you have identified where that would occur?
Yes, I have. I've identified that as Rothes 1, 2 and 3, forming a cluster which would be a localised wind farm landscape in that location.
Is the reason why this document, just before we get to that, at 4.6, it does say these effects can occur at varying scales, for example, affecting a local character type or at a regional level. So it needn't be at a regional level, it could be at a local level.
Yes, it could.
Yep. And the appropriateness of these different effects will depend on the character and value of the landscape and the objectives for change as defined in the local authority's capacity study.
Yes, it would all depend on the the location, the topography, land cover, the availability of views, the nature and size and scale of wind farms and their relationship with each other, all these complex factors would play into whether a wind farm landscape extended to one area or another, whether they came together to form a wider wind farm landscape, as Carol Anderson has indicated in her report.
Yes, what I'm struck by is the fact that you have identified that it would become the dominant characteristic, and you have identified an area in which that would occur.
Yes.
Is the fact that, well, is the reason for not referring to this document in your report the fact that if you did, we would see that what we have is in fact an instance of bullet point 3, where we do in fact, as a result of the combination of the dominant characteristic and the area, have a wind farm landscape character area?
No. And my report clearly sets out my thinking behind that, which I won't repeat here because we're short of time, but it's clear and set out.
But you accept that that's a matter of judgment, and it's for the reporters
It's
to
my
form
experience, professional judgment, based on a detailed study that I've undertaken and my detailed knowledge of these wind farms in this landscape.
But it's not your decision ultimately?
Absolutely not, no. I'm just commending my judgment to the reporters.
If we could just have a moment, Madam, to check. Sorry, Madam, we're just checking for instructions at this point. Thank you, Madam, for that opportunity to take instructions. I confirm I've got no further questions. Mr. Denny. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Looking at the programme, we now have an opportunity for Mr. Kelly for Save Wild Murray, for cross-examination of Mr. Denny also. I'll hand over to you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Mr. Denny. The only documents that will be needed are the December 2019 SI Volume 3A Viewpoint 7. That's CD 314, figures 820A, B, C, and D. But before we get to that, just a couple of general points. I was quite intrigued by your answers about half an hour, 40 minutes ago to Mr. Brown on the approach to design, when you mentioned maximising the potential energy generation from the site. Is it not the case that the landscape architect has no role in maximising the energy output of the site? Your role is to assess landscape and visual impacts.
You're right, but I'm involved all the time with technical experts from wind energy development companies, where they are looking to see how they can develop the potential of a site. I am looking at their proposals and I am saying whether I think that that leads to too great a landscape or visual effect, or whether I can improve or mitigate those landscape and visual effects. But it is a kind of symbiotic relationship, because it is good planning. It is good planning to make the best of any site and the best of any development, and it's poor planning not to do so. So it's a tenet in wind farm design that you need to minimise the environmental effects, but to minimise the environmental effects does not mean to make minimal. If you tried to make the environmental effects minimal, you would have no wind energy development. My role is to help work as part of a team that strikes the appropriate balance between landscape and visual effect and the appropriate development of renewable energy so that a planning balance can be met and wind energy development can come forward.
So as a professional landscape architect giving evidence at this inquiry, you're saying we have to have wind energy development?
No, it's the Scottish Government that says that, not me.
I fear we're straying into policy issues, but where does the Scottish Government say we have to have onshore wind energy development?
It doesn't, but if I look at all of that I've been involved in and all of the discussions I've had...
So it does, let's just stop it. It doesn't say that?
No.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
just
you.
taking the view that...
That's the end of that question. Thank you.
Fine.
Another general point. We have the original development and the alternative proposed development for Rothes 3. We have a number of options for Clash Gour. So the same questions I put to Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, sorry. Do the reporters have visualizations of every possible cumulative combination between these two wind farms?
They have visualizations of the cumulative relationship from key viewpoints chosen to best illustrate the cumulative effect.
Can you answer my question, please? Do they have cumulative visualizations for every possible combination between the two wind farm proposals before them?
Well,
yes or no?
Yes, in terms of the number of wind farms consented in planning.
No, sorry. I don't know whether you're being deliberately obtuse or not. We're talking about only Clash Gour and Rothes 3.
I think there may be cross purposes here. I wonder if Mr. Kelly would like to just explain. I think I know what he's saying because he said the same thing previously, but I'm not sure Mr. Denny and he are on the same page here. And I don't think he's being obtuse, by the way, but it may help if you spell out.
There are, as I set out myself, there are two main options for Rothes. I think 3 options for Clash Gour, and a more recent change to move 4 turbines as a result of the SEPA consultation. Now, if we take 2 times 4, that's 8. Do the reporters have 8 combinations of visualizations?
No, we'd need a truck to get the information here. What they have is the worst case.
So the answer to my question is no.
Yes, they have the worst case, which is what the environmental assessment needs to do for each of the cumulative relationships.
I'm sorry to labour this point, but I think the answer, you don't seem to want to give me the answer, which is fairly obvious. They don't have visualizations for every possible combination. That's a fact.
Have every possible combination, though. I said that
Thank you.
The number of combinations would be enormous. What they have is visualizations which give them the worst case.
If we can now look at...
Don't forget to speak into the microphone.
If we can now look at viewpoint 7, Ben Rinnes, and we'll go through the 4 sheets before I come back to the start. Now, if I look at figure 820A, it may just be the printing, but the photograph, the landscape context, the baseline photograph is not very sharp. It's quite faded. Would you agree?
Well, it's not faded. It's just that happened to be the light conditions on the day that photograph was taken.
And the photograph was taken in July 2015.
Yes, that's right. It was done by MVG Landscapes.
Okay. So again, the same point I put to Mr. Welsh. If the reporters go to this viewpoint now, what they will see is slightly different from what's in the baseline photograph.
I don't think they'd see anything significantly different.
So there are no wind farms in this baseline photograph that have been built since July 2015?
No, that's not the case, no.
So they will see something different?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, we can see in the wireline quite a range of wind farms, especially in the western half of the view, going from Paul's Hill to Hunt Hill. If we then turn over to 820B, this is now looking more northeast, we will see Hill of Towie 2, and Clash and Darroch. And again, I put the point to Mr. Welsh. Do you know that there's now an application for an extension to Clash and Darroch 2?
Yes, I do.
We then go round to 820C, and again, the same point as I put to Mr. Welsh. For Dornell, I must admit, I didn't quite recognise it. What you're showing here is this the consented scheme Dornell 2 or Dornell as built?
I think that's the consented scheme.
The consented scheme. Okay. And then when we come back round to 820D, we see on the right-hand side of that page, we're beginning to pick up Carndui, Paul's Hill, and the part of Clash Gour as well. Now, thinking of the right-hand side of this drawing, this wireline, joined on to the left-hand side of figure 820A, can you understand my client's very basic concern that their local landscape is being filled with wind farms?
I can certainly understand that they see, when they look from the views on Ben Rinnes, that this is a landscape in which wind farms are being consented. And as I said in questions to answers earlier, the views from Ben Rinnes are characterised to a great degree by being panoramic views of a landscape with wind farms in it, yes.
If you can try and think of this in layman's terms, layperson's terms, is there a concept of the landscape having a capacity to absorb wind farms?
SNH have such a concept. I don't hold to that. If you're saying, does a wind farm have a capacity to absorb wind farms, if you put something in place that says, but we mustn't change the character of this landscape, then it has a capacity. But indeed, the capacity of a landscape to accept any form of development whatsoever, whether it's wind farms, a new road, whatever it may be, is purely a matter of what there is the political will for that landscape to absorb, and where the balance lies between the benefits that are perceived of any form of development and any harms that may arise. So no actual capacity limit exists in a landscape other than that which we may choose at a particular point in a cycle to place upon it.
You say we may choose. What's the role of local people in that choice?
When I meant the we, it was we as a society.
It's rather a cop-out, is it not?
No. Planning is always on the basis that there's a planning balance between benefits and need of anything, whether it's new housing, new roads, new wind farms.
And that is
and the landscape at yesterday's unacceptable development can always be tomorrow's acceptable development if the will is there for that development to proceed because the need is perceived at any given time in the cycle. It's always a case of benefits and harms.
And again, do you see any role for local people in that?
Well, yes, local people have a vote. They have representatives within the democratic system.
And what did those representatives decide in relation to this wind farm?
Well, the council don't wish to see this wind farm proceed.
Thank you. No more questions.
That is part of the process that we're going through here, to see whether, indeed, the council are right and the harms outweigh the benefits, or whether the benefits of this development outweigh the harms.
I don't think you're here to set out the benefits of the development.
I'm not. You're just asking me about capacity, and I'm telling you that, that this is what you need to consider if you're considering capacity.
Thank you, ma'am. I had confirmed no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I'm going to ask if anyone else around the table has any questions for Mr. Denny. Mrs. Ross, yes. Thank you.
Yes, I've just got two fairly straightforward questions. The footpaths that crisscross the proposed development site, will they be shut off during construction? What's going to happen? Because there's quite a number of footpaths there that seem to be affected.
It's clear that where a footpath crosses any construction or development site, whether it's a wind farm or any other form of development, health and safety will need to ensure that the public are kept safe during construction. So the usual way with wind farms is that temporary diversions to a footpath will be created. But it is the case that when construction vehicles and large machinery are moving, you clearly can't have somebody walking through a development site, even if that later is opened back up for people to move. Safety must be taken into account.
Okay. And the second one is, we've heard a lot today about professional expertise on deciding on the severity of any impacts on the landscape and visual effects. Now, many people living in the proximity of the proposed Rothes 3 development might disagree with some of those assessments. Why, in your professional opinion, do you think that might be?
Well, every individual person comes at anything from a different perspective, and they have a range of likes and dislikes and emotional responses and intellectual and academic responses. What landscape and visual impact assessment has tried to do over the years is to try to set that aside and try to give us an objective, a framework to assessing the impact of developments as can be achieved, and having people who are used to making those objective assessments carry them out, so that we try to eliminate that wide range of responses and bring it as close as we're able, and there's always going to be a subjective element within it, but bring it as close as we're able to a well-informed objective judgment.
So as well as your professional expertise, is there an element of subjectivity about this?
There will always be subjective judgments within a landscape and visual impact assessment, but that's part of the reason, as was discussed yesterday, why GVLA 3 states that really they should be best carried out by qualified and trained landscape architects, because part of our training and our experience is to try to make those subjective judgments based on detailed, informed assessments, so they're informed judgments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ross. Mr. Trinnitt, do you have any points of clarification? No. Thank you. Mr. Seaton and I just have a few questions for you, Mr. Den, if you just bear with me a moment. Could I just perhaps, it's more a point of clarification really, I think, if I can take you back to your precognition. Firstly, it's paragraph 5 in your precognition. Sorry, I should have given you advance notice. But
I put it well out of the way because I really didn't think I'd need it again. Yes.
In that paragraph, there's reference to, now this is in relation to the capacity study, obviously the area with potential for very large turbines. I think your statement, you say that area extends to all areas of Rothes 1 and 2 and some of the Rothes 3 site. And then you refer to 19 of the 29 turbines. And, however, in paragraph 7.2 of your inquiry report, hope I've got this right. You can correct me if I'm wrong. You make reference to 17 of the 20. Obviously, that relates to the removal of turbine 15 being within the area. So, am I interpreting that correctly? Is there a discrepancy between the two comments?
Just make sure I'm looking at the two original. I will check on one of my plans. I don't want to give you the wrong answer. I don't have the plan here in which I marked both the turbines and the edge of the area. I will just check that. But it could be...
Would it help to go to Gary Templeton's report, which is CD 16.3.2, and that has the shaded area plotted against the turbines?
That would help,
is that
yes.
helpful? Yeah.
Yes.
You'd have to agree that it was accurate, but I assume there hasn't been any dispute of that so far.
It may be my error, but
No,
it's just for clarification.
I was wondering whether one of them I'd taken from the grey hatched area in the Elmwex and the other from the pink area of the SPG, which might be the issue. That's Clash Gour that's on screen at the moment.
Yes, that. It's the third electronic page, I think, of the appendix to Gary Templeton's report. Yeah, that's the one for the original proposed development.
It's 10 there, so it's 19. So it's 19 seems to be the correct one from counting the turbines outside of the shaded area there.
So it's the number that's included in your precognition?
Yes.
Thank you. And you also make comment this is in your inquiry report 7.4, and this is again referencing the boundary of that area in the capacity study. I think you seem to be querying the rationale. It relates back to some of the questions Mr. Brown put to you earlier, but are you querying the rationale for the boundary of the area? You suggest it doesn't follow contours and perhaps suggest it's an arbitrary line?
Not necessarily that it's arbitrary, but that it doesn't seem to follow certain physical things on the ground. It might be because it's very high level, as was put to me earlier. Sometimes...
Sorry, I wonder if Mr. Denny could just speak into the microphone, please.
It might be because of the high-level nature of it. Sometimes you see with such studies, it might be decided by the assessors that when they've looked at all their parameters and then they see how they're playing out, they may decide to keep everything back below the 220-metre contour line or something along those lines, and you see a boundary following an upland contour line, so not coming down off the slopes. This one cuts across contour lines, so it's obviously constructed, and all I'm really saying here is that obvious thing of staying up beyond a certain contour line is clearly not one of the parameters which is fixed here. So for example, not being above or beyond a certain contour line wouldn't be a reason for not fulfilling the wishes of the Elmwex.
Are you suggesting that these boundaries should perhaps be a bit more flexible in the capacity
I think they clearly
studies?
need to be flexible, because I think that what I'm really trying to say here is they are reasonably high level and they haven't got specifics about them and I couldn't find what those specifics might be. I think they're more high level than that, and therefore, yes, there is a degree of flexibility. They're not fixed. They're a guide.
But I suppose in policy terms, does that not make it more difficult for the councils or any other decision makers to make that?
It does, and a bit like, I suppose, like the HLV now, the SLA didn't in places have clearly well-defined boundaries on the ground, and now roads and other things have been made well-defined boundaries of the SLA so that people know exactly where it starts and where it stops, and there's no confusion. That's why I say quite often you fix a boundary by relating it to something that people can understand. Fence lines, ridges, contour lines. But this doesn't seem to have that fixture about it because it's a guide, I suppose.
Yes, and just related to that point, again, on the matter of the capacity study itself, in your inquiry report, again, at 6.46,
yes, I think it's that same
you're
point.
You're referencing the strategic guidance element, obviously.
Yes.
Yes. And you suggest it's not a policy document that has to be complied with, and it's an inappropriate tool with which to determine whether or not development is likely to be acceptable. Again, perhaps I understand it's perhaps a policy-related question, but given the requirement in SPP, Scottish Planning Policy, for spatial planning, onshore spatial planning guidance, where does that leave us if you feel it's an inappropriate tool?
Well, I'm saying it's inappropriate in terms of being applied prescriptively, in terms of, like we talked about, like that line, or whether one can or can't come within a certain distance of a landmark hill. It's giving a range of guidance tools to help shape a wind farm development. But each of those guidance tools are, in my view, not things which could or should be prescriptively applied, but they should be used as a starting point. Then detailed assessment comes in and starts to build upon that guidance. My point there about it being an inappropriate tool would be an inappropriate tool if it was applied prescriptively in the way that the Council seems to wish to apply it, rather than seeing it as strategic guidance and a starting point for that process of design within the landscape.
Thank you. I just have one more question, I think, from my perspective. Again, it relates to a comment you've made in your inquiry report 7.10. Where you acknowledge that there may be some significant effects. Turbines would not dominate the landscape. The nature of the effects would occur in the locality, and that would be typical of the relationship between commercial energy development located in an area of upland and part of lower-lying adjacent landscape at around 2.5 kilometres, of a kind that can be experienced elsewhere in Speyside in Scotland. So I guess my question is really, should we not be determining or assessing or proposals on their own merits, rather than the fact that there is already a precedence there, in a sense?
No, I'd always agree that each scheme should be looked at on its merits, but I do think it is interesting to look at what has previously been considered to be acceptable, particularly when those decisions have been decisions made by the Scottish ministers, so we can see those of us who are trying to design and develop and locate wind farms can see whether we're doing something which may well be appropriate, or whether we're barking up the wrong tree and we shouldn't even start in the first place. So to see whether a development and the kinds of effects that it's giving rise to would be unacceptable or not, one way of gauging that is not only to look at it on its merits, but to see decisions that have been made elsewhere in similar circumstances is really, I suppose, what I'm saying, to help shape your own thoughts about whether you're starting to get it right with your own development or not.
Thank you, Mr. Denny. I think that's all my questions. Mr. Seaton may have some.
Just first question about Hunt Hill. I kind of got the impression, sort of reading between the lines of the report of the environmental impact assessment and your report, that there might be some doubt about whether Hunt Hill might be built out. Do you know anything about the likelihood of whether Hunt Hill might be built out?
I know that there is a consideration underway as to whether it will or not, yes. I don't know the outcome of that, but there is certainly a consideration.
Okay. Now, Mr. Kelly asked you questions about whether landscape has some objective capacity, and you gave an answer to that. I was wondering, in your view, well, obviously, presumably planning policy is part of what will set the capacity for landscape.
Yes.
What role does a landscape capacity assessment play in setting the capacity for landscape? Does it play a role?
Yeah, I think landscape capacity studies are a very useful tool in giving you relative sensitivity within a district. In most cases, they're generally out of date before they're published or shortly after in terms of any specifics. I've dealt with capacity studies in Scotland which have said there is no capacity for turbines more than 110 metres in height. And in that very landscape, the Scottish ministers have already approved turbines 200 metres in height. So they are a very useful tool for relative capacity, but they're not a prescriptive tool for telling you what the actual capacity of a landscape is for the deployment of any particular typography or technology at a point in time.
Now, I heard what you said about not applying landscape capacity studies prescriptively. I think prescriptive, I can't remember the exact word, but it was along those lines. I was going to do quite the opposite and apply the landscape capacity study. Well, perhaps I better not get into that.
Yeah.
What I was going to do was if we could have a look back at Gary Templeton's report and the comparison. This time, Appendix 3, which shows the alternative proposed development, and a comparison with the shaded area which says extensions and repowering in the key. Now, obviously that's an area identified in the landscape capacity study. Now, I see 5 turbines sitting outside the grey area, and I believe that those are 5, 9, 13, 14 and 25. But if you want to check.
No, that sounds absolutely right.
Right, okay.
Yes.
This is an exercise, I hope, hopefully rather more concise than I took Mr. Welsh through yesterday, but if we can do that very briefly. If we removed those turbines, I'd like to know, well, perhaps if we have a look at your latest assessment of the significance of effects on visual amenity, which is set out in this document, which is the additional viewpoint assessment of viewpoint 19, which is, if I just check my notes,
this one has the summary.
CD 320, isn't it? 323, is it? and you identify significant effect at viewpoint 4, Benagan, viewpoint 6, south of Aberlour, so this is for the alternative proposed development, viewpoint 7, Benrinnes, viewpoint 18, and viewpoint 19. So 3 of those are in the yes, three of those are in the Speyside special landscape area, in the special landscape area, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the viewpoint 6, viewpoint 18, and viewpoint 19. That's correct, isn't it?
It is, yes.
If we just have a look at those 3 viewpoints. So if we have a look at viewpoint, well, since we're on this document, let's have a look at viewpoint 19 first. So the alternative proposed development. So it's figure 873E. Which is the wire line, and we can identify the turbines 5, 9, 14, and, hold on, I've got the right one.
It'll be 13.
That is the alternative proposed development. Yeah, 873E, 14 and 13, and then 25 over on the right.
Yes.
Yeah, and if we turn and look at the photomontage, we can see 5 on the left, 9, 14, and 13 along the ridge of the hill, spaced out. So if those 4 turbines were removed, how would that change if at all, your assessment of significance of the proposed development? Of the alternative proposed development, that is,
I don't think so.
At this viewpoint.
I don't think so. We'd get to a position of not being significant, although the level of effect would reduce.
Right.
But there would be 2 other things, and I hesitate to say this based on what I was just questioned about earlier, but 2 things would have to be taken into consideration. Would the scheme then hang together appropriately as a whole, because you remove a turbine and then another turbine becomes either an outlier or doesn't seem to be connected properly and harmoniously towards the wind farm cluster and group as a whole. We try to balance a wind farm when we're designing it to make sure that the turbines read well together as best we're able. As soon as you start removing the turbine, you can actually unbalance the visual effect. And even though you may have taken the turbine out, it may not necessarily improve the visual effect. In fact, it can make it look cluttered or discordant. Secondly, of course, and it's not for me, but it is a factor, as you remove turbines, you remove benefits. And then the balance changes again, of course. So it's not just about landscape and visual, it's about the overall balance. In fact, 2 forms of the balance: the planning balance, which is not for me, and the balance of the wind farm as a design.
No, I understand that point completely. Is there anything is there any particular viewpoint that occurs to you where that might happen if those turbines were removed?
Trying to think my way around the scheme.
It's a bit unfair, but perhaps if we have a look at the other 2 viewpoints that I mentioned, and if something occurs to you, you can bring it up. Is that okay?
Yes.
Right. So it's let's look at viewpoint 18, which is CD 314 1, figure 831. So if we look at the wire line there, we can see 5 just above the... sorry, Helen, are you not... It's figure 831E, which is the wire line for Blackspoke Bridge. You got it, good. Okay, so we see 5 over on the left, just above the brow of the hill. You can just see the hub. 9 with the hub just above. 14 again, you can see, and 13 over on the right.
It would remove some of the turbines which were prominent in that view, but it would also open up a gap in the wind farm which would leave 2 facets of the wind farm no longer joined together by turbine 14.
Is that in that view, or is that something that we'd see from elsewhere?
It's in that view that I'm looking at the moment. There, turbine 14 is the bridge between the turbines on the right of the array and the turbines on the left of the array.
Okay. If we have a look at that in the photo montage, that's the case. Is it? If the photo montage is 831F?
Yes, yeah. But because some of the turbines on the right of the array are partially screened by woodland there, then you would only merely see the turbines on the left of the array, so turbine 14 wouldn't have that effect in that regard there.
Okay. And, well, for completeness, shall we have a look at viewpoint 6, and we'll finish off with that. And viewpoint 6 is 314.1, figure 8.19. I'm sorry, on Blackspoke Bridge, back to Blackspoke Bridge, but not back to the wire line. I don't think, did you say there was a change in significance? Or
I think for Blackspoke Bridge there would be a change in significance.
Right.
I think currently at the moment it's significant, moderate, and I think there would be the chance it would no longer be significant. It would probably still be moderate but not significant.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I think it would probably go to moderate, not significant.
Right. And at viewpoint 6, what would you make of that if those 5 turbines were removed that were outside the shaded area?
Can we just zoom slightly more in on the actual wire line? Just to identify I'm working off the screen, so the turbine numbers. Thank you. It would remove 3 turbines from the left of the array, therefore narrowing the extent of the array. And in terms of turbine 14, it would narrow the array on the left hand, i.e. the western edge of the array there, shortening the length of the array. Mm-hmm. Turbine 13 would be one of the turbines which was slightly more prominent, but you would still have a significant number of turbines which remained equally prominent in the rest of the array, so it would have less effect there than elsewhere. Mm-hmm. But there would be a slight shortening in the length of the array.
Right. Okay. Would there be any change for some of the other significant effects you identified in the special landscape area? For that one, I take it your answer is, did I catch your answer? It was that there wouldn't be any change from the
It would change the
significance.
significance there. It would slightly diminish the level of effect, but not sufficiently to change the significance.
Right. Okay. Good. And you'd also identified significant effects on the A95 between Cragganmore and Aberlour, and on the B9102 between Blackspoke and Upper Knockandoo. Would either of those change if that change was made to the wind farm?
I don't think it would change the significance from the A95.
Right.
Because the remaining turbines that are within, as I gave in cross-examination, that all lie within the area identified, the Elmex would still remain prominent in that view. Certainly, I think the most prominent turbine from the Minor Road viewpoint 19, I think, is turbine 1, but it might be worth just having a look at that. But that's coming round and looking more along the length of the array rather than just seeing those ones that are coming onto the southern side. So you're seeing a slightly different angle of view there. Probably what you're putting to me would have a slightly greater effect in those views from the south and the southwest in terms of being noticeable. But as you move forward up into Upper Knockandoo, then the turbines like turbines 1, 2, 3 come more into play.
Come more into play with the removal of these?
No, in terms of visibility.
Sorry?
In terms of which turbines are visible. So we wouldn't be able to get to a position of no visibility by removing those other turbines because of where they lay within the array, but there would be some reduction, yes.
Right, okay. But the effect on the Blackspoke to Upper Knockandoo Road would, in your view, remain significant then?
I think it would, no, from Blackspoke I said I think we would move down to significant,
right.
Not significant, moderate.
Right.
And there is a possibility that, although again I don't think we would be able to change the assessment of the level effect, I don't think it would drop sufficiently. It may, and I'm doing this on the hoof, which is a dangerous thing with landscape visual impact assessment. It's a very dangerous thing with wind farm design. But there is the possibility that it may remove to be not significant, yes.
Right, okay.
I'm only being cautious because I know that, for example, when I've just dropped a single turbine out of an array and it looks a simple thing, and then I go around all of my viewpoints, I suddenly find out that it becomes dog-toothed or I've got outliers, and it's can be quite complicated.
Yeah, no, I can quite
imagine.
imagine.
I'm slightly nervous about just doing it on the hoof, but I'm trying to be as helpful as I can.
So I wonder if I could ask Mr. Denny to speak up again. We generally, both here and elsewhere, are having difficulty hearing what is a very important exchange.
Well, I think that's all the questions I have.
Okay,
thank you very much, Mr. Denny.
Thank you.
Are you happy to carry on, Mr. Denny, just to complete re-examination?
Indeed, I would. I would like to get it cleared up tonight, but I wonder if a lot of new matters were just put to Mr. Denny. I wonder if I could just have a few minutes to gather my thoughts and to take specific instructions about particularly Mr. Seaton's questions, if I may.
That's fine, Mr. Steele. We'll come back at 17:25. Gives us 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Denny, can I just deal with Mr. Seaton's points first about the 5-number turbines? And firstly, could you look, please, at the appendix to the Murray Council witness that you were looking at earlier? It's Appendix 2 in relation to the alternative scheme. Do you have a hard copy in front of you, Mr. Denny? Or are you relying on the screen? Right, that's fine. Again, could you, A, turn your microphone on and B, speak into it? Thank you. I think it's the next. Is that the one? No, I think it may be the next one again then. I think that's it. Now, I'm looking at a hard copy and the screen, Mr. Denny, but if I look at the turbines at 5 in number, does one of the 5 actually intersect the line?
It does, yes. It's the one on the eastern,
So,
easternmost one.
would it be reasonable to suggest that that is entirely outside the hatched area?
No, it's not, and particularly as I was saying, that hatched area is not a fixed line in the landscape, but a line of guidance.
Coming to that as a separate point, but even just taking the line as we see it.
As we see it, it's still, the
And
turbine still
in relation
sits on the
to
line.
2 of the other turbines, the numbers I confess I don't know, do they appear actually to touch the line in question?
5 and 13 are very, very close to the...
Right, well, I'm looking at a
yes.
hard copy. It seems to me they actually touch the line.
Yes, they do.
But be that as it may, the reporters will be the judge of that. But if that's right, that reduces the number of turbines that are outside the hatched area, even if we're to adhere to it prescriptively. Is that so?
Yes.
Yeah. And in any event, do you say we should or should not attach such a prescriptive approach to a hatched area in a landscape character survey of this type?
No, I don't, and I think I have been at pains to say that.
Yeah. And when you were asked to look at 646 of your inquiry report, where you said it was an inappropriate tool in which to determine whether a development is likely to be acceptable, could you just explain a little bit more what you meant by that and whether that relates to the very point that we're looking at here?
Yes, because it was a series of high-level guidance sieve exercises looking at a range of factors to come up with a broad area of potential. But that broad area of potential hasn't been examined in sufficient detail within the MWEX to decide whether anything just inside or just outside the line, or indeed several hundred metres outside the line, may not be appropriate. That requires...
Or straddling the line, even.
Or straddling the line. That requires detailed assessment.
Where do we draw the line about the line, Mr. Denny? Well,
yes, but I think that the major point is that the level of detail, the grain of the LMEX is good locational guidance, but it's not good prescriptive guidance. And then you move then to the next layer of refined design based on the very specific...
And does that next stage involve a detailed assessment of the scheme in L&V terms, looking at the precise proposal on its landscape and visual merits from your point of view?
Yes, and looking at the actual effects rather than something from a high-level guidance document, yes. And I think that's...
even if we were, or someone was, to remove 5 turbines, would it be as simple as that, or may there be other consequences, some of which may yet be unknown?
Exactly. I was saying that I was very cautious to be doing the exercise on the hoof, because I know from my experience of wind farm design just how what might seem to be simple changes to a well-constructed and well-designed layout can have unforeseen consequences as when one goes into the analysis of the implications of that. I'm acutely aware of that, which is why I said I was cautious.
And even if I ignore the very important matter of landscape and visual, may there be other consequences if 5 turbines are to be removed of an economic or practical nature?
Yes, and I think I did touch on that. Even though it's outside my remit, I'm very aware of that as well.
And if these were particularly windy locations, might that have a disproportionate effect on the practicalities and viability of the scheme?
Yes, in fact, one of the things I do know, as a matter of fact, because I was involved at a very detailed level with the design of this alternative, in effect it is my design, is that those turbines that we're talking about lay in the area of the highest wind speeds on this site, and the turbines set back from it, although still in areas of high wind speed, do not have as high a wind speed. The location of those turbines on that location do have very high wind speeds. And that's a function of, as we know, where air is compressed against the side of a hill or the side of a valley and then accelerates away as it goes over the top of the ridge. you'll find that you get particularly high wind speeds as that decompression occurs on the edge of the ridge, which then recedes as you go back into the plateau. There's very, very detailed knowledge of the wind speeds in and around this area that was identified by the ELMWEX. And one of the things that's been part of the design is to seek to take advantage of the highest wind speeds to get the greatest generation from putting a wind farm here.
Right. Mr. Denny, so does it come to this, taking the matter short, that one would have to know all the consequences, both landscape and visual, as well as practical and economic and contractual, before one could take an informed decision?
Yes, there are a lot of
with
complex...
certainty about removing 4 or 5 turbines or whatever it is.
Yes, there are a lot of complex issues at play, and as I said again, I think in answers I gave earlier this afternoon, it isn't just about landscape and visual effect. It's the balance of that landscape and visual effect in association with a whole host of other very complex issues which make up an appropriate wind farm design.
And in relation to the LNV matters, we note that crosshatch area extends further north. Is that so?
Yes.
And yet we see here that there are other constraints that have been properly identified by Murray Council in generally the northerly area of the landscape not crosshatch, landscape hatched area. Is that so?
Yes, there's a triple SI, there's deep peat, there's a microwave link, there's a whole range. There's even topographical issues.
And did you mention the triple SI?
Yes.
Yeah. And may that help to explain why the turbines are in the southern part of the hatched area rather than in the northern part?
Yes, the wind farm design is responding to all of the detailed issues relating to this landscape and trying to respond in the most appropriate way.
Now, can I go back, please, to the questions asked of you by and on behalf of Murray Council, and I'll deal with the matters exceedingly briefly. Mr. Denny, firstly, the landmark hill, what height is that landmark hill?
It's 404 metres.
404 metres.
Yes.
As things go in Scotland, is that a particularly high hill, worthy of landmark status?
Well, it's not worthy of landmark status for a whole host of reasons, in my view, but certainly it's not a high hill, and it doesn't have a lot of the other attributes of a landmark hill either.
Yeah. Well, let's leave aside whether it's worthy of it or not, because it is identified as such.
It is identified as one, yes.
Rightly or wrongly. Now, as a matter of fact, are any of our turbines on top of that hill?
No.
What distance from the apex of that hill at 404 metres is our nearest turbine?
I think it's about 350 metres, but it's in one of the reports. But quite some distance, because it's a big landscape. It looks quite close on a plan. It's not particularly close in reality.
Well, it can be a matter, no doubt, of scale drawings, or scaling off drawings, I should say, and a consideration possibly at a site visit, but it is a small number of hundreds of metres away, is that correct?
It is, yes.
Yeah. Now, the landscape capacity study and other policy guidance from the Council has identified this area, which we can see on the plans figures before us, as suitable for wind farm turbines. I'm taking the matter very broadly, particularly given the time. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. This is one of the few areas in Moray that has the potential for large topography turbines.
Yeah. Well, given that the Council have made that their policy and stated that, would it be surprising if you walk on the paths within that area that you would see turbines?
No, and I think I was at pains to point that out during my cross-examination.
Does it seem to you reasonable or unreasonable to suggest that the very area that they promote for turbines, that turbines will be seen if you choose to walk through it?
No, it's inevitable consequence of their locational guidance.
And is an inevitable consequence of their locational guidance, as you call it, very fairly, that you will be able to see turbines from various viewpoints around and about, particularly Gour-and-Rothes, the A95, Blackboat Bridge, and the B-class roads close at hand. Is that an absolute inevitability?
Yes, it is. You can change the layout in various ways so that you might reduce an impact in one place and increase it in another, but you're not going to get to a position where the visibility of turbines within the surrounding landscape is not there, and you won't get to a position where there won't be significant effects in parts of the landscape.
Well, Mr. Denny, what do you make of the situation where we have located turbines in an area which the locational guidance directs us to, and yet here we are being criticised because they can be seen from close at hand? What do you make of that state of affairs?
It does seem extraordinary to me that the Council would go through all of the assessments it has to decide where larger topography turbines have the potential to be located and then wish them not to be able to be seen from anywhere, notwithstanding the fact that the ELMWEX has been set up in such a way as it would not be possible for turbines not to be seen if located in the areas to which we are guided.
And put short, whatever turbines go on that area identified in the locational guidance, they're going to be seen from various viewpoints.
Yes, they are.
It's inevitable, is it not?
It is, yes.
Thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Steele, and thank you for your contribution, Mr Denny.
Thank you very much.
Well, we've reached the end of the programme for today, and obviously earlier we were discussing possibilities for the running order tomorrow. We obviously have Carol Anderson in programmed in for examination in chief today, but I'll maybe take Mr Brown's advice on her availability over the next few days or so. I presume she's programmed. She is available for tomorrow.
Yes, Madam, she's available tomorrow, and the Council's more than willing to start at 9 o'clock to assist in trying to finish her evidence tomorrow. We are programmed next week for Tuesday and Wednesday. There are reserved days on the Thursday and Friday, but unfortunately Miss Anderson is not available on those days. So the Council is very keen to crack on tomorrow with a view to trying to have her finished tomorrow.
Anyone else got any thoughts for tomorrow? Mr Trinick, yes.
Well, if Karen Anderson isn't available on either the 9th or the 10th, well, I think that's what I'm hearing, we'll have to proceed tomorrow. But there is, I would have thought, a risk that she's going to be in Purda, and that's what I was trying to avoid. Because being in Purda doesn't just mean over the weekend. It means considerably beyond that, and that is very undesirable. Do I understand, just asking Mr Brown, that Karen Anderson is not available on either the 9th or the 10th?
Yes, when I checked at the last break, that's the position.
Well, okay.
Well, I wonder if I could come in, because this also will affect me very considerably. On the estimates that are in the timetable, it seems very unlikely, if not impossible, that we will finish Carol Anderson entirely tomorrow at any reasonable time, even with a 9 o'clock start. It may be, my learned friend Mr Trinick's going to be a little bit shorter, but I can foresee a situation arising where I will be having to start cross-examining at some stage in the afternoon with no certainty of finishing, and I would not want to start cross-examining Carol Anderson unless I could be guaranteed to finish and that she would be re-examined on the same day. Given the way things have gone today and other days, I think there's a real risk, if not a certainty, that we will be struggling to finish Carol Anderson tomorrow. That's even with a 9 o'clock start. I know the timetable doesn't tell us how long she will be in evidence in chief, but I know I'm suspecting she might be an hour or so. Glad for Mr. Trinick indicated 4.5 hours, but I think he's probably going to come down from that. I myself hope to be about an hour, but things have taken longer thus far. We've also got questions from the reporters, and it may be you're going to be asking her similar questions of her to those that you've asked of other witnesses. In short, I think it less than likely we'll finish her tomorrow, and the real question is, do we start her? It would be hugely regrettable if cross-examination of anybody has to be broken, or the 2 cross-examinations have to be broken. It would be regrettable if she's got 10 days to think about matters and return in 10 days' time. That would not be ideal. So we're obviously entirely in your hands, sir and madam, but that would be most unfortunate, to say the least. This, of course, is why I've been pushing to sit later and start earlier to try and avoid this situation, but here we are. I do wonder whether Carol Anderson could be approached to see if she could be available one day next week.
I would echo that. I have doubts about finishing tomorrow. I've estimated 4.5 hours. It will be less than that, but it will be 3.5, maybe a little bit longer.
I'm reminded perhaps we could take her on Tuesday if that if that's the only day she can attend. Might involve switching things around, but
I need to check with Mr. Blackett his availability, but that would seem to be perhaps the most sensible option in the light of what's happened.
Sorry, could you repeat what you just said? Sorry.
To rearrange next Tuesday, the 8th, so that we do Carol Anderson then, assuming, which we need to check, that Mr. Blackett, from my perspective, can be available, and obviously Mr. Davenport and other third parties, although nothing. We'll have to check.
I think I'd be very reluctant to change the programme for Tuesday, given if it's the local community representatives.
I wonder if I could propose a 5 or 10 minute break.
We have one representative who's also doing a video link, so there's a lot of work behind the scenes going on to make that happen as well.
Madam, if I could perhaps add, it may be useful to point out that I've just received a message from the team upstairs to say that Carol Anderson is not available next week because this was to be a break in the programme. She was to finish tomorrow.
That's for the full week?
Yes, madam.
I think on that basis, I think we will have to proceed tomorrow, given that it was in the programme. If we can make an early start, I know it's not going to please everyone, but if we can start at 9 o'clock, we'll have a shorter lunch break, perhaps just take half an hour at lunch and see how we go. It will be a long day, but the knock-on effects of postponing it completely are the logistics of rearranging quite a number of other witnesses. I think is quite a difficult situation.
Would it even be possible to start before 9 o'clock, madam, I wonder?
That might be a step too far, Mr. Trinick.
It is a step too far. We have we've already bought patients for the hotel once or twice in terms of having breakfast even before 8 o'clock, so that, you know.
I think it's not ideal, but I think we press ahead tomorrow with Carol Anderson's evidence, make a prompt start at 9 o'clock and short lunch, and hopefully finish at a reasonable time, hopefully a bit earlier than we have today, but I think we'll work on that basis. Apologies if it doesn't suit everyone, but I think we have to press ahead regardless. Thank you. We'll see everyone at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.